Okay, everyone. The Zoom meeting is now recording live, so we can commence, I believe.
Awesome.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Do we need to do introductions again, or are we good, Kate?
It would probably be good, sorry, if we redo them just because that part didn't get recorded.
Okay, I'll start. I'm Lainey Berry. I'm the representative for DLNR.
I'm Jim Jacoby, representing U.S. Geological Survey. Gordon Tribbles, the Center Director for Pacific Island Ecosystems Research Center.
Loyal Merhoff.
Go ahead, Loyal.
Yes, Loyal Merhoff, ESRC member at large.
Melissa Price, representing the University of Hawaii.
Kavika Winter, ESRC, representing the Native Hawaiian seat.
And Michelle Bogardus, representing Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Did we miss did we give everybody? Just want to double check.
Okay, Lainey, it's a new requirement for these interactive meetings that the committee members indicate if there's anybody else in the room with them. It's just a new requirement for these interactive meetings.
Okay, sure. There's no one in the room with me currently.
Same.
Likewise with me at USGS.
I have 2 puppy dogs and no other people.
No one else here for me.
I have 2 COVID puppies and a son in the other room.
Oh, someone just entered the room, but they're about to leave. Yeah. Oh, hang on. It's out the front. Yeah.
What is this?
It's the vent. Yeah. All right. They just left. I'm still alone. Okay. All right. So we have a lot on the agenda today. So just making sure we want to keep on time. We're going to need to move things through quickly so that we can finish by 4. We're going to take a short break between items 3 and 4, but I don't think we're going to have time for a lunch break. So just be prepared for that. I just wanted to see item 1, if there's any announcements. No. Okay.
I'll make a quick request though, so at the moment, Paul Radley is running the meeting for us. So if anybody can let him know who in the second half, when we do the participant presentations, who needs to be made co-host so that he can do that easily, that would be helpful.
Okay.
And Lainey, one quick announcement on my end. I am going to have to take a break from about 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock.
Okay.
But we might be done by then. We'll see.
All right. We'll see. Okay. If there's no other announcements, we'll go to item 2, which is the presentation by Pacific Rim Conservation on the status of the mitigation activities at Kauai's Seabird Recovery Site. Thank you, Lindsay.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Are you able to hear me? Okay, and no one's in my room. I don't know if that matters. I'm going to share my screen. So I get one more thumbs up if people can see my screen. Okay, perfect. Thank you, guys. Okay, so thank you for welcoming me here. I'm the Executive Director of Pacific Rim Conservation, and we are the prime contractor under the KSHCP, tasked with implementing the Kahuama'a Preserve activities, as well as predator control, and then compilation and summary of annual reports. So if you have questions throughout this, I can't actually see what's going on the side of the screen. Please either speak up or save them to the end, but don't assume that I can see you asking them on the side. So I'm going to go through. This is the outline of the presentation. So I'm going to be going through the preserve management activities, mitigation effective monitoring, or mitigation effectiveness monitoring for all of the participant groups, take monitoring effectiveness, compliance monitoring and summary of changes, and financial report. So for those of you on the ESRC, this follows the outline of the annual report that was provided. For those of you that are joining us From the public, I'll go over what each of these things mean and how they contribute to the conservation of seabirds under the HCP. So to start with the Kikuyula Seabird Preserve objectives. So this is basically a preserve constructed in order to facilitate the breeding of listed seabird species in the state of Hawaii. The 9 objectives for this are construction of a 2-hectare predator-proof fence enclosure, installation of social attraction equipment, which are speakers, solar panels, artificial burrows in order to attract birds into the area, eradication or removal of predators from within that enclosure once it's done, and then long-term monitoring to determine whether things get into that after predators have been removed. And then to expand beyond the preserve area itself to conduct Barnell and feral cat control in the preserve and areas surrounding it that lead into the source colonies and actual breeding colonies of newel shearwaters and Hawaiian petrel. And then invasive plant control and vegetation control at the site itself. And then monitoring of these seabirds and their burrows and artificial nest boxes at the preserve, and monitoring of any other listed species that might be present within this preserve. So this is the timeline of activities that was presented when the HCP was signed in 2020. So you can see that 2021 was really kind of the key implementation year when a lot of the large, capital infrastructure and improvements were taking place. And then from 2022 onwards, I put an end of 2025 because that's when our contract ends and is renewed, but ultimately that timeline should continue throughout the rest of the period of performance for this whole HCP. So there was a lot going on in 2021. There was fence construction, installation of the sound system, installation of artificial burrows, baseline surveys, weeding and outplanting, rodent trapping and eradication, and then initiation of control activities. So I'm going to go through each of these one by one. So the Kikuyula Seabird Preserve is on sort of the northern area of Kauai in Kokee State Park. And it is a 10-hectare area that was completely fenced to protect native plants. And so the original area is actually in green. And this was an existing ungulate fence that was within the region. And this was expanded to include the area in purple as part of the Kikuyula Seabird Preserve. So the old fence was taken down and a new one put up. And then the area, for those of you that are new to the ESRC, because the original planned predator-proof fence had experienced a pretty significant landslide just prior to initiation of construction, we had to implement essentially changed activities almost right away and select a new fence site. And this was about 200 yards away. The concerns about the new site were that it didn't have as much sloped of an area and that there were a lot of listed plant species that needed to be avoided. So the compromise for that was to bump out the existing area to capture some of this slope where there is good seabird habitat and not as many listed plants. But it was actually less expensive to fence that entire area rather than to do a seabird fence along this narrow corridor. So the fence is essentially triangle in shape. And this purple area is our seabird area. And then the white area is where we have our artificial burrows. So the fence that was put up follows predator exclusion fence specifications that have been developed initially in New Zealand and then refined over the last 10 years in Hawaii. So the fence is 2 meters high, which is about 6.5 feet from ground to the top of the hood. And this is high enough to prevent things from jumping over. And then it's a little tough to see in the schematic, but this is what we call the hood section right here. And this is so things can't actually climb over the edge. The posts are dug in about 2 to 3 feet underground. They're placed about 6.5 feet apart. And then there's a fine woven mesh that's about the size of the tip of your pinky. So there's very little squeeze room in there, and this keeps rodents out. Underneath it, you can see that this mesh extends down right on the surface and then is backfilled in order to prevent animals from digging in. So the combination of these features makes it so that it excludes all mammalian pests that are found within the state of Hawaii and makes it so that things can be predator-free on the inside. We have one single half-height pedestrian gate. This is represented here. And this height part is so that if the gate is accidentally left open, most of your incursions in an open gate would occur along ground level where things can get in. That way, if the gate's accidentally left open, it takes longer for pests to get in. So construction started in November, December of 2020. Really functionally, it didn't get underway until January or February because of the holiday season. And was done in sections. So this area, or this photograph on the left is kind of on the southern boundary of the fence, and this was replacing one of the main existing ungulate fence options. And so ungulate fences that was there. What we did is actually have them do this sequentially so that the fenced area was never left open. There was never a chance for ungulates to get in there. So as they took back a panel of the ungulate fence, they would put up a panel of the predator fence, thus making it so that the area remained completely ungulate free the whole time in order to make sure that any endangered plants that are in there were not subject to any additional predation or herbivory during this time. So the sequence usually starts with putting posts in the ground. This is on the far right photo. This is the area that goes into the Kalalau rim. This was not replacing a section of that fence. You can see they put the post up, then they would put the hood pieces on top and then lay the mesh. And then skirt was kind of filled in afterwards. And you can see on the center photo that the skirt is just under the ground and the vegetation is starting to grow up along it. So you have some vegetation, some soil here. Skirt is exposed in this area. So we're kind of utilizing natural features in order to anchor this down. So fence construction was completed in June of 2021. And both during and then immediately after, we commenced biological monitoring. So prior to construction, we did extensive monitoring to map out all of the rare plants that were in there, flag these, ensure that the fence contractor avoided them. So we worked with DLNR and their botanists in order to do that. We did seabird ground surveys throughout the area, both inside as well as outside, to see if any were there, which is obviously what we want for this project. But if they are there, we had to avoid them during construction. And then did forest bird and pueo surveys. So we detected several forest bird species, none of the listed ones, and multiple pueo, so they are in that area. Within the what we call seabird area, and that's this kind of eastern flank, there were no rare plants found within that area. And so what we've done in order to make sure that we have sections divvied off, we've flagged the boundary of the good seabird habitat and where there are no listed plants. And that way, as botanists are working in the area, they know where the demarcation is for seabird zone versus plant zone so that we don't kind of get in each other's way. So for listed seabird surveys, we commenced these in May and went from May through August doing auditory surveys. So these are the standard surveys developed to detect Newell shearwater, Hawaiian petrel, and Van storm petrel. They commenced 2 hours after sunset and again 2 hours before sunrise. All three species were detected within the area. You can see the total number of detections during those surveys in the graph on the right. So we had a large number of Newell shearwaters, up to 400 calls per hour. So lots of Newell shearwaters in the area, which bodes really well for social attraction for these species. 42 Hawaiian petrel detections and 23 Van storm petrel detections. So there were potential ground calling that we thought was happening for all three species. We were not able to locate them on the ground, but we feel that this is a great start for social attraction. There are a ton of birds in the area. The last abbreviation you see is for Hawaiian goose. So we noted any listed species that we heard. So nene are also in that area and relatively abundant. So overall, the surveys went very well. There are a lot of birds in this area. Okay, so onto the social attraction site. So we put in nest boxes to facilitate nesting of these species. And this is kind of a schematic of what it looks like. These are wooden boxes. There's a little ledge in here. There's an interior lid that sits right on this ledge, and then a flip top one that goes over it. And so there's essentially 2 layers within that. This is for temperature control. On top of that, and on the bottom, you can see that there is a shade lid put on top. These burrows actually have a bottom in them, and this is to prevent flooding from underneath, which we've experienced at several of our social attraction sites. So because it's a relatively high rainfall area, we wanted to ensure that birds did not get flooded out. And then there is a hole cut on and a corrugated PVC tube attached to that. So this is what it looks like when they're actually in the field. They're buried about halfway up, and the tubes go in there. The tubes drain out. They come out downslope. We specifically used French drain tubes that have holes in the bottom so that water does not accumulate, and the drainage was specifically set so it drains out. And I know this sounds kind of obvious, but we've learned a lot of things the hard way over the years. It's quite difficult to dig in such big things on the slope and make sure that the tubes do not actually funnel water back in. So overall, the burrows are doing great. 100 of them have been installed. They're on the slopey areas of the fence, as you can see. We tried to put them in clusters in native vegetation to mimic natural breeding areas, and then also put the sound system immediately in the center of all of this. So the idea being when you broadcast these calls and these sounds, these seabirds come into the area immediately where the sound system is. And then when they come in, hopefully they're going to check out these nice little birdie mansions we have going on. And all of this will facilitate easy monitoring. One thing that we have done, we are doing temperature trials just to double check that the temperature is okay. The white paint that you see is actually that thermal roofing paint that you might put on your roof to prevent your house from getting too hot. So we use the same thing on these burrows for temperature control. But so far, our initial temperature trials, everything looks great in these burrows. We are confident that they're going to work out well. Okay, so on to the habitat restoration end of things. So again, this is a slightly different map you're seeing on the right-hand side, and this sort of pink outline is our seabird area. And what we wanted to do was remove a lot of the weed species. So there are target weeds that are listed in the HCP document, and we wanted to ensure that those were taken out, as well as any incipient weeds that may become a problem for the seabird species. So we contracted the Kauai group that does a lot of the weeding throughout the area, and they came in and removed more than 6,000, close to 7,000 individuals of a lot of our target species. So caracara, fleabane daisy, Himalayan ginger, banana polka, strawberry guava, and prickly blackberry. And the blackberry, I think for the seabirds, is probably the biggest problem in this area because it forms kind of a tangle throughout the aluhe ferns where they like to nest in and can be quite difficult to walk through. So this will be an annual or semi-annual ongoing thing where we bring in weeding experts and help them just make sure the area that we maintain good seabird habitat. Okay, so on to the preserve predator eradication. So as soon as the preserve was closed off, was time to get rid of everything that was on the inside. And sort of as expected, I know we talked about this before, but we did not have to remove a single cat from within the preserve. So the cats all self-exported themselves out, which was greatly appreciated. Rodents, not so much. They required quite a bit more work. So we targeted them with difazonone, placed in bait stations, spaced 23 meters apart, so a total of 63 stations. We monitored them with tracking tunnels, which are a passive monitoring method with basically an ink pad in the middle. You bait it with peanut butter, and then they run through and put their footprints on these little white bits of cardboard. And so what we were able to see is rats were gone by December. Mice still remain, but for the most part, our main seabird predators are out of this area. Okay, so on to predator control. So this is now going on outside the fenced area. This is in ingress points into existing colonies, as well as along the Kalalau Rim Trail. It's immediately adjacent to the reserve. There are 32 trapping stations spaced 100 meters apart. These are run 10 nights per month. So we had a total of 3,017 trap nights in 2021. Almost all these traps are paired with remotely transmitting cameras at this point. This serves kind of two purposes. One, to monitor for theft. We had 2 different theft events throughout the year, and also to be able to remotely check them to see if animals are caught in the trap so that we know right away when something's been caught. Traps are serviced every 24 to 48 hours when they are open. And throughout the course of the season, we removed 5 cats from the area. It should be noted, just because this I think is relevant for the ESRC, the Kalalau Rim Trail is trapped not only by our team, but also as part of the mitigation for the Air Force radomes. There's kind of 2 sequential trap lines running really close to each other that are both mandated under under the Endangered Species Act. And so if you're looking at the number of trap nights and the number of cats removed, keep in mind that there's another trap line going simultaneously. So there's duplicate effort going on in the same area. We also did 14 Barnell hunting sessions, or contracted hallux to do those, and removed 2 owls from the fence itself. Okay, so that concludes the management activities that Pacific Rim Conservation was undertaking for our section of the HCP. And what I'm going to do is pause for a moment and take questions on that, and then transition into the summary of the report of 4 participant groups. So I'm going to stop sharing for a second just so I can see everything, because this is a natural sort of question point. Is that okay with folks that are running the meeting, just so people don't forget their questions?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Lindsay, I have a question. I'm not sure whether Paul would be the best person to answer this, or if you can. You mentioned that there are two trap lines really close to each other. I don't know if that's a really good thing and you get a ton of protection in the area, or whether it's inefficient. Is there any work going on to kind of rectify those two trap lines and either synthesize efforts or adjust, basically, since I don't know, I was a little confused. You mentioned that they're both mandated and there maybe is a lack of coordination or awareness of those two things being so close together.
Well, so, okay, there's two parts to that. For those of us, the two groups that are doing the trapping, we're very aware of each other's trap lines, and we've been coordinating to maximize things and get the best amount of effort that we can, given the constraints that we're working in. And so on our end, we are obligated under the HCP to trap the Kalalarim Trail. That one's listed by name. I think that there might be disconnect going on. I don't know who dealt with the Air Force BO specifically, but I don't think that many folks realize that there's two concurrent trap lines going on. So I did bring it up recently, just so everyone is aware. And I believe, I don't know when the consultation is out for the other party, but that might be something that could be revisited, because right now it is redundant. I think we have decent coverage with one trap line going on that benefits both facilities, which is great. I mean, that rarely happens, and that way we can reallocate resources.
So Lindsay just raised this with me pretty recently, and the BO, the Air Force BO, is something that is also under our purview. So we are working to rectify it on the Fish and Wildlife Service side.
Yeah, and I'd like to add on too is you know, I agree. I mean, you want to be efficient and effective, and if there's unnecessary redundancy, I mean, this is an issue that, as far as this HCP, this is an issue that can come back to the ESRC, and I think this is something that we could recommend a modification if necessary. Again, if it's mandated to right now in the HCP to trap along that trail. Perhaps that's a thing that we could bring back to the SRC and recommend, you know, looking for a better place that would expand the coverage and be much more effective over a larger area.
Yeah, and just on our end, in terms of the cost to operate the project, we would need to evaluate if we move that specific trap line, because the one nice thing about that is it's right where the preserve actually is. And so there's definitely economy of scale going on where you can check the trap line and have someone working in the preserve at the same time, because I require the team to be together for safety. But if the trap line was moved, that might change the workload on our staff members, and I would have to evaluate whether that would require a third person coming in intermittently. But just from a bigger picture perspective, yes, it would probably be good to separate those trap lines so that we have protection over a greater area.
Yeah, and just one other thing too, it'd be really interesting to look at the data from both lines combined and see, since they are trapping the same area, and see, I mean, because you're reporting 3 cats on the Kalalarim Trail, and you know, what are they getting in that other line there, and you know, maybe it is useful to have both of those there.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. We do photo share, so we have kind of a giant Google Drive where we try and see, like, okay, these are the cats I'm seeing, or these are the cats that you guys are seeing. But we haven't gone back and figured out who got what cat between the 2 trap lines. We do that internally with our own work to make sure that we're getting the actual animals that are seen on camera. But we do need to go back with them and, you know, coordinate a little bit more closely.
And then obviously it's also a question in terms of, you know, is there a declining trend in what your capture rate is, or is it, you know, holding steady? In other words, are you making it that much? Are you making a difference?
To answer that, I would say yes, there is a declining trend, but it's also seasonal. So we get our highest catch rates in the summertime when there's a lot of kittens, a lot of young animals coming out and trying to presumably look for new territories. But we did get fewer cats per unit effort than the year before, which is usually a sign that you're removing some animals from the landscape. And we do usually change out trap locations and techniques every 4 to 6 months, so that if we have animals getting habituated, we're keeping things interesting for them and making sure that those trap lines are still attractive to them.
Lindsay, I had another question unrelated to that one. I don't know if someone else wants to put in a question first, since I started that line of questioning.
I have several questions.
Yeah, go for it. Okay.
So relating to the artificial burrow design, that's a pretty significant evolution from the first ones we started putting in Limahuli like 15 years ago. I was wondering, it would be very beneficial for the ESRC to understand how our understanding of artificial burrow design is evolving. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that.
Yes, absolutely. So over the last 6 years, PRC has put in 500 plus artificial burrows in a variety of habitats, ranging from like directly on the coast, very little rainfall, super high heat, and flat, all the way up into montane areas that are really wet and sloped. And so I will say that each site has a different type of burrow that combines the features. Our main thing is always drainage and temperature control of these burrows, and then also combines the features that the birds prefer. So we, in the work at Nihoku, which is the translocation site that went on for 6 years at Kilauea Point, the birds actually do not like the longer burrows, or the longer tunnels. They prefer the shorter tunnels, and that's what they have been selecting. And so we shortened our tunnel length a little bit based on what the bird preference seemed to be. So tunnel length is a combination of 2 factors, or actually 3. So it's bird preference, site-specific characteristics, and then whether we try and keep it dark whenever possible. So we want a tunnel long enough to keep it as dark as possible. But in the end, birds actually don't seem to care as much about that as they do about being able to turn around and go in and out. So that's the tunnel end. So on the design, let me go actually over to this. So the 3 lids, we have this interior lid that rests right on here, a lid that flips up on top, and then where anything's going to get direct sunlight, we have this exterior shade lid. And initially our burrows were essentially these 2 lid systems, and that meant that the hottest hot temperature, the upper range was still too hot for them. And so even though it might not reduce the overall temperature of the burrow, it reduces the extremes, and that's the most important part, because that's what really firmly stresses the animals out. And so once you have this shade lid on top, it means that you don't have to have all of this fully underground, because that was the sort of trade-off, is we would bury these things as much as possible in order to get the minimum temperature. But in really wet environments, as soon as you get all of this underground, you might be going below the water table, or in heavy rains, it just seeps up through the bottom. And so by only burying them part way, we're reducing the chances of flooding. And then same thing with actually keeping the wooden bottom on. We found that actually helps a lot. We still put dirt and substrate in there, so they're not sitting on a wooden bottom by any means. It just reduces the chances of it coming up from underneath. And part of this was informed by what happened at Nihoku. So in the really heavy rains of 2018 on Kauai, we'd had artificial burrows in that site for 4 years, and the drainage fundamentally changed in that location in 2018. And we started struggling with burrows on an annual basis ever since then. So I'm making this too long of a story. We've gone through a bunch of different designs. If this were a low rainfall site, I wouldn't have a bottom on it, and we'd probably dig them in more and not have that other lid. But because it's relatively high rainfall, we're purposely keeping them out of the ground a little bit, adding that extra lid just for shade protection, and trying our best to make sure that these things never flood.
Okay, that is very helpful. Thank you. And then a related question is this design seems to be based on assumption that all 3 species like the same kind of burrow. Isn't the banded storm petrel more of a cliff dweller, and how does that interface with this project?
So for this one, the burrows are meant to be almost exclusively for mules at this site. If we were targeting band rumps at this site, I would put in a different burrow, but for this specific project, it's not listed in the HCP.
And Hawaiian petrels aren't in the HCP?
They are, but actually not really as a target for the preserve. The preserve is almost exclusively for mules. That being said, we use the same burrow design for mules and Hawaiian petrels, so I think this burrow design is totally fine for them.
Okay, and sorry, so band rumps are not a part of this HCP, or they're just including it because they are?
So they're part of the HCP, but they're not a target at Kikuama. And that was confusing to us as well when we started
Yep.
this. For the primary target at Kikuyula, even though all those species are covered under the HCP.
So thank you for clarifying that. It seems like a bit of a missed opportunity. We have band rumps in the area and you have viable designs for artificial burrows. Seems like it would contribute to the cumulative net benefit. Is there maybe a way we can adaptively manage? I'm asking DOFA and maybe Michelle is Fish and Wildlife.
So I'll ask Kate to check me on that, but in relation to mesh. So I'd have to have them help me with the actual take numbers, but the take for banded and Hawaiian petrel is very, very low. In the view, what it's intended to do is that predator control outside of the fenced area is intended to benefit Hawaiian petrels and band rumps where they are currently located, whereas the preserve itself is intended to try and increase newels because the take is so much higher and the mitigation obligation is so much higher. Kate is texting me.
Okay, well, that sounds like a standard federal response, but I'm just pointing out that it seems like a missed opportunity. So I'll ask you a direct question. Lindsay, do you think if you put in artificial burrows for band rump storm petrels that they would colonize?
If we were playing them on the sound system, probably. I mean, I think what we could do is request permission just to add them to the sound system loop, and that would be literally no cost at all. And then we could look for presence. You know, we had bulwers petrels, which are about the same size as band rumps, use these burrows. They breed in them at Nihoku. So we had non-target species that are much smaller using the big burrows. So I don't think these burrows would necessarily deter band rumps, but I think it'd be more effective to utilize the sound system before putting in different burrows.
Okay, if that's the case, I highly suggest we look at adaptive management since it seems like a really high likelihood and a low cost. I'm not sure, DOFA, what the process is for that, but I think that's a recommendation I would like to put forward.
And I mean, if we are doing that, so right now only newels are played on the sound system per HCP guidelines. And again, it's literally no cost to add extra species. It would just be a continuous loop. And what we have found that had all three species integrated into it. At Kilauea Point, which plays both species simultaneously, it not only brings in those two, but other things too. The more seabirds you have, the more you attract.
Awesome, thank you. Can I get DOFA representation response on this?
I think we can definitely look into it and report back to you guys. I mean, I'm putting it in the action items from the meeting.
So that would be potentially reported back at our next meeting, hopefully not the next annual report.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have more questions, but I'll yield my time for other people, other members.
And if anyone wants to put the questions in the chat, I can also answer them there after the presentation, just in the interest of time.
Lindsay, I'll just raise one thing. It might be a really short answer. In our surveys for ungulates, I believe we've been seeing pretty high black-tailed deer numbers in the Alikai swamp area. I'm just wondering if, you know, what the conversation is around fencing or removal efforts, and maybe they don't have an impact on seabird burrows. I guess I'm wondering if the ungulates in the area are having an impact, and if so, if there's any plans for mitigation to address it.
I don't know about whether there's plans for mitigation to address it, but yes, when ungulates get into seabird areas, you know, pigs will obviously eat them, but goats and anything with hooves can puncture burrows and collapse burrows. So there can be incidental impacts, or yeah, indirect impacts.
I would just put that on the radar then, that the numbers do seem to be pretty high in the area. And if that is a risk factor for the seabird burrows outside of the predator-free enclosure, we should be having some conversations about reducing those impacts in that area.
Loyal, do you have a question or should I continue with mine? I notice you're off mute.
Yeah, I've got just a couple quick ones. First one is, when I looked at some of the photos, it appeared that the fence is pretty close to some of the burrows on is there any problem with them getting over the fence when the new ones are expected to fledge?
I had the same question, Mara Doyle.
Well, I mean, you're good.
Well, and a related question, as you're answering that, Lindsay, I was curious about what kind of monitoring there is for fence line strikes.
Yeah, okay, so on the first one, this burrow right here is kind of representative. We tried to have them be at the sight line where it's actually over the fence itself. I know right here, if a bird took off from this one, it's gonna have to fly up a bit to get over this fence, but these all point into this little bowl that kind of gives them a clear shot towards where the ocean is. So we directed all the burrows wherever possible to face out to where the ocean is so the birds have a clear flight path. But the nice thing, I don't have, I guess, a great representative photograph here, is that it's relatively open in terms of canopy. So they have a decent amount of room and a decent amount of slope to take off from and get lift. In terms of preventing bird strikes, on this far right photo, you can see this white stuff here. That's the cool tape. That's the anti-collision tape for the birds that's used standard across many fence sites so that they can see it. We don't have bird strike monitoring at the moment, but we can incorporate that. I mean, functionally, when we're walking the fence line, which is all the time, when we're doing management at the site, we're noticing, or we're trained to actually put our eyes on the ground to look at what's going on there. And so I can just add that into our checklist. And I would assume that if they encountered that, that wouldn't be something they'd overlook. They'd probably do a happy dance, not if it had hit the thing, but that they detected a bird. But our searches for birds, when we're doing the actual ground searches, go in transects that actually exit the fence line, like recognizing that some birds might be attracted immediately in here, but choose a slightly different spot. So we do buffer searches around the fence on the exterior as well.
Thank you. And the other question is, it is a fairly open canopy, and I see a lot of grass there. Is that native grass?
No, the grass on the right-hand side is non-native. This is part of the restoration spot. So we kind of chose the area that had already had the most disturbance in many ways to put in the burrows so that we weren't clearing a lot of native vegetation. In areas where it's in a luhe, like the photograph on the left, we tried to back it up sort of to the boundary so that we didn't have to take out a lot of native vegetation. And so the idea is we're restoring the areas all around the burrow that are already in the non-native grasses.
And restoring them into what, uluhe?
No, because you can't really plant that out successfully at this point, but a lot of the ground covers that would do well, ule and things like that, that seabirds are okay with, that don't actually crowd out the burrows.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's some questions about the fence before we move on. So you mentioned monitoring the tracks. How often is that monitoring? I'm just wondering if it's like once a week, then there's a down bird, there's gonna die before somebody sees it.
The traps on the inside of the fence?
Well, you mentioned monitoring. I wasn't quite sure if that was predator monitoring or trap line monitoring or fence line monitoring, but I'm curious how frequently are people up there to look and see if a bird has flown into the fence and is downed?
Well, so for our trap line monitoring, which goes around the perimeter of the fence, it's at least 3 days a week when we've got stuff going on. And if we see high call rates or not high call rates, if we see a lot of birds on the ground in that area, we can increase that because, like I said, staff are in there on some level doing management almost every day. So we can just add a daily walk around the fence. That's not a big deal at all.
Yeah, I think that would be a good adaptive management approach, or that acoustic monitoring technology that was developed in the KUC side with line strikes. Maybe if you had an acoustic monitor, see if there's a twang on your fence that you could get alerted somehow. I'm not sure if there's an easy, cheap way to do that, but that might be something to consider.
Yeah, I mean, in the 10 years we've been doing these fences, and I'll use Anna Point as an example, there are 13,000 wedge-tailed shearwater burrows, 26,000 birds in that area. And we have seen, I think, 4 bird strikes, and 3 of them were doves and 1 was a leothrix. And so the seabirds seem really good at being able to avoid those structures in the same way that we presume they're able to avoid trees and other things that are in the canopy. So we can definitely do daily walkarounds. And I think that's probably the best way to go, because the reality is if a bird comes down in this area, we do have active predator control already going on. So if they come down inside, they're going to be fine. Even if they come down outside, everything's in very low density. So the chance of it being scavenged is pretty small. But I also think the chance of them hitting the fence is also very small. Otherwise, we wouldn't have put that in as a management structure.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And then my last question is on your predator control for rats and mice. I saw a lot of bait stations, but I didn't see any good natures. Are you not using good natures? And if not, why, when they seem so successful?
We do use good natures. We have not had as much success with them in terms of removing. I didn't present the good nature data on here, but when animals are in relatively low density, they appear to be not as successful in the removal phase. And it was just, quite honestly, much easier, cheaper, and faster to use bait stations in the area. So we do use good natures extensively outside the fence and do have some inside, just to make sure that we have, because we don't keep the bait stations fully stocked if we're not actually targeting rats. We don't want bait just out there. So yeah, they're still active, but they're a secondary method. They're not our primary method for eradication.
Okay, that makes sense. Including that in the presentation would be helpful to ESRC so we understand how that predator control is evolving for this and other projects. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and features and rat control stuff is outlined extensively in the report. So the data is in there.
Okay. Michelle, you have a question?
Thanks, Lainey. I heard a couple questions about the deer. Since this is a predator-proof fence, I'm assuming that deer are fully eradicated within that fence. I hadn't been talking about it. For outside the fence, is there an ungulate fence around this broader area?
No, there's not. Okay. So deer can, if they so choose, could come right up to the fence. We have not seen them immediately outside. We've seen goats on the kind of eastern flank that goes down into Kalalau, but not deer.
Okay. And Lindsay, in your previous predator-proof fences, have you ever seen deer from the outside of a fence damage the integrity of the fence itself?
Okay, sorry, I have a garbage truck coming by, so it's loud here. The question you asked was whether we've seen deer damage the predator fence before?
Sorry, I know the garbage can is going by. Whether or not you've seen deer damage the integrity of a fence from the outside.
Yes, so I've seen deer damage the integrity of an ungulate fence from the outside. I've not seen them do it on a predator fence. And the difference is, the mesh is stronger on a predator fence because it's got a really fine weave and it makes it stronger. It also on it. So if a deer were to actually charge that thing, I would be very surprised if they could put a puncture in it in the same way that they sometimes do in ungulate fences, because they're able to spread the wires because there's much larger apertures in there. So they can get, hooves in there, they can get their antlers. They can't get any of those pieces inside of a predator fence.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Okay. So any more questions from the committee? All right, Lindsay, do you want to keep going?
Okay. All right, so going to, I guess, my wrap-up slide. These are the biological objectives for the preserve and the stage that we're at yet. And so the first one was to construct the predator-proof fence, install the social attraction equipment, and all of the various infrastructure needed in year one. And we did that. We completed that in June 2021, which is almost exactly 1 year from the date of the implementation of the KSHCP. The second objective was to remove predators from within the fenced area using monitoring of confirmation of absence and activation of social attraction. So all of the main seabird predators were removed within a year and a half of the implementation of the KSHCP, within 6 months of the fence going up. Items 2C through 2I are either not yet complete or underway. So Part of these are the response of the birds themselves. So we don't have birds on the ground breeding or calling yet. So items 2C through 2F, we do not have complete. And that's mainly due to the timeline of where we're at. Item 2G, maintain high quality seabird habitat at the mitigation site by removing invasive plants, and annually, that's going to be an annual event. As you saw from the chart, we got close to 7,000 invasive plants removed, and that will be ongoing throughout the life of the project. And then 2H, protect seabirds nesting inside the fence and nearby source colonies through Barnell and predator control. Again, that is well underway and will continue annually. And then item 2I is related to Honu and does not cover that in the Kikuyula aspect of the project, but we will cover that with the applicant group or participant group summary reports. So the short take home is we're on track with the objectives per the implementation schedule. The next part now is kind of waiting, and it's really up to the birds themselves.
Sorry, Lindsay, quick clarifying question for 2B. Maybe I read the chart wrong. I thought that there were still rats, but mice were eliminated. So I read that.
Yeah, so mice are still there, but rats are gone.
How many months has it been since rats have been gone again?
4. So since December.
Any signs of Norwegian rat up there?
Inside the reserve or outside?
Just in that particular area generally?
Yeah, there are no way rats up there.
And none were in the fence line? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we are going to start with minimization compliance summary and start on the lighting. So these are all the various activities that can be done to reduce the effects of light attraction on participant properties, deactivating non-essential lights, installing full cutoff light fixtures, shielding, angling them downward, placing them under eaves, shift lighting schedules according to the moon phase during fallout period, using motion sensor activation, decreasing lighting, decreasing visibility of interior lights, using light-less technologies where possible, and then planting vegetation around lights to reduce visibility, lowering their height, and using longer wavelength. So in general, almost all the properties included in this made their modifications in year 1. There were some modifications that were still continuing into year 2, and then some that are planned for 2022. The most common thing that folks did was deactivate non-essential lights and shield and angle them. But each of the activities that were undertaken are sort of property dependent. But overall, the amount of mitigation going towards this seemed to be kind of leveling off as of this year because most of the changes were made the year prior. So for predator control, per the HCP, all properties are required to do predator control. There are 197 properties included in the KSHCP, 47 of which are required. 21 of those 47 properties did predator control in 2021, which is an increase from 16 out of the 47 in 2020. So we had 5 more properties come online during predator control, which was great. Also an increase in the number of predators removed, 251 feral cats and 41 feral pigs. We had no pigs removed last year, so that was definitely a large increase. Pigs are known seabird predators, so that is a good thing. So that's the cumulative summary from all participants. And then this is the compliance summary. So again, this is the table that you will have that's in the annual report by the participant, what location, whether they conducted predator control, the number of predator control nights that were going on, and the minimum number of nights required under the HCP is essentially 91, and that's the seabird fallout period from September 15th to December 15th. This was the efficacy, the number of predators per trap night by facility, and then whether any changes were needed. So most of the participants, when they did predator control, they were doing a good job this year. So there was definite improvement seen over the 2020 period from increasing the number of properties to actually having effective predator control. If changes were needed, they were noted here. For some cases, it was increase the number of nights to meet the minimum number of trap nights. And whenever anyone got 0 for predator traps per night, i.e. there were no cats or animals caught, I put down the change needed was to evaluate trapping efficacy. And this is the same thing that we do with our own trap lines is changing things up when we haven't caught things in a while, recognizing that these are dynamic animals and that if it's not working, then we should probably evaluate how we can do things differently. And NA means not required. In the case of these facilities, these are dark and did not have lights on, and predator control is only required when lights are actually on. NCL in the Bahamas is a cruise ship, and so they obviously don't require predator control because they're at sea. And the only other one was County of Kauai just needs to bring up the number of properties. They're actually conducting predator control out of them. So most of that, the 21 out of 47 that were conducting it, the most that were not were those properties listed there. So minimization compliance summary for training and outreach. Overall, everyone did a really nice job of this. So between all the properties, over 1,000 staff and workers associated with facilities received direct training on monitoring and responses to downed seabirds, and overall have very high quality of the materials presented, and often went above and beyond. So not just presenting the 3 listed species, but also recognizing that unlisted species are going to come down at the same time. So to reduce confusion over listed versus non-listed, most participants included wedge-tailed shearwater, which was great. So everything looked good on that end. So take monitoring effectiveness. So these are the different components that are required by the HCP on the left. I'm sorry, there are so many garbage trucks outside of my house right now. So detailed maps of the property indicating what structures and property features are being searched, a description of the annual training. So basically the outreach materials I just talked about, whether they searched at the right time of year, which was September 15th to December 15th, the frequency, which was a minimum of twice nightly or more frequently if possible, when those searches occurred, so the 2 hours prior to sunrise and 2 hours or 3 to 4 hours after sunset, search methods, whether they kept accurate records, and then the presence of seabird predators on the site. So basically doing predator surveys in the area. So this is kind of a busy chart for you guys to see, but the main thing is that almost everybody was in compliance in terms of the overall take monitoring. Everyone was searching at the correct dates, providing the training documents, providing their search routes, search times, all of that. So there's nothing that I want to flag with this. It's just summarized in table format. And again, this is the same table that is in the annual report. Okay, so summary of downed birds under the KSHCP. So there were a total of, I believe, 11 downed birds, or sorry, 10 downed birds that came. 1 was found dead, and 2 more that were found alive were actually euthanized by SOS. So 3 that were lethal, and essentially 7 that were alive and released. You can see the breakdown of which properties they were found at and the time of day. So of note, all of these renewals except for Hawaiian petrel. This was the first Hawaiian petrel found dead throughout, or sorry, not found dead, but the first Hawaiian petrel documented take from the implementation of the KSHCP. And so the total permitted take that is in each participant's PIP over a 30-year period, you can see here for lethal and non-lethal by participant and what they're required. And the other aspect that we include as part of this is whether annual report was submitted on time. And so this was a little bit of a challenge this year. We did have quite a few reports that were significantly late, which is why it was difficult for me to get these to you on time. So future years, we'd request that these get in on time. So calculated seabird take for all participants in 2021. So lethal and non-lethal, and this is a function of the actual take the applicants or the participants had multiplied by their discovery rate. And then the fact that 88% of the live birds, there's a breakdown of the birds that go to SOS, what we think survive versus not survive. So this is what we believe to be the total 2021 participant take. I do want to highlight that I didn't have a final corrected number for Sheraton, and so I've calculated that. That is not actually provided by Sheraton, and this may change once they've had a chance to evaluate it, but based on my understanding of the formula, that's what I put in for the time period. So you can see how we're doing relative to the overall HCP. Our maximum annual take is expected to be 30 lethal for Newell's, 45 non-lethal, 2 lethal, 2 non-lethal for Hawaiian petrels, 1 lethal, 1 non-lethal for Barnell storm petrels. So we are not coming close to approaching the maximum total annual take so far for these species, which is a good thing. Okay, and then final thing is the operating account financial report, and this account is held by NIFWIP, so shows all of the expenditures from the period of October 1st, 2020 to September 30th. So the KSHCP fiscal period follows the calendar year. NIFWIP has been unable to provide an account statement that follows the calendar year as of yet. So I am just providing what they gave me as of September 30th, because that is our most recent time period. We're working with them to change this for future years. Last year, we were able to provide an accurate expenditure because we started it partway through the year. So we knew exactly where we were in June 2020, and I could add the known expenses after September 30th, which is when the report period ended. But we're unable to do that now just because of the overlap. So basically, the credits that were put out were $864,799.95. Project expenditures were $812,187.47, and then about $3,500 in administrative expenses. So a balance remaining of about $49,000. And this is the operating account. In terms of the reserve account, so account balance holdover from previous periods, these are the deposits broken down by participant, and the investment deposits, and then the total credits received. So again, I'm presenting precisely what NIFWIP has given me, and we are working on streamlining this because it has not been super helpful in terms of the report period being presented. And so that is the conclusion of the participant report from Pacific Rim. So I will pause and we can go over any questions.
I have a question, Lindsay. Can you go back to the slide with the predator?
This one?
Yeah. First of all, is there any information on predator surveys that were conducted, like in addition to trapping results?
Yes. Not everybody expanded upon those in their annual reports, but yes, most people did provide those in their annual reports. And the take home is that most folks did predator surveys and documented the changes in, predators being seen over time as they're trapping went on.
Okay, and did they do those prior to the fallout season?
I don't remember that specifically. I don't think so. But there is considerable variation because some of these properties do year-round predator control. Mm-hmm. So I don't remember that off the top of my head. I can look it up for you when we get off though.
Okay, and that was leads to my second question about when was the predator? Was this, you said some of these were year-round predator control, but some of these were not. So what was is there information about when the predator control was conducted?
Yes, so that will be in each participant group's report. I would say the majority of them did predator control only during the actual fallout season from September 15th to December 15th, but there were some that did it year round.
Okay, I think that it was meant to be done majority of it meant like the idea was to do it prior to the fallout season in order to reduce the numbers before fallout started occurring, not doing it only within the fallout season. So that's something that probably needs to be addressed.
Okay. Lady, do you want to call on hands?
Yeah, I think Michelle was first.
Yeah, I'll just say that I've got a number of questions on individual participants, predator programs and monitoring programs. I don't know if we should do that now or if we should do it as we go through each individual participant's report. To be honest, I'd feel more comfortable directing them towards the participant, Lindsay, sorry, rather just because I don't think PRC has a obligation to do this work for the participants, correct? So I'd almost rather chat with the participants about some of those questions, if that's okay.
Yep, that's fine with me. I mean, if you have questions about the overall trends and what we're seeing, what I compiled, I'm more than happy to answer those. But kind of similar to Lainey's questions, if it's getting into the nitty gritty of which projects did year round, I don't remember that level of detail off the top of my head.
That's okay. I guess, have a follow-up question for you, Lindsay. For these ones where in the far right column where you say changes needed, for the ones that you designated as no, what gave you the confidence? Like, what are you seeing that leads to that no designation?
Okay, so that these are sort of the minimum cutoff points that we kind of talked about last year. And one was whether the number of traps for the size of the property met minimum traps per acre based on guidelines from, I don't remember the name of the entity, but it is cited in the annual report. So whether trap coverage was sufficient, whether they met the minimum number of nights, and then whether they caught anything. So number of predators per trap night can be difficult after the first year to use as an evaluating mechanism because they're removing predators from the landscape. So that's going to go down. But if it was 0, that's where I just said evaluate trapping efficacy. So it was the combination of those 3 factors.
Okay, thank you.
Melissa.
Yeah, thank you. So keeping in mind what Michelle said, as far as you're not doing the predator control at these sites, and it's probably best to direct those toward the specific individuals as they do their reports. I think keeping it at the big picture level, what we have to understand is, as the ESRC, is at the end of your report, you showed us that they're well overall under the amount of lethal take that's allowed under this. For us to evaluate this in the annual report and say, do we believe those numbers, we have to have a really good understanding of the predator control and the searcher efficiencies and all of that, right, to put it all together. And so when I then go back to these tables and I see that there's a number of the participants that either aren't conducting predator control or, like, you know, they've got a lot of control, lot of nights of control, but nothing trapped. Maybe a big box question. I know when we did the visit a few years ago, every single site we went to, we asked, do you do predator control? They said yes, and then we saw a cat within 5 minutes. If I were to visit the site, each of these sites, would I still be seeing cats? You know, or do you feel, looking across these, that it's enough that we can actually believe those numbers that are falling under the annual take requirements? So sorry for big picture question.
So I can't comment on the annual take because that's a combination of 2 things. And I think the searcher efficacy trials probably pose a more substantial component to that than the predator control. I will say that 3/4 of the properties that are doing predator control do an excellent job of it. Like, I would personally be happy if that was my property and they were doing predator control. And the ones that fall in that quarter that could use improvement are not terrible. It's not awful predator control, and it's a big improvement from last year. And so I think the predator control, there's always going to be room for improvement, but overall, we're removing a lot of cats and pigs. That's a huge bonus from last year from the landscape. And so I think that that is going well. And, you know, some of these groups have had significant pushback in implementing that predator control. So it's a little bit of both. I think that we could definitely improve, and there's specific properties and locations where I think that could be improved upon. But I think the main thing would be getting those properties that aren't doing it online, because that's not even counting that. So if we're counting the 23 properties that don't conduct predator control, then that's a different story. But the ones that are conducting it, in general, it's going well.
Thank you so much for answering that question. I think I continue to have a view of zero tolerance in regards to cats. We've done some newer research in our lab, which is focused on a different stage, is focused on nesting success in water birds and stuff. But essentially, if a cat shows up on camera anywhere within the view range of a nest, there's total nest failure. And it just has highlighted for us how much of a problem cats are. If they're present, you're going to have problems. And so it doesn't matter whether you have one or whether you have 20. 20 is worse than one, but even one causes huge damage. So I continue to just emphasize the importance of a zero tolerance policy when it comes to cats, which means you've got to have a really great predator control program in place. So thank you.
So Lindsay, this is Loyal. I have one quick question. So the cats and pigs that you caught, what was the ultimate disposition of those animals?
All euthanized.
Thank you.
I think Gordon has his hand up.
Yes, thank you. I think Dr. Price covered it really well. You know, she has the research background, but it's be good to know. Is one cat per hectare. Is that tolerable to a population or not? Of course, that depends on a lot of things. Or where's the cutoff? So, in the absence of knowing how much predation can be tolerated by the seabirds, I think you kind of have to go with a zero predator tolerance policy. Over.
Yeah, I think Kavika, maybe you can speak to this. I know there was some collaring research done on cats a while back, looking at their home range. I believe it's up to 20 miles, maybe even that they can travel. It was some number that really surprised me. And so I think it is important to keep in mind two things. One cat can do a lot of damage. Lindsay, you can speak to when you've gotten a cat incursion, how many deaths you see within a colony of the adults. They do predate on eggs too. So I think that's important to keep in mind. Yep. And the fact that they're a highly efficient predator. It really only takes one. So yeah, thank you, Gordon. Lindsay and Kavika.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I've done a lot of cat control. I've also picked up piles of sometimes over 100 dead birds that a few cats can do in a short period of time. And so the fewer that are there, the better. And so getting, again, those missing properties online, I think is kind of key to rounding this out.
Yeah, and just one other thing to add on this table here. I mean, it seems like all your predators are combined into one, and separating them out would be useful, particularly in terms of the cats, I think.
Oh, so this is only cat data that's on this table.
It's only cat data. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So like there's a rat caught incidentally or a pig that's reported separately as a whole number. So we're just looking at cat control efficacy rates.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that.
Sorry, Gordon has a comment in the chat that probably should be read out loud for the sake of those on YouTube.
I can read it out. I believe work on Mauna Kea, I'm guessing it's meant to be Mauna Kea, Mauna Loa. Is that show that cats can travel 10 kilometers in a day? Yeah, and I think that's also, just it emphasizes why, we, as well as the predator control, we need predator surveys to know what's going on, especially in those areas that were not catching any cats at all. And it's not just cats on the property, cats can come in from a long, long way.
Yeah, and I'll jump in by just saying conversations with Steve Hess, who's on Hawaii Island, but has done a fair amount of research on cats on this island. I mean, his viewpoint is you can trap cats, but you usually only get one or two shots, and then cats will never go in a trap again. And those around watching the cat in the trap will not go in a trap. So, you get it's a very tough game to control cats, as I think everyone on the committee and Lindsay certainly knows. So, tough subject. Yeah,
and so it may be looking like you're decreasing cat numbers if you're getting, a drop in trap captures, but like Gordon said, it could just be they're getting used to the traps and avoiding them. So we really need to know, what are the numbers of cats on the landscape?
I guess I'll just point out that that's not unique to cats, right? Whenever we talk about managing invasive species, particularly invasive predators, we're not just looking at the number of animals removed, we're looking at what that actually means within the local population and how that affects their likelihood of being in the area. I would definitely like to see more information on what those numbers of individuals removes means. And the only way to get that is by, we're throwing around the word survey, but technically it is collecting data on the presence of individuals. And we probably, if we don't have it already about what our specific recommendations are for how to get that data, we probably need to put that together. So that we are getting the information that we need to determine whether or not the trapping of individuals is resulting in any decrease in the presence of cats or anything else that would be potentially taking those birds.
So for reports provided by HDOT and AMB, they do have graphs, I believe, and the numbers that are included in the summary report. So that's where I'm saying that a good portion of the participants do document that. I did not present it in this table just for ease of reading, but we can include that, and it is spelled out in the annual report.
Perfect. And I have a note from my team saying that AMB did a particularly good job of that this year. So thanks in advance to AMB for taking the time for pulling that information together.
Right, are there any further questions on any aspects of the summary reports or on Kahuama'a that I can answer?
This is Loyal. It's a question just for the, maybe for Laney. I have a number of questions on the searcher efficiency trials. We're going to do all that next, right? So we're not going to do it in this particular portion, right?
Yes, the search efficiency trial presentation is next.
Great, thank you.
All right, is there any more questions on what Lindsay presented?
I think maybe just one final thing, Lindsay, you said that there was one of those that you had to calculate the final numbers for them. What can be done to ensure that, because that seems like an important number for them to know as feedback for their own decision making for the next year. Can you provide any insight, or maybe this is a question for when they pop on, in regards to why they didn't do that calculation themselves, and how, is it a case of they didn't know how to or something like that, and it just seems really important for their own decision making so that they know how to feed it back to improve their own system for the next year. How can we ensure that's happening in future years?
Okay, so we actually went through this last week, and I think what's going on is most of the properties do not have any take, and so they've not actually had to calculate their take on an annual basis. And so even though there was a calculator that was kind of provided at a high level when the HCP went in, it hasn't been utilized because it's been 2 years. And so I went and actually consulted with the agencies and said, how do we calculate this and how is it different for each property? Because that was my confusion myself, was what are the discovery rates for each property? And so I put together an Excel calculator and actually emailed it to the participant group last week saying, this is how you calculate it. Here's a printout of everyone's discovery rate. So if you have a bird that is released alive, you put that number here and then it spits out your number. If you have a bird that's either found dead or ultimately euthanized, you put it here and it should automatically calculate it. So hopefully for next year, we have that issue resolved, but there was confusion and I think we have moved forward from that.
Thank you for your work to ensure that we'll have a better system in place next year. Appreciate that.
Yeah, so I believe these numbers presented here are accurate. I just wanted the caveat with that I was the one doing the calculation, and so that participant has not had the chance to verify my calculation in this.
All right. If there's no other questions, I'll say thank you very much, Lindsay. And we'll move on to the next item, which is item 3, Presentation by Steve Rossiter on the 2021 Searcher Efficiency Validation Project.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear and see me in my slide?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, there's a did you want to say anything first? I didn't want to go right in, but
yeah, sorry. I just wanted to remind people, since we just had that discussion about predator control and efficacy, that what Stephen's trial was meant to do was add a piece to what is commonly referred to in the HCP as discovery rate. And that varies by applicant. The HCP itself defaults to a 50% discovery rate. And that makes an assumption of two things, which is effective searcher efficiency to actually find the downed birds, but also effective predator control to ensure that the downed birds remain on the landscape long enough to be found. So it's not by itself the total discovery rate. It is meant to be coupled with effective predator control to yield a discovery rate for each participant's facility. So I just wanted to give that mild reminder to people before Stephen launches into his talk.
okay.
Go ahead, Steve.
All right. So let's see. Let's get set up here. So yeah, just a brief outline of the presentation. I was going to request that questions be held to the end unless you are a committee member and you have something urgent. I'm happy to do that too. I have about 80 slides. A lot of them are result slides, so don't worry too much, but I'm going to try and get through them briefly, but cover what I need to. A brief summary of my background: I've been doing field research for many years, including a master's degree, and with seabirds since 2014. I've been on island since 2018 and did down bird searches incidentally with the Kauai Endangered Seabird Recovery Project. So to the study, I'll start by introducing you to this guy, either on the screen or here in front of me. This is a 3D printed and painted model of Anula's shearwater. And I'll go into more detail shortly, but overall the study involved putting these out in the evenings and seeing how many were reported as found during that next first night. The overall goal being to get data that's directly relevant to the situation, to evaluate participants in this second year. It's meant to be the first, but then there was COVID, and also to fulfill the requirements of the KSHCP itself. Speaking personally, I'm pretty new to this project, this process as a whole, and from what I've seen, it's not been an easy one, but I did want to thank you all, participants and agencies and ESRC, everyone, for the progress that's been made so far. It's not easy, but hopefully with all this work, eventually we can get to a situation where these birds are more recovered and don't need as much intensive management. That's in the long future, I understand, but I appreciate the work that's been done. So please bear with me as I try to show the appropriate respect to what's done before and faithfully represent what this small part that I've worked on. So we'll start off with at least some of the assumptions that were necessary to underlie this study. The first two were organizational, sort of. We first assumed that we did have meetings with the participants, and so we have to assume that the expectations for reporting were passed on to the people who actually did the searching. We also have to assume that they were timed in accordance with the guidelines and what was in the PIPs. There were two exceptions, which I'll talk about later. And then there are some sort of biological behavioral assumptions, which are pretty well known given the studies of SOS and the years of experience. Some of this was in consultation with the agency folks and with Andre Rain and Mark Travers, who've been experts in this for a while. We assume that fallout has a pulse in the first few hours after sunset. We assume that fledglings are not always grounded right underneath the lights that brought them down. We assume that search efforts are consistent through the property's search area. And for most, I think really the only case where this was, except the Sonesta, which is just a huge property, it's got a big sort of forest on the eastern edge. That was sort of separated and not included. But for the most part, we assumed search effort was constant across a property. And we assumed that searchers were looking for birds in the open and in cover. And we had to make a decision on how to deploy decoys. Our decision was to use a 50-50 split for open and in cover. I'll talk more about this later, but this was one of the assumptions of the study. And we also assume that, based on data or based on the experts, that once grounded, fledglings will at some time seek cover, with all being in cover by the time it's daybreak. And so only for the birds that were in the open, we had to look at when to consider a bird, when would a bird in the open seek cover by? And again, I'll talk more about this, but we had to pick a number, 30 minutes, as what we defined was light enough for a bird to seek cover. So this study was designed in collaboration with state and federal agency personnel and some advice from Andre and Mark. There was a sort of a delayed start to what would have been preferred. That was unavoidable, but we tried to get as much sample size as possible, which worked out to a goal of 12 visits per property and 20 decoy deployments per property. It took me 6 nights a week, but it happened. And there are some generic considerations for searcher efficiency studies that I found in the literature. Thankfully, some of these don't really apply to us, and allowing the whole thing to be a bit simpler. For instance, the size of the birds that we're interested in finding are both effectively similar. The results that we have, I wouldn't say are applicable to storm petrels, as they're much smaller, but for the most of our species, the Newell's shearwater and the Hawaiian petrel, same size. We're also interested in finding birds while they are still alive on the first night. That was a constraint of the study. So we are not set up, this is not evaluating dead birds, scavenging, decay rate. This would be, it would require a different study to inform that. And then we also tried to, well, generally when you're trying to assess how well someone is searching for something, a basic idea is to not let them know that they're being evaluated. It seems reasonable to assume that when someone knows they're being evaluated, they may consciously or unconsciously exert more effort. And I think this is especially the case when complacency is an issue over the perhaps 30-year term of this project. And especially when, you know, if it's 2 birds a year per property that might be found, that's just sort of a rough number. If that's the case, if you assume 2 searches a night for 3 months, that works out to there's only 1 time out of 90 that you actually find something. So that's one of the things, my personal opinion being that it would be good to repeat this in future, as that's something you'd have to guard against, that complacency of, oh, well, never find anything. There were requirements that we had to inform the participants of the duration of the study, the start and the end dates, and we also had to report our results weekly. Given that, with that in mind, our results have to be viewed as sort of a hybrid of before and after together. It's possible that the search effort was changed during the season. That's good for the birds, but it does complicate the interpretation perhaps. So I just want to mention that. We did randomize other aspects to minimize bias on the deployer side and the searcher side, including where the birds were placed, which nights we visited a property, and how many decoys were deployed per night. So you couldn't see a decoy and know, oh, there must be 10 others for me to find. So this was, that was what we used. I also tried to minimize my appearance with the appearance of decoys. I just joked that I didn't use the valet parking. Tried to vary things a little bit. Okay, so back to the decoy. These are slightly larger, very slightly larger than a real Newell's shearwater. And again, Hape and Nesh are similar sized. The neck tag was added after an angry voicemail from a member of the public who spent late at night at the airport, an hour, I assume, standing a respectful distance back, thinking that it was a real bird. So that does increase the detectability a bit, but on the whole, not too much. And the text on the bottom, your instructions like, turn me over, read under the bird. Basically, the first line is to call this number, say this ID, and say when you found it. And the rest of the information is available in the report and some background on the study. But I should say in general that if there's any questions you have, or you want to see something at a more leisurely pace, everything in my talk is in the report and pretty well put together in there. So losing my place, let's see. Yes, so call the number. The number is a Google Voice phone number. It was free on the web, very easy. I was very impressed with it. I tested it nightly and it always worked. So we have records of what reports were made when. But before I go into talking about birds in cover and birds in the open, I just want to show some examples of these. So this is a decoy that was placed in the open. It's there in a lawn, visually unobstructed all the way around. This also parking lot, pretty obvious. This is an example of a bird that, I say bird and decoy and model sort of interchangeably. This is an example of a decoy in partial cover. For example, if you were to look at it from one side, it would be hard to see. Other sides still, could be seen from quite a distance away. Similarly for this individual. And then we have full cover, a bird, a decoy that is, you'd have to get very close to in order to see it. This bird was this decoy was under the deck of a mower. Place where a bird could certainly crawl under the edge, but you'd have to get close to it to see it. So the way this was done, generate a random coordinate somewhere within the property boundary. If it's an open decoy, you leave it where it is. If it's a cover, I would look around and find the nearest place of cover that a bird could walk to. This was not meant to replicate birds finding full dark cover to spend the day. This was just the first thing that they would come to. And so this does vary by site. In some cases, it would be partial. If it was in the middle of a parking lot, the nearest cover might be the edge of a curb. And so there, I recorded how far away you could see it, how close could you be and not see it, those sorts of things, and eventually assigned this full, partial, or open. Let's see. This, I did want to talk a bit more about the 50-50 assumption. We know that all birds seek dark cover by the time it gets light. What is less well known, I think, is because it seems like it would be a difficult thing to study, is what the birds do when they're left to their own devices between the time they land and when they're found. Do they just sit there for 9 hours like a plastic decoy? Do they wander around, or do they go straight for cover? I'm sure there's opinions on this, but it seems like it would be a hard thing to get actual solid data on. It seems like you'd have to see the birds land and then watch them for a long time without disturbing them, rather than rescue them, which is what you're supposed to do. So I've had anecdotal reports of birds sitting pat in the open for quite a long time. Then again, on the other hand, there's also this case, which was a bird found this year at the Sheraton that is very early in the evening. So presumably found at least partial cover, got something over its head after just a few minutes, presumably. So this use of a 50-50 ratio is the choice we had to make. And because the behavior here is not fully known, we do report results separated by cover and not. So there are places that a live bird could go that decoys were not, just places I didn't have access to, like fences or roofs, steep slopes where a bird would feel comfortable, but searchers and it would be a safety issue. Inside buildings, if there's a way for a bird to get in a building, that is possible. We did not. Roads also, we did not put birds in roads for mostly safety reasons. I didn't know how they would respond to being crushed, and it's unknown, but this could be a bias against our decoys getting run over. A bird could certainly land in a road, or a thoroughfare in a parking lot is more common for our study. And some cases there are lights along the property boundary, but our study was limited to just the property boundary. Photographs were taken of just about every one. And they're available in the report's appendix. As for timing of the deployments, we wanted the decoys to be available whenever they were doing searches. So it was before 2 hours after sunset, before searches, and retrieved starting at sunrise the next morning. I saw that there was a comment about why was it only the one night. This was mostly a logistical constraint of our study. So we cannot answer questions about what would happen if the birds found a place and stayed over the next day. That's not covered by our study. For instance, if a bird was in the open a bird would not sit in the lawn the whole day. And from a logistical standpoint, birds open in the lawn during the day might get stolen. And we did have some problems with maintaining an inventory of these decoys logistically. So that is when the birds were on the ground in terms of analysis, and only for open decoys. We know that they seek cover before it gets light, but how light is light enough? This is something that I'd recommend for potential clarification, considered for clarification in future, as there does seem to be a disconnect between the regulation of search before sunrise and the biology of, well, it's very light at sunrise. And even first light is still pretty dark. So where in there is so light that a bird would be in cover? Again, this was a choice we had to make, picking 30 minutes as something that still, at 30 minutes before sunrise, it still seems quite light when I look around. I can see without flashlights. And thankfully, this had fairly limited impact. There were only 4 instances where a bird was found in the open after 30 minutes before sunrise. We also just note that because we asked participants to report when they found the decoy, that's the time we're using, not when the report was received. So if it took time to make the report, that's not affecting this, we believe. So we're starting to get into results. Before we do that, I want to just mention there were certain participants that could not be included. Hotel 1 at Princeville, renovation, very dark, very little staff, no study done this year. Norwegian Cruise Lines, no cruise ship this year. Furthermore, at the properties we did study, there were several sub areas that could not be accessed, or access could not be arranged in time, either due to joint property ownership or security issues, that there was not enough time for me to get a security badge for the airport, for instance. And there were no night football games played this year. So the reports are just for what we could get access to. Similarly with county sites, there were some sites that were fenced that there was not sufficient time to arrange access. So let's see. I just wanted to walk you through these. We'll be seeing a lot of these tables. So this is how the results are presented here and in the report. The results in the top row, birds in the open, results in the second and third rows for birds in cover, and the lower total is both types combined. And then columns, you can see the number that were deployed at the site. And this is where that 50-50 split comes in. Here you can see it was 11 in open, 5 in partial cover, 5 in full cover, but the split between partial and full cover was more dependent on the site itself, what cover was available. So that is not something that we controlled. And then in the rest here, we can see the number that were actually discovered, which works out to, in the open, a discovery rate of 91%, 3 of 5, 60%, and so on, for a combined total of 62%. That's with everything. Just beware of the small sample sizes when you're breaking it down by, by row. As I said, the partial cover and full cover is dependent on what was available at the site, but for live birds, it would be presumably different depending on, again, the site, but the time of night and how motivated a bird is to find a dark place at any given time. And that's something we don't know, or at least I don't. Let's see. The other ththing that I want to say, I will try and keep it to the highlights. That's what's specific to each participant. The other thing to say is that all but 2 participants that I know of indicated they were searching according to the guidelines. So unless I say otherwise, you can assume that it was this, or in some cases, searches were even more frequent. So moving into participant results, take a sip of water. For A and B's, Port Allen properties all grouped together. You can see this is the one we just saw. This one had one of the best discovery rates in the whole study, and those birds were discovered very rapidly by the first search in all cases. And several birds in partial cover as well. I think they deserve congratulations personally, because with the high school students, and is achieving a high efficiency, it's a good, it seems like a win-win. So I personally was pleased with that. No decoys were reported in full cover, but that's pretty much across the board. There was only one across the entire study. Like I said about birds being discovered rapidly, I'll show these graphs for each participant too. The length of the blue bars shows how long a decoy was sitting out from when it was deployed until when it was reported. And in this case, you can kind of see along the bottom, it would go from sunset to the time of the first search to the time of the pre-dawn search. And A&B's Port Allen staff, everything was found by the first search. I'm not showing it here, but also just about everything was also reported, again, presumably independently by the second search. So both searches were doing a good job. And I'm going to include some photos. Again, they're all in the appendices. I just tried to pick some that were representative of what I thought the situation was. So this is an example on the left of a bird in partial cover, sort of hidden under there, but still quite, you can see it sometimes. That was reported. This was a case of a bird in full cover that was not reported. I discovered that that was a thorn bush at night when I jammed my arm into it. But this was that's a difficult bird to find. Moving on to the shops at Kikuyula. They also had very high discovery rate and were the only one that discovered a bird that was in full cover. And also their discoveries were very quick again, for the most part, including even within 1 hour. So this leads me to believe they had, I believe it was security staff doing very frequent searches, and they seemed to be very effective there. And these are some examples of the site there. Again, a bird that was reported on the left in under 2 hours, and a bird on the right that was in the bushes, hard to find. Let's see. Then we move on to the Hokule Shopping Center of A&B. The green triangles indicate decoys that were stolen, and those are not going to be included in any of the analyses. If the searchers may not have had a chance to find it, we don't want to include that. So those are just on the map, but not in the tables to follow. This, however, was one of the lowest performing properties, excuse me, with only one decoy reported during the entire study. And that one report was not by a member of A&B's staff, but it was incidentally by a member of the H.T. Harvey search crew that generally searches at the airport. They found it when they were shopping, I gather. So this seems like something that needs improvement, and I don't know if it's to do with the importance of the staff. It's surprising to me because when I went there, I would often see a security guard walking around, and so maybe it seemed, I couldn't remember if they were like walking between the little QR codes they have to scan on the wall and not searching. I don't know. It's not something I would know, but that's surprising to me. And this is, again, these graphs only show the time until reports for decoys that were reported. So there were some surprising misses, like this bird in the middle of this parking lot was not reported. This one is in partial cover here in front of the Safeway, also not reported. And then moving on to A&B's last site, the Waipui Site. This site had the most stolen decoys. This was a fair problem for us, especially as that theft may indicate that the birds would be found first by someone who may not rescue a bird, who may do harm to a bird potentially even. So also just not this site in particular, but just a reminder that we did not survey on roofs. This is a big flat roof relative to the area of the site. And also there's cover available to birds beyond the property lines where we did not do this study. The Waipui rate was pretty good, decent numbers, still some surprising misses in the parking lot. And this is an example of a graph that shows their first search of the night as being fairly low performing. Only 2 of the decoys were reported by the first search. Their second search was good at mopping up, but that was about 9 hours when those decoys were sitting there. So that's the case on the left here. And on the right, we have a decoy that was still in the open, but somehow not reported. And this is also a place, I do have an appendices in the report about where I observed cats. So I think, Melissa, that could help with your question about where cats were. It was not a thorough study. It wasn't it was incidental. I recorded cats when I saw them, but not a systematic study. But this one, I was told they were having trouble with cat live traps being stolen. So, you know, it's a difficult thing to do. Moving on to the airport. Again, just a reminder, I could only search the public side, not the large fenced area. So this is a small part of their whole situation. Overall, they were good at finding decoys in the open, but again, they had trouble on their first search. And incidentally, I want to mention it's quite a large area that they have to cover, and searching under parked cars seems difficult. The other thing to remember when you're looking at these numbers is, unlike most of the other participants, this one, the PIP, is anticipating a 75% discovery rate rather than the 50% default of the other, than the HCP default. Let me just check that. And so yeah, so this is again the second search, making up for what the first search wasn't able to do. And some examples of a reported decoy on the left and a decoy in partial cover there on the right, as an example. And the Hawaii DOT's other property in this study was the Port Allen Pier. This is this was the highest discovery rate in open and partial cover, although you'll see there's only one decoy in full cover, mostly because of the site. This is a small site and it's almost all paved. And the asterisk is there because these decoys, the head does not fit in the, well, I'll show you a photograph just in a second. But I also tried, stepping back a moment, I also tried not to make myself known to the searchers, but over time, just as much as we were both there, I did meet a few of them. And in one case, there's one of the searchers in the morning, the pre-dawn search, Charles, seemed very dedicated and he was very good at finding them. I think he's leaving for the mainland, so if it's going to be difficult to replace him. Also beware of, yeah, this was sort of mixed, but again, the second search caught what the first didn't pretty much. There's some examples. This is one of the few little bushes. They found that one. This on the right is what I meant about the decoys not being able to fit under these ubiquitous forklift holes. They have these barriers all along the pier. So this could be one reason, but again, this was sort of, that would be considered a partial cover decoy there. I did want to point out that if a bird was walking along the side of this building, it could easily fit into one of these holes and then get into this building with lots of nooks and crannies and difficult to search inside. Similarly with the boats, I believe this year there was a report of a bird actually on the boat, and I don't know if those are searched or not, but they were not included in my study. And I did want to include this. This was, let's see. I had heard anecdotal reports of shearwaters being run over in places where it seems like a car would not normally go. Now I've actually seen one being intentionally run over. About 15 minutes after I deployed this decoy in the parking lot, not in a main driving area, but sort of off to the edge. I was watching it from a distance and I saw a lifted pickup truck enter the parking lot fairly slowly. It stopped as it approached the decoy, reversed a bit, turned a bit, slowly rolled forward over the decoy. And so it happens. It's just, to me personally, it highlights the importance of quality prompt searching, especially in parking lots or vehicular areas. Oh, that's, sorry, that was a lot with HDOT Port Allen. Moving on to the Sonesta, as I mentioned, we didn't put decoys in sort of this forested, far from built up areas, right edge. The reporting was, again, one of the lower rates that we came across. And some of the misses seemed surprising. This is one case where we do know also, when you're looking at these results, this is sort of a hybrid of before and after study. We did know that they increased the sort of time and effort they put into searches at some point during the season, but it's hard to parse out. So this was their durations until reported. Some of them were very quick. The first one was just outside their security office, the 25-minute one. That's where the point landed. And the other one was actually the deployment time. I did deploy one visit, 2 decoys at midnight to simulate the few birds that do fall out, not during the post-evening pulse, but at some point later during the night before the second search. And that one, I was the only person walking around in the middle of the night there. And so it's maybe the security would have sort of rightly so taken an interest in who's walking around at midnight. But it also was in a fairly open location where that decoy ended up. So it could have just as well been found by a search. Then this on the left is the one by their security office. And then, as I said, there were some surprising misses. This one, there was another one in a lawn in one of the courtyards that was missed. And then moving on to the Sheraton. This was one that I was personally a bit concerned about because there were some very surprising misses. Again, they have one of the lowest rates in the study. They only reported 1 decoy, and that one that was reported was about on the same sidewalk as the valet bell desk at the sort of front entrance, which incidentally is in pretty much the same area as where that bird I showed a picture of under a luggage cart was discovered this fall as well. This is one that really seems to need improvement. That one by the bell desk was discovered very quickly and was reported 3 times by different members of staff over the night. These are some of the more surprising cases, though, of a bird in a lawn. The bird in the lawn stayed out all night without being discovered. The bird on the right, while it was deployed at midnight, still it's on a sidewalk, and it's surprising that that wasn't. All right, so that was the Sheraton. Moving on to, how am I doing on time? I think we're okay. Kauai coffee. This is one of the ones where it's appeared that there was, I'm worried that I missed it in Lindsay's presentation as I was frantically reviewing my own. To me, it seemed like there was a discrepancy in the search timings at the factory between what was in their PIP that I read and what I was told and given a map with times of when the searches were actually done. In the PIP, it says 10 p.m. and 5:30 a.m., but it appeared, and when I saw searchers, I tried to get decoys out before them, and I saw searches going on at 7:15 p.m., which seems like it would be quite early to catch an evening pulse. And I believe this is done because that's when it works well for them. It's a convenient shift change time, so it's good in their schedules. You don't have to bring someone out of the field. But it does mean that their second search is not taking place before dawn, but after dawn at sunrise. So then you'd have to find birds after they sought cover. Secondly, I was not entirely sure, but it sounds like that rather than having a search pre-dawn of fields that had been harvested with brightly lit harvesters, it sounds like that is now being only done by the harvester drivers while they were driving. The harvested fields was also one area I was not able to search because of safety concerns for me on foot in a dark field with harvesters. If it's unsafe for me, I also assume it's unsafe for a bird, but this was one area where I could not do any work in the harvested fields. So this is around their factory area. These were the deployment locations, and let me see. So because of their unusual timings, as I said, I wanted the decoys to be available when the searches were there, so I put them out early and I didn't retrieve them until 9 a.m. But this table shows reports as if they were treated like every other participant. With that, for open decoys, that cut off 30 minutes before sunrise because a live bird would not be standing in the open when it's bright, especially not until 9 a.m. So that's what it looks like here. If you were to include the decoys they found, there were a few more, I think 2 or 3 more that they found up until 9 a.m. However, it's just not clear if they would have been able to find those in the dark as easily as it is to see a bird in a lawn in the daylight. So it's hard to evaluate that. There was no change for the decoys in cover. None were found at any time until I retrieved the decoys after their second 9 a.m. search. Also, none of the decoys were found by the first search at least 4 hours from the first one. However, some of these decoys were reported not by, well, I don't know, but maybe not by people. They were not during the times when I would have expected search. So probably by employees as they were going about their business. So they were good about seeing things, even if they weren't tasked to look for them. This is an example. This is found on the left after 11 hours. And particular challenge for them is just the sheer number of hiding places around this factory. There is a lot of stuff that birds can hide in very easily. This, in fact, that was where the random point was pretty much. It didn't need to move to find cover in that pallet yard. There's also not just those pallets, but there's a sort of a spare parts yard, which is fairly neat. And they are rightly proud of making a new mill out of their old parts, but it would be very difficult to do a thorough search for bird in that area. There's just so many places where trying to hide or not, a bird would not be visible. Given that, it's my personal suggestion that it would be easier to minimize lighting than it would be to do a thorough search there. There's still a few old sodium lights that are fairly high up on the mill and seem like angled out. I feel like I can see them from miles away on the highway. So perhaps if able to come at the problem from that angle. I also wanted to say thank you for being responsive to my report. There was a light on in a greenhouse. The whole greenhouse was lit up like a Japanese lantern, and it was turned off the next night. So they were responsive to that. And let's see, the last one is the county. This one is, again, quite different because of the PIP requirements. I don't know exactly. My interpretation, or at least when we were designing the study, was that searches were not required unless someone reports a downed bird. So I don't know that searches necessarily had to be occurring there. So I'm not, also that the searches would occur if necessary at the start of employee shifts. I emailed the county and they said that the relevant shift times here were 6 to 6:30 in the morning. So I left all my decoys out until 7:30. But because I didn't know if they were required to be searching, I'm calling this an encounter rate rather than a discovery rate, because the message may not have filtered through to report these things to all their many staff members. Just the other thing I wanted to illustrate with this picture was county has 60 some properties in lighting category 3 or higher, and I couldn't definitely cover all that. So I tried to pick them ones that just seemed still fairly bright, potentially bright enough to bring down a bird, or at least the brightest of the bunch that I could, from what I could see. So that was the Kapaa New Base Yard, the unfenced area. The Wailua Golf Course seemed fairly bright, although their lights are fully shielded there. The area sort of had a glow to it. The Dinha Stadium, their parking lot is pretty well lit there. Again, full cutoff fixtures, but it's overall bright. The Civic Center, the War Memorial Convention Hall, Kaloa Neighborhood Center, that one I maybe didn't need to include it. There are lights, but it's not that bright. And the Salt Ponds Park and the Waimea Theater, just because their big light on the top of the theater was on some of the times I went past. That was a bright light exposed to the sky. We did assess this. The encounter rate we came up with is here. It varies a bit because, well, we know that one of them was reported before sunrise, and that's in the far right counter. We know that some of the other ones were moved because I saw a lady pick one up after sunrise, look at it, put it down and not report it. So this encounter rate is some that were moved. Obviously someone had found them, we just don't know when. So at some time before 7:30, 5 of the 11 in the open were encountered. let's see, let me see if there was anything else I need to say about that. I don't think so. Oh, and that there was unintentionally, the nearest cover position was between the wheels of a semi that was parked overnight at Virginia Stadium. That one got crushed unintentionally. So anyway, that's all the properties. This is just them all the same together. This is the same table you'd find in the executive summary of the report, just with a few of the sort of outliers marked in red. And come back to that. And just to finish up, I had a few thoughts. When I was looking at these results, my initial thought was that could this be explained by some of the properties having, formalized searches specifically to look for birds versus other properties having, relying on a large number of staff to incidentally encounter birds during the course of their duties. I know, for instance, in the Sonesta PIP, it mentions, several hundred staffers. However, the Sonesta did email us later and assured us that there were twice nightly searches taking place specifically for birds. So with that, I'm less sure how to explain their results. And in the case of the Sheraton, even more so. I feel like if the Sheraton had implemented a plan like, for instance, the highly effective A&B Port Allen crew, they would have had very different results. Or similarly, hopefully, if they were using a program like that, it doesn't make sense why the results were so different. But that's just my interpretation. Also, I would say that based on the data that I see, if a property reports only one or none in some cases, it would be a fair question to ask if the searches are going ahead as planned. I also was thinking that searcher motivation is important, but it's not something that's, you can't regulate that. You can't make someone want to do something. I tried, as I said, with the searcher Charles at Port Allen and some of the other folks that were reporting via text. Some of the folks did seem to have an interest in protecting these birds and recovering the population eventually, and saving these birds' lives. So that's another thing. Lastly, there was a comment that from the data that I have, it seemed as if searches were not coming through the bushes, which is fair to say. I would think when only one in full cover was reported. But that said, searching through the bushes isn't necessarily practical. And if your percentages overall are there, it may not be necessary. But it is certainly possible that birds can get into these bushes. And I would say that's very possible if the birds are left out for longer periods of time rather than found quickly. So that's another consideration. This would have the biggest effect on at least the Lihue Airport and the Waipui Center were properties that had decoys left out the longest before they were found. But yeah, sorry. Let's see. And last thing is on that vein, I never thought I would necessarily advocate for removing vegetation or de-greening the landscape, but in certain situations, if that was appropriate, that does make things easier to search if it's less thickly vegetated. And so with that, it looks like that's the end of my prepared remarks, and I'm happy to take any questions that come up.
Could you go back to that slide, the table that had the percentage? I think maybe members viewing on YouTube won't have access to the report, so I think this is important for up on screen for a bit. Now that it's up on screen, could you just do a quick interpretation of what we're looking at here again? Thanks.
So yeah, so this is, it's important to know that this left side column is the combined result for both decoys in cover and decoys in the open. And so this is of all the decoys we deployed at a property, what percentage were found. And usually the sample size was about 20, few less in some cases. And again, for the Kauai County, that's different. It wasn't necessarily the searcher efficiency rate, but just sort of the encounter rate. The right side column is from when I was looking through the PIPs, these were the expected discovery rates for that property.
Can you help me understand why the airport is black on the left column when it seems like it should be red?
Perhaps limited time I had to put together this slide. I guess it was black because in the context of the other, it's similar to the Waipui and the other ones in a way. It's close, but just note that the 75%, they may seem to be. Excuse me, they would theoretically be held to a higher standard because they asked for the 75%.
Thank you.
So I guess I have a broad comment here, and I realize that this is a study you conducted. You're not responsible for the underlying actions that are either effectively complying with the HCP or not. But I think sitting here and looking at all of this, my first thought was, okay, this is a visual tool. It's not a smelly item. It's not going to be taken by a cat. If there are any predators present on site, obviously if these were real decoys, they would disappear if they were a dead shearwater or something like that.
Right.
So this is really a low bar. Can you see it? Can you not? And when you show the photos of this under the bushes or partially concealed, it's really quite visible compared to a real bird, which the feathers may have some light diffracting properties or different things like that help them to camouflage. So this is a really low bar. And I think the first comment I would make is that absolutely the rates that are given should be no higher than the discovery rates that were found in this study, because essentially the likelihood of removal of carcasses by predators or other things, I think, are so much higher, and the likelihood of visual discovery lower than what would be shown in this study. So I think they should provide an upper limit of what should be in the PIP. Secondly, I think the thing that was of real concern to me is that when things are presented to us as far as, yes, they're in compliance, yes, they're doing the predator control, yes, they're training everybody, they're doing these searches, they're in compliance, we're taking that in good faith. And I think this implies the importance of trust but verify. When things are that obvious in a parking lot or in the open and not discovered, it suggests that we really cannot trust that adequate training or discovery or anything is taking place. And it frankly makes me question everything else. And so I just want to express really strong concern about what the results of this study suggest in regard to, even not being allowed to do searches at night. Like you say, if it's dangerous for you, it's dangerous for a bird on the ground. We work with, for example, mowers out at Lualualei to make sure that when they flush an owl, are reporting it and stopping the mower immediately because it suggests a nest is nearby. They've discovered most of the nests through their mowing processes. It is not impossible to train folks to look for things, spot them, and look out for safety. Although I admit I've never sat on that machinery and tried to harvest coffee beans, so maybe it is harder. I just can't express my concern strongly enough about what the results of this study suggest regarding whether we can assume compliance with what is happening here, and essentially keep in mind how long this took to put in place, and that all of the deaths that occurred prior to that aren't even accounted for in this mitigation. This is a very low bar to help achieve recovery of a 90% reduction in the population over 20 years between 93 and 2013. We've got a long ways to go, and this suggests we're nowhere near getting to the recovery that we need to be achieving. Thank you.
So Stephen, this is Loyal. I also have a couple of questions on some of the methodology on it, but one is, did you do any validation or tests with people like, say, Andre, to see what the discoverability is of your decoys versus, dead planted birds? Because I, agree with Melissa. I've done searches before. Those look much more obvious than a real bird would be. But have you done anything like that with, say, Andre or some of the other searchers?
No, probably out of time constraint more than anything else, but no.
Okay, and the other thing is, you chose a 50-50 distribution for where you put your decoys.
Mhm.
And I'm not clear why. I know you had to pick something, so you did it, but I would have thought something more like, closer to 100% is what you'd be looking for rather than 50-50 split. I mean, like 100% in cover.
I think, practically speaking, I think the decision was informed by sample size more than that. I mean, I don't know how long a bird is going to sit in the open, and didn't get a great answer to that question. So I tried to leave myself as enough room either way. So at least with this results, we can look at just one or the other and say, well, this property is finding just about everything in the open, but nothing in cover. That sort of, still sample sizes are, over fairly small. I was taught, you'd hope for more than this, but 5 or 10 in each category at least gives you some indication.
And my last question is, it appears that we have a little bit of a disconnect between the HCP PIP requirements and what you observe biologically as far as when it becomes light. So just am mentioning this now because it was in your presentation, which was nice, but more for the agencies and the ESRC to consider whether or not the wording in the HCP and the PIPs is appropriate, whether it should be, an hour before sunrise or an hour before daybreak.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. I mean, theoretically, yeah, that's okay. It was something that came up during the design process of the study when I was talking with, like, oh, well, they would be in cover by that time. So it was something we had to account for. And yeah, it could be clarified, which is my personal opinion.
Great, thank you. Those are my major questions. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll jump in here to express that I share Melissa Price's concern about how horrible this seems that the PIP members are doing at Search for Efficiency. So I guess I have a question for Michelle as Fish and Wildlife Rep and DOFA about what we do with this information. And I also, didn't we have a testimony come in pretty last minute? I'm confused about who sent that in. It's not on letterhead and it's not signed. So I'm wondering how that interfaces with what we just saw.
We had one set of testimony come in that I posted this morning that came from the county representing all participants. And then there was another one that came in from Lisa Bale that was on letterhead that was posted a few days ago.
Okay, so will we address that in public testimony portion? Or
yeah, the individual people who presented the testimony are free to discuss it with the committee or can let it stand in writing as part of the administrative record.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And then Michelle, you see your hand up and I'm sure you want to say something. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just say I did that with Gal because I have not had a chance to yet. I'm searching the email, see.
Sorry, Michelle, you're breaking up. Can you repeat that?
Sorry. I just wanted to say that I did see the testimony from Lisa Bale. I have not had a chance to read the one from the county yet. So I just saw it come up in my email. I will take a look at that in a minute. I'll just say at this point that I have a lot of concerns. Stephen, I would prefer to probably pose my questions to the permittees rather than to you. But I will say that my general thought after seeing your presentation and reading through the report is that we've got two big problems. One is that there are some permittees that fully implementing the monitoring plans that are required under their permits and licenses, at least not to the letter that they were intended to be and that they committed to. And that's something that needs to change. And then secondly, we've got a situation where even if they have been implementing them per their licenses and permits, some of them, maybe not all of them, but some of them need some pretty significant adaptive management of those monitoring provisions in order to get to the discovery rate that they have in their license and permits. And in some cases, there are both. We have 5 months before the 3 fallout season starts. And so these monitoring will be implemented again. That is a very fast turnaround, and I would very much urge both the agencies and the permittees to get together quickly on what needs to happen at an individual installation level to make this happen by August. If we don't, we are going to go through another year of having discovery rates be significantly lower than what the permits and licenses require. And at some point, this isn't going to be an adaptive management thing anymore. This is going to be, you need to seek an amendment to your take request because this can't stand. So right now we're in adaptive management phase, and I think that there is an opportunity to get this to a stronger place, at least to the place where to the discovery rate that's estimated in the PIP, in each person's PIP. But if that can't happen, either through adaptive management or through fully implementing the monitoring plans as written, this is definitely going to be a needed amendment. And that's a big challenge for some permittees and for the KSHCP as a whole. Sorry, just my general thought process
great.
at the beginning.
Thank you, Michelle. It's very helpful. Glad to know that you're on the same page with at least Melissa, Loyal, and I. I have a process question. These data certainly indicate that the permittees are not in compliance with the HCP. So I'm wondering what the steps are to that. But I see Jim has his hand up, and maybe we can address my larger question afterwards, after Jim asks this question.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Stephen, for the presentation. I know it's a lot of work to do. I mean, I've always thought that it would be really great if we could have just one consistent crew that's always doing the monitoring, but obviously that's very difficult to spread across the number of properties and so forth. So I think there's a real challenge there. The other component that's not in here, and I agree fully with the comments that Melissa and others have said in terms of this being sort of a low bar, setting a low bar in terms of how to evaluate it. But the other piece that we don't have in here is carcass removal. And you imply that also. I mean, so this is sort of a best case low bar that we've got right now. And I think that's a real important piece in there I share the same concerns, that I'm not sure that we're close to really understanding what's going on in terms of what a true value of take is.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to add to Michelle's comments. We are also extremely concerned about some of these rates of discovery. We are very interested in hearing from the applicants about what it is that they think that they can change to improve these rates. Otherwise, like Michelle said, it's going to be a compliance issue for sure. So, obviously, I want to thank Stephen for conducting the study and doing this presentation. I think it was a really good presentation. Yeah, obviously there's a lot of questions that we're going to have for the applicants, definitely, particularly about why their current why their current search effort does not seem to be giving them the results that are required in the PIP, and what they are planning to do, now to increase their discovery rate.
Lainey, if you don't mind, I've got a question for Stephen before we switch gears to the permittees. Am I still breaking up?
No, but there was a noise. Can you say that again?
I have one more question for Stephen before we switch to permittees, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Stephen, after having conducted this over the 2022 fallout season, do you have specific recommendations on if this was to be done again, whether there's any adaptive management that you would recommend for the study itself? And you don't have to answer that right now if you are not prepared to do so, but I would ask you to maybe think about putting something in writing for DOFA and for the permittees for future reference.
That's something I'm very willing to do. There were certainly a lot of logistical challenges, which I wouldn't bore you with now, but I will certainly, if I'm not the one doing it next year, and I'd probably rather not, then I will certainly do my best to pass on my information as much as I can. I've got a document drafted that's halfway there anyway, so Kate will get that, and anyone else who needs it.
Just one final, thank you. Just one final question. In your opinion, based on what you saw, I mean, obviously, one take-home message, if people are putting in a good faith effort for searching, this suggests people just really suck at visually seeing them. To what degree, this is a question for Lainey or for HCP office. How many of these folks are using dog searches? Because we've seen in other spaces that those are so much more efficient, do a much better job of discovery.
I didn't hear anything like that. So yeah, someone else can.
Nobody is using dog searches at the moment. It was something that we talked about implementing at some point. There was some attempt to even try to use dogs for the validation trials, but of course we can't compare dogs to people using plastic decoys. So we had to go with what we could come up with, and we were limited by the 2-year requirement of the HCP to get the validation trials done. So there are lots of things that can be done in next steps, but this was sort of the first step to see if we could demonstrate that the committee has a reason to have confidence in the discovery rates that have been assigned to each applicant.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And this is Loyal to kind of follow up on that. It's going to be great to hear from the participants in their section and on this, but I honestly don't think that this effort here, while it provided us with a lot of good food for thought and a lot of good information, I personally am not sure that this is the right way to look at whether or not there's compliance with the HCP or what we want to see out of the HCP. So I'm not really in the mode of wanting to be necessarily pointing at individual participants and saying, yes, you're out of compliance, but there are things that obviously that we can point out that need to happen. But I do have concerns about the overall assessment. I do think we need a real care carcass retention trial, period. No questions, no ifs, no ands, no buts. And I do think we also need to have a searcher efficiency one that does look at, real birds down there. This has given us a lot of great information, but it doesn't really account for, how effective the predator control is. You might get some issues there. So I do think we need to do those two things. And I do believe that we need to be looking at canine searches at least as a baseline to see whether or not we're in the order of magnitude ballpark of whether or not, what the amount of down birds are and hence the actual mortality. So I do think those three things need to be done, and that we need to reconcile whatever search area or the search area that we're looking at for these individual properties. Those need to kind of match up with where we're doing the carcass retention and the searcher efficiency trials. They have to be the same in my mind. So those are kind of the key things we really need to look at. And I'm not really too interested in holding individual participants' feet to the fire other than to do the best they can. But I do think we have some real concerns about how we're determining overall mortality. Thanks.
Thanks, Loyal. Do we have any other questions? We see Mahealani, you have a question or a comment?
Good morning. Just wanted to see if it was appropriate for us to provide public testimony. I do have oral testimony prepared on behalf of the participant group. So
yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and committee members. For the record, Mahialani Craft, Deputy County Attorney. I'm providing this oral testimony on agenda item number 2 on behalf of the participants of the KSHEP, which includes my client, the County of Kauai. The KSHEP is a participant-directed HCP. It was designed by the participants to be a cooperative program where we and the agency share and learn the wealth of information being collected. As part of this cooperative arrangement, the participants' input is to be considered. Because that collaboration has not yet occurred, the validation study on today's agenda is not really ready for review. As noted in the participants' written testimony, there are significant issues that still need to be discussed. I understand that the written testimony was provided to you, but we did want to highlight 2 main concerns we would like to address with the agencies in addition to the comments we have previously provided to them before any extensive discussion is had in this forum. The first is that the foundational concept the study is built on is an oversimplification of seabird behavior. The leading assumption that live seabirds always seek cover and become almost impossible to find after sunrise is an oversimplification that depends on the interpretation of the ecology and behavior of the species and is not supported by existing data. The species are best served if we are intentional in our actions and do not oversimplify things just because it is easier and quicker to do so. The KSHEP requires DOFA to develop and implement a discovery rate validation program for all participants, which is supposed to vary as needed to meet the specific needs of each covered property. The KSHEP also requires the participants in DOFA to coordinate to develop the site-specific protocols and facilitate implementation. The participants would like to discuss this with the agencies. The second is that the study is not a validation of the efficacy of finding and recovering downed seabirds, excuse me, but rather it tested the efficacy of a single searcher team during a discrete period. The study does not reflect what occurs across the participants' facilities. By not taking into consideration potential discoveries, by monitoring efforts in the first several hours following daybreak, including efforts of secondary support staff who possess both the training and the demonstrated capacity to detect and report down seabirds, bias was introduced into the study design that likely resulted in an underestimation of actual discovery rates. The participants would like to discuss this with the agencies. Obviously, the members have questions and all the participants are ready and willing to discuss this initial draft. Excuse me, but however, it may be best to allow the agencies and the participants to work together to understand the results and discuss how to improve and move forward. Until that occurs, the best way for this advisory committee to assist the participants is a deferral of the agenda item to allow for that coordination that the KSHEP requires. In closing, the participants are committed to the success of the KSHCP. Mahalo.
All right, thank you. Is there any questions or comments on that testimony?
Alani, I appreciate that testimony and I appreciate permittees wanting to be collaborative with the agencies, committed to fully implementing and making sure that the KSHCP is successful. That is great to hear. And we appreciate that moving forward because we're going to need that in order to do the kind of adaptive management that we need to. I guess I'll say that even if there could or should be process was conducted, it sounds like the permittees are interested in looking at more deeply. The results of this study, I don't take it as a firm answer of what the discovery rate was this year because it is just, it's a sample, right? I don't take that as the firm number, but I do take it as concerning enough to warrant a lot more conversations about those monitoring plans and the way in which we look at how take is determined for many of these sites. So, and I guess I would just ask the permittees, and we can get to that when the permittees do their presentations, but for your own sakes, I would look at this and say, oh, wow, this is something that we need to deal with sooner rather than later for your own sakes. And I think that Yeah, I guess I would just hope that people are taking this in the way that it was intended, which is that this is information that is going to help us inform adaptive management at a broad scale. And that even if these rates aren't perfect, that is information that helps guide us moving forward. And some of these numbers are really low. Some of the things that Stephen presented of birds out in the open not being found are very concerning. And they do need to be addressed. Lisa, I see your hand up.
Thank you. And that was the intent of my letter. So my letter pertained to one of my 3 clients. My name is Lisa Bale, and for the KSHCP, I represent NCL 1 Hanalei Bay, which was the former Princeville, and Sonesta, which was the former Marriott. You know, as the KSHCP was put in place, it anticipated a need to improve searcher efficiency. So we all had our plans. We have all implemented those plans. We took these numbers very seriously for Sonesta when we saw them. So that's in my testimony. What I would suggest is for the description of the response, we leave that for the individual participant discussion. I also wanted to assure everybody that the agencies took this seriously too. So we, on behalf of Sonesta, had a chance to sit down with Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA and get their feedback for how we can improve for next season. And Michelle, I hear you, that's coming up sooner than we all think. And to put these things in place, we need to be deciding now what we're going to be doing differently for next season. And we have another opportunity to do that too. So what the KSHCP says on page 67, as I quote in my testimony, is if you get a result that's lower than 50%, you sit down with the agencies and get feedback. Done. And we started working even before we got that. But there's another process built into the KSHCP too, and that is to submit implementation plans for our searcher efficacy and predator control work. And for Sonesta, for example, also for 1 Hanalei Bay, that went in last May, and we're waiting for the feedback. And so as we met with Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA, we reminded them we're waiting for that feedback. And I think that might be an ideal way to give comments back about predator control and searcher efficiency. It was designed purposely as part of this improvement process in the KSHCP for people to have the agency feedback. So while we do, in Mahealani's testimony, she testified for all of us, those concerns we had on study design. At the same time, we wanted to let you know, we heard you, we got the results, we're doing things, we're looking for more feedback, and we need to do it quickly so we can have it in place before next season.
Thanks, Lisa.
Is there any more comments from the committee or from the public? Questions? I see.
Sorry,
Lisa.
I'll say maybe one thing. So there was, when the times of day that actual birds were discovered as part of the live birds that were recovered, as well as the mortalities that took place over the last year, when those were presented, the times were consistent, I think, with actually the times that were used during the study, which suggests 2 things. One, they do find downed birds during those hours sometimes. And so even though these numbers are very low for discovery rates, they have found some downed live birds, right? But secondly, if that is the distribution of the times when they're discovered, that actually the study design was pretty consistent as far as times of day with what should be done. And so I had read the testimony ahead of time. And so in making my comments and expressing deep concern about these numbers, I was taking into account those the testimony that had been given by the participants. And I just don't think the results of this study should be dismissed based on arguing about the times of day or that type of thing. These are really abysmal discovery rates.
Thanks, Melissa. Lisa, I see you have your hand up, but I'm not sure if that's an additional.
Only because I don't know how to put it down. I'll keep trying. Sorry.
have a question. Sounds like the applicants are asking for us to basically defer anything and just wait until they have more time to digest and process this. Is that, just want to understand what the question on the table was. Is that basically it?
Sorry, is a question, who was that directed to?
I'm terribly sorry. Yes, Gordon Tribble, USGS. I'm asking a question from the two attorneys who sounds like there's a request on the table, but I'm not entirely sure what it is. And I think it was basically that we defer any further discussion until the applicants have more time. Is that right? I want to know what's being asked.
Lisa, do you want to
I can
respond?
speak to that. Actually, Gordon, actually, it's just the opposite of that. I don't think we needed more time. The KSHCP was written, and this is on page 67, so that as this study was being done, we got almost real-time results. So we got them within a week. Stephen was great at compiling those results and getting them to us. And so for Sonesta, we took a lot of actions. Those are described in my testimony. Reg David will speak to those later when he presents on behalf of Sonesta. Then there was another process that already happened before this meeting. We sat down with Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA and got feedback based on their review of the searcher efficacy study. And then there's another process still coming up, and that is feedback on the implementation plan that we submitted last May. We were hoping for feedback before the season started. That didn't happen, but now there's another opportunity to do that. So it's actually just the opposite. I'm not saying anybody should wait. I wanted to let you know, as soon as we started getting these results, we took them very seriously. We were asking for more information. We've had those meetings. There's opportunities for more input. So it's an ongoing process, and that's actually written into the KSHCP in a way that's designed to improve the searcher efficacy, because that's all of our goal here.
I think maybe if Mahealani has a response to that, I think maybe that question was more in response to something that it was in her testimony, and I had the same question.
Hi, Chair. Yeah, we weren't really sure how this was going to come about, right? What was going to happen in the meeting. We were told that the report itself wasn't going to be provided, and we were really concerned that changes would be made without all of the discussions that are required by the KSHCP, particularly, I mean, for the county specifically, is that it's inconsistent with the county's PIP. And so those discussions really would have assisted the agencies in developing this study and how it would actually be applied to the county, and not just county generally, but specifically across all of the various facilities the county has. So part of the request was, if you're going to make any suggestions for changes to the KSHCP, to let us have an opportunity to discuss all of this with the agencies before that occurs.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry, can I I'm not sure what you mean by changes. Can you clarify that?
Sure. So right before the public testimony portion, there was a lot of discussion about the concerns, and the concerns are shared by the participants, just like Lisa had said. But there were questions about what process can the ESRC as a body do to make changes to the KSHCP program because of the results of the study. So really what we want to do is make sure we have that communication and collaboration with the agencies on what the study means and if it was done appropriately, because in our position, it's not really consistent necessarily with the KSHCP. There wasn't that collaboration on the design of the study, the implementation of the study. So because it was going down that path of what process can we follow to change the KSHCP based on the study, we would like to have that discussion with the agencies about the study before those changes are implemented, or that discussion is had.
So you want to refute the validity of the study with the agencies before we discuss making adaptive management?
we're concerned, just like the agencies and just like the SRC is, about the results of the study. There is absolutely improvement that we can all do. The question is that when this was implemented, there wasn't that, in the KSHCP, there is a requirement that there's collaboration on the implementation, the study design, specific to the participants as well as their particular facilities. So we want to make sure that we are intentional on how we're moving forward with this and how we use this to go forward, right, to address any concerns. So I don't know if I'm clarifying this for you or making it more confusing.
And can I just, this is Lisa Spain. As I understand the agenda that's before us, we're being given presentations of annual reports and these, searcher efficacy projects. As I understand it, we are not voting to change anything today. We're just merely being presented to. Am I correct? Is that a Linda Chow question?
That's correct.
Yeah, you took the words from me, Lisa, and in deference to Linda. Yeah, this is meant to be informational, and so I think the discussion has been useful, and hopefully will be useful. And I think we'll have more discussion when you get the participant presentations also. But I think that the questions that have come up from the committee members and so forth is that it certainly warrants that kind of discussion that's being requested, and clarification, and potentially looking for changes if needed, and identifying what those are. And given the timeline we've got in terms of trying to get this, I would really urge that we fast track another meeting fairly quickly to have a decision-making meeting where we do have a focused discussion on these issues and come up with a way that we're going to resolve them. Because we have to resolve them before the season starts, and make sure that we're in good shape. And then so I think that's really where we need to go. And so I really urge that that's the direction we take.
Thanks, Jim. Gordon, I think I cut you off. Oh, and I see Lisa's hand is up too. Gordon, did you have something?
Oh, and I think we were talking, we have processes in the KSHCP is my point. And that's what I was speaking to. I think what Maheo was speaking to was we had concerns about the study design as we were understanding how the study worked. We didn't see the details of how the study was designed until fairly recently. We did reach out to the agencies to talk to them about that before this meeting happened. So we didn't unfold our discussion and our points at this meeting, and we could perhaps have them addressed in advance. And there was just not time for that meeting. So we did try to reach out and talk, and we always appreciate that opportunity to talk before something comes to ESRC so that we can identify what can be done to improve. Because again, as I said, reading through the KSHCP, the intent is you do this searcher efficacy trial before search year, first before the end of second seabird season under the permit. There's adaptive management, and then there's a retest. And we've already begun talking with the agencies about that retest. So there are opportunities, I think, to do this again and do it better. But most importantly, to improve the searching is the goal of the information that we're getting here.
Right. And I think we'll go into that in more detail in this afternoon with the individual applicants. Sorry, Gordon, did you?
I'm good. Yeah, no, I think
okay.
I think the discussion's gone to where my question's answered. So thank you.
Okay, Loyal, did you have something to say?
A couple of things. I mean, these annual reviews are always something that is it just we're receiving information and that's it? Or do we take it a step further and make recommendations or determine whether or not something looks like it has a problem with compliance? In the past, we have looked at things and provided comments on concerns and recommendations for the applicants or the participants in this case, and the agencies to look at and see if there needs to be changes made. And then in some instances, we actually get asked whether or not it looks like a particular HCP is still in compliance. So for this one, I've already said I'm not sure that the compliance stuff is all that key today, but I do think that there are, and we should take this as an opportunity to express our concerns as specifically as we can, and recommendations for the agencies and the participants to address. So that's kind of where I feel about that. So that's what I hope we have an opportunity to do.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Loyal.
Loyal, I think that's fair. And I think that that would be the most helpful for the purposes of the agency is continuing to have this discussion with each of the permittees after this meeting.
So I think we can put that as an action item. Do we have any other? I think I want to take a short break before we head into the next item. So I just wanted to wrap up and see if we have any other comments or questions on what's been presented. Nothing. Great.
Nothing else, but I'll just thank Stephen again for your work on this.
Yeah. Thank you,
Yes.
Stephen. Good, great presentation. Thank you.
Very innovative.
Well, I'll just do my best. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Stephen.
Okay, I'd like to call for a short break just to give us a chance to stretch our legs, and we'll come back at noon for item number 4. Thank you.
Thanks, Lainey.
Lainey, are we going to, so we're not going to take a lunch break? How long do you think we're going to go?
We talked about just, we've got a lot to get through, so I think this will have to be our lunch break. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to need a
So
little
that
longer because I need to go to another location. So it'll be probably at least 15 minutes before I can get back on again.
Shall we say 12:15 then? Does that work for everybody?
That'd be better. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So 12:15. Thanks. Hi, Loyal. I don't know if you got the message, but we extended the excuse me, lunchtime till 12:15.
Sorry, I didn't get that, but thank you.
Can the committee members turn on their cameras when you're back, just so we know who we've got? Thanks.
I'm back, but still munching.
Me too.
You too.
Hi, Jim.
While we have a moment, can I double check with the various participants who will be presenting for their individual project so that Paul Radley, who's running the technical part of the meeting, can make people co-hosts at the appropriate time? My assumption is that Sean O'Keefe will be talking for Alexander and Baldwin. Maybe Andrew Evans or Drew Evans will be talking for Kauai Coffee. Reg David possibly for the next 4. And then I don't know who will present for DOT or Kauai County. So if anybody wants to speak up, we can make note of that.
Sure. Greg Spenter is going to speak for HDOT, and I may speak to. We're not doing a presentation. We're just going to make an oral presentation, so we don't need to be co-host.
Okay, I'll be reporting out for County of Kauai, and then Mahia with me also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Reg David here. I'll be presenting for those 4 items. I don't need to have screen share. We're going to give our presentation verbally. Thank you.
This is Sean. I'm also not in need of a presentation capability.
Sweet.
All right, I think we have everybody, and it's 12:16, and just want to make sure we're on track. So I'm going to re-adjourn. So yes, the next item is item 4, participant presentations. Oh,
sorry, Lainey, I just, it occurred to me that as we're in the first portion of the meeting, it's like, oh man, I wish I could ask Fern a question. But so I just want to acknowledge the passing of our friend and colleague, Fern Duval, and we all miss him, but it's particularly at times like these that I miss him a lot. So just want to acknowledge that.
thanks, Kavika. Yeah.
And then a quick request for the presenters, if you're not doing a PowerPoint presentation, if you could at least give us the page numbers that you're referencing to tables or anything like that, so we can follow along as closely as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. So yeah, this is the presentation of the annual reports, starting with A and B.
Okay, my name is Sean O'Keefe. I'm Director of Environmental Affairs for Alexander and Baldwin. And we got a list from Kate of what topics we should cover, and I'm going to be basically going down that list. Probably not going to be referring to any specific pages of my actual annual report in there, but hopefully I give you guys the information that you need. My guess is that based on the number of presenters and the time we have left, that somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes is about all we have. So hopefully I can get everything into that time frame or less. So I'm going to start on the search efforts, but before I do that, just to familiarize you with our facilities, if you don't already know from last year, we have shopping center facilities, Hokule Village, Waipoli Town Center, and the shops at Kikuyula. We also have commercial properties at Port Allen, multiple properties at Port Allen that are kind of clustered together. We have 3 remote unmanned facilities operated by McBride Resources. These are 2 hydroelectric plants at Wainiha and Kalaheo, and a pumping facility called Pump 3 in Hanalei Valley. I think someone mentioned that those facilities are normally unlighted. which is correct. Previously, we had a portion of the Kikuyula development, what we call the plantation core, included in our permits. That property has been sold, and I won't be reporting on Kikuyula activities. They're no longer part of our permits. And so with that, I'll start off with the search efforts. As we did last year, 2 searches a night at most of our facilities, 3 to 4 hours after sunset, 1 hour prior to sunrise. At the McBride facilities, searching is not conducted unless there is lighting at the facilities. If they had to go out to the facilities during the night for some unexpected activities, repairs and maintenance, whatever it might be, then we would do searching out there. That did not occur during the 2021 season, so no searches were conducted at the 3 McBride facilities. Searching was conducted at all of the remaining facilities pretty much as required. I think we missed one search at the shops at Kikuyula because somebody didn't show up to work. And then there were a couple, 2 or 3 searches that were missed at Port Allen. If you recall, we had a few days of very extreme weather on Kauai during the season. And so searches weren't conducted on those 3, I believe it was 3 searches were missed during that period. Other than that, all of the required searches were conducted. At Port Allen, as we did last year, we had the Kauai community science folks contracted out to do our searches. This is a nonprofit that is operated by Sarah Stein, is the president of that. And it's basically trying to get students interested in science-oriented activities. We thought they did a great job last year, and they did a very good job again this year, as reflected in the efficacy trial results for the Port Allen facilities. At all the other facilities, the primary searches are conducted by the security contractor. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later on. And if searches are required at the McBride facilities, those are done by in-house staff, whoever happens to be working at the facility when the lights are on would be required to do the searches. I think the results of the searcher efficacy trials, you know, this has already been stated that whatever issues we might have with the design of the trial, they nevertheless provide some important information and enough information for us to at least make some level of evaluation of our whether we need to improve our searching. I think at a couple of facilities we did quite well. Clearly, Hopelay Village, the performance there is not acceptable. And we need to target that facility in particular for some significant improvements in the upcoming year. We've had some internal discussions about that already. What we're planning to do with not just Hopelay Village, but actually all of our shopping center facilities is to transition in 2022 away from using security guards for our searches. And even though they did quite well at the shops at Kikuyula and fairly well at Waipui, although they could have done better in the initial searches, they still had an acceptable discovery rate. Our thinking is that it may be better to have folks doing those searches that don't have other duties and that can focus entirely on just coming in twice a night and doing their searches. So we've already asked the Kauai community science folks whether they might be able to take on additional facilities. It's a small organization, and we'd love to have the same level of enthusiasm among our searchers that we have at Port Allen. And hopefully we'll hear back from them soon on whether they can take on one or more additional facilities. The thing we don't want to have happen is that we overtax their capabilities and they're not able to do the same level of performance that they've done at Port Allen in the past 2 years. So we'll be making a decision on that hopefully soon. And we are seeking proposals from other entities that may be able to help us with our searching at the shopping center facilities. But our clear goal is to transition away from security guards. I think they did, again, an admirable job at some of the facilities, but we'd like them to be able to focus on security, and certainly we'd like our searchers to be 100% zeroed in on searching. So that's a summary of our search efforts. And again, it's pretty clear that changes are needed at Hokule. And, I want to express that we're committed to making those changes. So before I move on to the next section, is there any question on our search efforts?
Just a quick question. So, I'm very impressed with your contract that you had for your searchers and so forth. I mean, what kind of capacity do they have? I mean, is this do they have potential to be working on other properties also, or is it they're pretty limited?
Well, it's they do a lot of different activities, science-based activities for the participating students. And so this isn't, it's not like it's a business that, this is all they have to do. But I happen to know Sarah, and when we started our participation in the KSHCP, it looked like a good fit. She has expressed an interest in taking on additional facilities, but she, like I, is very cautious about taking on too much. And so I think my answer would be they're not sure yet. And a lot depends on what else they have going on, and also how many students are participating. They'd also like to try and restrict their activities to locations where, some of their mentoring staff is nearby, so they're not traveling long distances to kind of oversee the searcher activities. So I think, she's interested in taking on as much as she can, but she wants to make sure that she doesn't overextend and that it fits with their capabilities. I hope that she'll help us out before she takes on any other facilities.
Yeah, no, I guess really the more important point was what you stated in terms of security folks doing security and searchers doing searching. And I think that's a real key point there. And in terms of, trying to, I think that is sort of one of the potential keys towards increasing efficiency on the searches. So no, thanks for that. And I think that's a really good example.
Yeah, and I'd like to stress that that's a decision we made for our facilities, based on our security services, and it may not necessarily be a decision that is appropriate for other facilities. So I don't want to give the indication that we somehow view that security guards are not appropriate searchers. we just made that decision at our facilities, and everyone else needs to make their own decisions for their own facilities based on how much security they have and what their security needs are, and their individual contractors too. So I don't want to step on anybody else's decision making in that regard. Another thing I want to stress is that although they will no longer be our primary search team, assuming that we can get that role filled by an outside contractor in time for the season, they will still be playing a important role in our down seabird discovery program, because obviously we'll still want to train them as we do other folks at our facilities, landscaping and facilities maintenance personnel, for example. We want to maintain a high level of awareness among folks that work at the facilities, and especially the security guards, because they're among the few that are there at night when the searches are going on. So while they're walking around, if they happen to encounter a seabird during their security rounds, we still want them to be fully ready to deal with that seabird in the appropriate manner. And so we'll continue training them, to take the right actions if they find a seabird, and to be on a lookout for seabirds. But they won't be walking the search paths that are laid out for all the facilities in our search plans.
Great. Well, thanks for the clarifications.
Okay. Moving on to lighting.
Sorry, I have a few more questions. I think if you guys one and I have one.
Yeah, real quick. I didn't catch that Kikuyula is no longer under your purview. I'm sorry if Lindsay presented that and I didn't pick up on it, but what happens to that project? So now that is it no longer part of the K?
It's no longer
HSCP?
part of. It's no
KSHCP.
longer correct. It's no longer part of the KSHCP under our A and B permits. Our permits cover only A and B affiliated companies. So we no longer have a role to play at Kikuyula development, and we're not part of the decision-making team over there. Now,
Okay.
At present, and I'm sure the agencies will be reaching out as they did previously when we sold the Port Allen Solar Farm. But during the course of the sale, they did not indicate that they wanted to continue to participate. And of course, there are mechanisms for them to rejoin the KSHCP if they want to try to do that in the future. But for now, all I can say is they're no longer covered by our permits, and they haven't given us any indication that they wanted to continue to participate.
Okay, thank you, Don, for clarifying. But just did we talk about this before at ESRC and I missed it, or is this new information?
No, it just happened this past season.
Okay, Michelle, you're aware of all this?
Am.
Yeah, I notified in my meeting with the agencies, with Ginny and with Kate, I made sure they were aware of this, that we had sold Kikuyula.
So it's not technically, the process isn't finished. The agencies are still reaching, or Sean, you're right. The agencies are going to reach out to you in order to work through the process on that one. And Kavika, I can imagine your next question. And yes, it is on the agency's shoulders to reach out to the new owner and make sure that they are aware of their responsibilities under the Endangered Species Act and 195D relative to their actions and the potential for their take of listed seabirds at their newly acquired property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so sorry, are you done, Kavika? Okay, so first of all, I want to commend you on having some of the highest discovery rates across the different participants, and that's wonderful. I want to reiterate that I see these as kind of on they're pretty optimal numbers because of the visual nature of it, the lack of you're not going to have cats dragging these decoys off. I also want to note that when you looked across the decoys in the open versus the decoys that were not in the open, there were still pretty abysmal discovery rates for the ones that were partially or completely undercover. And so I think there's still, I don't want us to get complacent because this does not account for predation. This does not account for cats as far as those discovery rates. And I really want that to be remembered, but I do want to commend you for clearly the visual searches, the trainings, and the people are out there looking, and that's great. In regards to the predators, I will say that when I read kind of the summary report, it seems pretty optimistic, and there's pretty glossy language in regards to predator efforts and discovery rates. And without standardized searches to see how many cats are not being caught, how many cats are visiting the property, I just want to emphasize that I think we want to continue to hear more specific numbers as far as cat removal efforts that are happening on the properties. And I didn't really see the effort and numbers described in enough detail to me that I felt like I could really evaluate the predator control efforts. So just want to note that that continues to be important.
Yeah, I'll be speaking about predator control in more detail in a moment.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thanks. Sean, I just had a quick question before we move on to predator control. It's really great to hear you've got like dedicated searches. I was just wondering, do you have some kind of like tracking or like a data sheet? How do your searches record their efforts?
There's in the search plan, there's a log sheet that they have to complete for each search. And it documents everything from, did they cover all the required areas? And if they didn't, why didn't they? To, of course, did they find any birds? And also importantly, and I'll talk about this more in predator control, they are supposed to document any predators that they observe during the searches.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I think that's it. If you want to continue on with the rest of your presentation.
Okay, thanks. The next section has to do with lighting, and I'll just touch on some high points there. I think for folks that went on the tour prior to the initial seabird season under the KSHCP, they probably saw a wide range of lights at the shops at Kikuyula, and many of which were in need of attention. So at the shops at Kikuyula, we actually started this last year, but continued it during the 2021 prior to the season, making modifications to many of our non-compliant light fixtures to make them into cutoff light fixtures. So I included, I think, a couple of photos in the links that were in our annual report. But basically, a lot of these light fixtures, we added some masking to convert non-compliant fixtures to cutoff fixtures where the bulb itself is completely covered by a foil in the in the lighting globe. I'd certainly be interested in, if anyone visits our facilities, knowing whether, that is viewed generally as an acceptable modification. But we do think it's meeting the requirements now. Now, we still have, because there were such a large number of different types of lighting fixtures at the shops at Kikuyula, we still have work to do there. But we do feel like the really larger lighting fixtures that were most in need of attention, I believe we've addressed all of those, and it's more kind of smaller fixtures that we need to deal with now, things like decorative lighting, those kinds of things. At Port Allen, our lighting was, we felt, largely compliant going into the initial season. But we did have some issues at what we call the Port Allen Marina Center with some wall sconces, even though they are under cover, covered by a walkway, a covered walkway. They're inside a covered walkway. You know, there was some concern about those fixtures, and we've made similar modifications to those fixtures as we did at some of the Kikuyula fixtures. Basically turned a non-compliant fixture into what we believe is a compliant fixture. So I think at Port Allen, we're more in a maintenance mode now, although I will go out and take a look at some areas of the site based on where birds came down this past season and see if there's something we may have missed. At Hokule, relatively new shopping center, and pretty much every fixture there was compliant when the shopping center was built. So again, we're kind of in maintenance mode there. And at Waipui, when we first bought the shopping center a couple years ago, one of the first things that was done was to replace all of the shopping center parking lot lighting fixtures, and those are now full cutoff LED lights. There may be one or two lights we still need to address there. I think the McDonald's is one that you know, I'll take another look at in this off season and see if there's anything we can do with the drive-through there. But I think in general, Waipoli looks pretty good as well. And of course, at our McBride facilities, the lighting is turned off during the season. What lighting there is full cutoff fixtures. So if there's not any questions on lighting, I'll move on to predator control. And predator control, we do have a couple of types of surveys that we do at our facilities to help drive our predator control efforts. And first of all, predator control is being done at all the facilities by an outside contractor. And they were quite effective last year, and we retained them they were quite effective in 2020. We retained them for 21, and I hope that we can continue to do business with them indefinitely. I've told them I wouldn't name them in a public forum, so I hope you understand that nobody wants the spotlight put on them. But very effective from our perspective. Our predator control efforts, we did in 2020 start our predator control efforts ahead of the season. Unfortunately, in 2021, we got a bit of a late start, so we didn't get going until the 14th, whereas we'd like to start in the first or early second week of the season. Prior to the start of the season, the predator control contractor does a one-night survey to get an idea of what the cat population is, not just on our facilities, but in the general vicinity as well. And they actually do 3 surveys each season, what we call snapshot surveys, because they're one night that they go out, once at the beginning of the season, again at the middle of the season, and then a third time at the end of the season. And we try and develop a trend from those 3 snapshot surveys, and hopefully we're seeing from the beginning to the end a decrease, and that is the case for all of the facilities on those snapshot surveys this year. In addition to that, as I mentioned, our searchers are not just searching for birds, they're searching for predators. And so each search log that is submitted to me includes a description of any predators that were seen during the search and where they were seen. And the search logs are shared with the predator control contractors so that they have an idea of where where predators are concentrating at the facility and whether the traps are placed to deal with those concentrations. So we use those numbers as well to monitor our predator control efforts over the course of the season. And so what we do is every 2 weeks, we'll total up how many cats we're seeing on the property. And then we compare those numbers as the season progresses. Each 2-week period, we look and see, are we going up or are we going down? And then for an evaluation of the season as a whole, we look at what it was like in the first 2 weeks of the season and what it looked like at the last 2 weeks of the season. Generally, our facilities saw a decrease of between 75 and 90% in the number of cats seen from the first 2 weeks of the season to the last 2 weeks of the season. And that kind of fits well with our trapping success. About 59% of the cats that we trapped this past year were caught in September. And then we saw obviously lesser amounts caught over the succeeding months of the season. Now at the Hokulea, we weren't really able to quantify the decrease because we didn't see any cats in the initial survey. And so you couldn't really do a percent change from zero. But as I mentioned earlier, the predator control contractors surveys did indicate a decrease over the course of the season. And we didn't see more cats or significantly more cats at the end of the season than at the beginning of the season. So based on the surveys, we do think our predator control program was effective. We didn't get to zero. I don't think you're going to get to zero in an urban environment, especially when there are cat colonies being operated in close proximity to your property. One of the things that really I think we did well last year, and it helped us in 2020, and it helped us in 2021, was we did do some outreach to cat colony operators and informal feeders that came on the property to feed cats. We had quite a lot of on-site feeding going on from people trespassing on the property at night and putting out cat food. Much less of that occurred this past year. At Port Allen, where we had at least 2 colonies operated in 2020, our outreach in 2020 succeeded in those colonies being moved away from our properties at Port Allen. And we had basically no real cat colony activity on the property or in the immediate vicinity of the property in 2021.
Sean, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm having trouble following all of this without a PowerPoint. Which pages of which report is this in so I can kind of follow along while you're talking? You're mentioning some different numbers and efforts and lots of places.
Yeah, okay.
And sorry, just trying to.
Sorry about that, but we're kind of given the guidance to cover certain topics, not how to cover them. So I think I apologize, and maybe we'll do a more formal presentation next year to make it easier for folks to follow. But the bulk of the information that I'm covering here is on what's called the addendum sheet to the base forms. And so if you go to the spreadsheet, are you talking about the spreadsheet or the summary that was prepared by
I don't see the information in the summary.
Clarify this.
Yeah, go ahead.
The ESRC members don't get the full reports that you get. They get the summary report that Lindsay puts together to try to make it simpler for them to review. So if you're presenting information that's in the sheets that you give to the agencies, which by the way, yours was extremely thorough, and I really appreciated that. The ESRC hasn't seen a lot of those details.
Yeah, so I'm not really going from the report, and I apologize that I can't point to a specific page other than to say our section of the report. I don't even have it open with me, but it's, there's not a lot of pages devoted to it, to the individual facilities. And this is the first time we've done this, so I guess we'll need to know what the expectations are next year. But I can't really, without flipping through a lot of papers and really interrupting the flow of presentation. I can't really point to a page number for the numbers I'm citing.
Okay, and just
Apologize
to
for
be
that.
clear for expectations, my goal is not to go after any particular person or organization or anything, but looking across things, it's really helpful for me if I can see and understand the numbers so I can look for patterns and how we can do better at saving our birds across spaces. And so when we don't have access to those numbers to kind of see what the trends are, it makes it really challenging to understand how we can do better at controlling predators to assist with species recovery. But yeah, thank you. I understand this is the first time, and for us, because these are long days with a lot of information, it's super helpful if there's a PowerPoint and a visual. I'm definitely an audio and visual person. It's helpful to have the combo, but I understand it's the first time. Thank you. Michelle?
I'll just echo Melissa's comment here. There's enough data and numbers going around. It really is helpful if we have formal PowerPoint presentations. Sean, I don't mean to pick on you, but this is just general expectation that I think that we have for all participants or all permittees when they come before ESRC. And then beyond that, I guess I would just say that regardless of what's in the summary report versus what's in the detailed reports, the ESRC, in order to be as useful as it can be, needs to be able to have access and visually see enough information to inform two things. One is whether or not the license is being fully complied with. And then two, what adaptive management should maybe be recommended in future years. And so to the extent that presentations can hone in on those two things, I think that that is really beneficial for ESRC to make the best use of their time and technical expertise.
Okay, we'll take that forward for future presentations. The A and B portion of the summary of annual reports begins on page 23 of the KSHCP annual report, and it's broken down by section. So the section I'm talking about right now is predator control, which is on page 24. And so beginning on page 24 through actually 26, there's a paragraph or more about each individual facility. And so a lot of the numbers that I'm kind of throwing out there are in that text. If that's helpful at all, still not a table or something that's real easy to go down, but again, we'll try and do a better presentation next year now that we know the expectations.
And this is Loyal. I just wanted to chime in that yes, it is good to get the requested information, but I don't want to understate how important it is to have a summary put together like what Stephen did, where he had all of the participants in one thing. That's super, super important to me. So, I don't take, this is more towards the DOFA, but don't take that as an endorsement of just relying upon the individual presentations. The summary that was put together is exceptionally important to me. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, one more follow-up. And sorry, this is not directed at you, Sean, but like when Lainey was asking who else needed share screen and stuff, I think there was more than just you, folks that said they don't have a PowerPoint prepared. Do we need to, if there's a number of folks that didn't come prepared with PowerPoints to speak to us about these things, I don't know if we can adequately evaluate things today. And I would actually suggest that we reconvene when folks are prepared with those things so that we can actually fairly evaluate things. What proportion of folks today actually came with prepared presentations? Am I missing something? Maybe everybody else has one. Sorry if I'm misunderstanding this.
Anybody can chime in, but I'm pretty sure from conversations we had prior to the meeting that no one was planning to do a PowerPoint presentation. And I would suggest that one of the reasons why we didn't feel it was necessary is because we didn't do one last year. And last year, if I remember correctly, there was a single slide for each facility. And that was presented by Lindsay and in very summary form. And then we answered questions. And so I think, at least speaking for myself, I think we kind of expected the same level of effort in terms of a presentation was appropriate this year. And given that the slide last year was little more than to list the topics, again, you know, we didn't know we were supposed to be providing that level of detail because we didn't do it last year.
Yeah, I know you're new to this. I know Reggie has been doing this for a while and he knows the level of detail that we expect to see here. So I know there's a bunch of participants, applicants here. But anyway, sorry, Lindsay, you have your hand up.
Yes, sorry, I'm starting the video again. And I just put this in the chat. I did offer to give a one-page summary in the same format that we did last year, recognizing that I was presenting this information and was told that you guys are going to be covering your presentations and that it was not needed. So I just want to be clear that I did offer that, and that was the format that I was intending to pursue for this presentation also. For exactly this reason, it's hard to digest a lot of numbers without visuals up on the screen. And because I had the summaries, it's really not a big deal for me to put those in there together.
So Reg David here. I've got 4 presentations coming up. Basically, we were shown a slide that had 5 topics on it. And so we did not present, we did not prepare PowerPoints for our 4 facilities. And I completely understand, you know, with eight participants and something, God knows how many properties, that this may be a hell of a lot to digest. So yeah, I would guess that the majority, if not all of the permit holders have not prepared PowerPoints.
I do see Lindsay's hand. I do want to note, and this is a Linda question. I personally, if folks have not come prepared with those things to really show us the numbers, which is supposed to happen in the annual review so that we can fairly evaluate what's happening. I'm wondering if we can actually reconvene at a later time to do this evaluation, because I don't know how we can adequately evaluate the things that are being presented today. My calendar is as busy as everyone else's. I'd rather get this done in a day, but I'm also putting aside everything else I needed to get done today so that I could focus on the presentations. And I'm frankly disappointed that I can't clearly see what I need to see here. Sorry, go ahead, Lainey and Linda.
Oh, go ahead, Linda.
Okay, so I mean, you can obviously reconvene this if you know if you're not getting the information you want and you need the information in a better format. You could defer the rest of these matters and take it up at another meeting, but that's up to you. That would mean devoting yet another day to this. So, you know, it's possible to do from a sunshine law standpoint. Whether or not you actually want to do that is up to the committee to make.
I'll defer to the remainder of the ESRC committee members. Certainly, if folks are fine proceeding in this way, I'll support that. But I just wanted to note a deep note of concern on that.
Yeah, I share that concern. You know, Sean's been rattling off numbers and I'm trying to flip through Lindsay's report to see where these numbers are coming from. And it turns out that they're not even in there because we didn't get the individual reports, which I thought we got last year. So this is a bit frustrating indeed. I'm trying to figure out, maybe a question for you, Lindsay. There's nothing in the summary report about total take. I see monitored take, like security guards or people walking around. I see calculated take, but I don't see actual take. I find it hard to believe that there's been no cat predations or dog predations or birds being run over. And I didn't see that in the report unless I missed it.
There is a table with the actual take, and that was given in the presentation earlier when we talked about the 10 birds. I think 1 was found dead and then 2 were ultimately euthanized. So the table was in the previous PowerPoint, as well as
which table in the report?
It's in
I
the
looked at table 10 and 13, and it doesn't seem to have that information in it.
Okay, I can pull it up, but it is definitely in the report.
The table 12.
do not have it open, so I can't refer to a table number. Just give me one moment here.
It's table 11 in the annual summary report. And Lindsay has it all noted in there of the final status and the species.
Got a page number for me?
Yeah, it is on the document. It says page 46 of 48, but the actual page number of the document 45 on the Word document. Do you see it, Kavika?
I'll try. Thank you for pointing it out. Appreciate it.
Yep. And then the agencies also reviewed and verified the take that was attributed for facilities. So if you need that information, I can provide it, and then the outcomes. But Lindsay has it all in her report. She just didn't prepare a presentation, I think, because the participants wanted to present on their own.
Okay, if you would like me to pull it up, I have the report open and can share that table. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, I'm looking at 11. That doesn't look like the right one. And does it have a different draft? Or is it 12?
Table 11 in what we were sent has it.
I'm looking at the wrong thing. It
Kavika,
says
I think-
2021 KSHCP annual report.
There's table 11 summary of all downed birds in 2021 under the KSHCP, and then also there's the
Right. So that's part of my point is a downed bird is different than a predated bird. So
yeah, and you know we don't
total take. I don't see a table for total take, all kinds of take.
Lindsay, for simplicity's sake, you might want to pull up the table that you presented at the beginning of the presentation. And separately, Paul, can you also maybe consider making Ginny or Kate a presenter so that they can share the report once Lindsay is done?
I can.
I'm able to see my screen here, at least this Word document.
We can see it.
Okay,
yeah.
So this is table 11, and this is what was presented earlier in the PowerPoint.
Right, Lindsay, can you zoom in?
Yes, hang on. Sorry, I have to move.
Bottom right, I think. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is table 11, and this lists all of the birds that were ultimately found and what species and what the status was, so whether it was alive and then ultimately released by SOS, whether it was found dead, if it was found alive and then later euthanized. So it doesn't give a cause of death unless it was actually euthanized. It just says that it was found dead. So this is the actual take that was physically observed on the ground. And then Kavika, I think you're talking about a combination of the calculated take and actual. And so table 13 is the calculated take. So this is the combination of both lethal and non-lethal based on the formulas that incorporate discovery rate and then survivability post-release from SOS. And this was also the same table in the report right here. These are highlighted. This needs to be corrected. But what I presented earlier is the actual number, like on the PowerPoint earlier today.
Okay, so if there's a predation, how do we see how many predations there have been? Is there a table for that? Or if like a bird got run over by a forklift or anything like that? Is it, or are you just are you lumping these together somehow in a way that I'm expecting to see them split up? Or
if there is data on how that bird died or anything that was notable, I do read through all the down bird reports when I put on the status and then follow up on the outcome, because most of them don't have the final outcome post SOS. If there's anything notable like that that is put in the down bird report, it would be included in this table. But as to date, we haven't had anything that was notable other than, you know, a description of where the bird was found, whether it was nearby a light or not nearby a light. But we haven't had any predation noted necessarily.
Vika, I think you're also asking about unobserved take. So
Right.
Take that we know occurred, but that was not documented, either because it occurred outside the search, well, for various reasons was not observed. The calculations of how that unobserved take is calculated is in the HCP itself. And Lindsay, correct me if I'm wrong, but those calculations are included within table 12 and 13.
13.
correct?
Yes.
13, yes.
Yeah,
12 is
13.
the total over the whole project, and then 13 is what is calculated.
So for every observed downed bird, whether it was alive or dead, there is also an unobserved dead bird. And then, so you know, I'm not going to try and describe the calculations from memory, but that is essentially the way in which the calculations function. And this table includes that unobserved dead birds.
Okay, so if the data that Stephen reported on earlier is an accurate reflection of reality, then that would mean that the calculated take numbers are way off. Is that correct?
Not way off. The one table presents observed take, right? Number 11. And then you calculate unobserved and total.
But that's based on a discovery rate of 50%.
Correct.
Well, yeah. Mhm.
And that's the Kavika's point there in terms of trying to understand how that calculation is made and what factors go into it.
We're not talking about changing that currently with
No.
That wasn't the purpose of the socio efficiency trials.
Right, but that's, I was just clarifying,
Yeah,
that
yes.
calculation is based on a discovery rate of 50% or 75% in the case of the one.
The ones that are shown right there under the discovery rates for the different facilities.
Since it's coming up, I'm going to walk folks very briefly through this calculator, since this is, I think, getting at the heart of the issue. And this is what Kate and I went through last week because it was clear that there was confusion from a lot of different folks. So basically, this is the discovery rate that is unique to each property.
Yeah, I can't see those numbers. Sorry, can you make it bigger?
Yeah, sorry.
Bottom right. Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Be able to see them here. Okay. So what you have here, this is your discovery rate, 0.5 being 50% versus 75 versus 90, depending on the property. So property specific, you would enter your discovery rate across all three species as a fraction. So let's say, for instance, that I'm just using Sheraton because I corrected their stuff earlier. I'm going to put in 2 birds that were alive, 2 newels that were found alive. And we found 0 that were dead. So what actually happens is the number of birds that are found, you basically double that if you have a discovery rate of 50%. Because it's saying if you found 2, it actually means that there were 4 ultimately on the ground. And then the fraction of each, it's 88% of alive birds are released and actually survive by SOS, and 12%, I believe, die. And that gets into the fraction between these two. So that's the non-lethal take is 0.88. And then the lethal take is 0.12 of that number. So that's the breakdown between the two. So the 2 birds you find, there's 4 total. Of those, 2.24 are lethal and 1.76 are non-lethal. And you can do this for each species and then modify the discovery rate depending on which property you have.
Lindsay, can you do an additional, what? Sorry, Kavika, go ahead.
But just real quick, can you just do discovery rate of 10% and see what the number is?
Go way up. So that discovery rate is really pretty critical to.
Right, and that was my point earlier, is if Stephen's data is an accurate reflection of reality, then the amount of birds that are being taken by the permittees is way higher. So that's very concerning.
Agreed. I think everyone
could
shares the concern.
Yeah, but not for all of the permittees.
Well, the KS HCP in general, but a few permittees in particular.
Right, but you can't make it an absolute statement. It's permittee perspective,
but
specific.
One, isn't it a package deal? So the deficiencies of one affect all, or am I misunderstanding that?
Each one has their own individual permit and license.
Oh, okay. Thanks for clarifying.
Just another point of clarification. I'm sorry to jump in, but how did you get from total take to lethal take? But how is that, you mentioned a percentage, how was that determined?
Defer to agencies on that because that's something that was specified in the HCP. So I plugged in the number and I believe it's the probability of birds that are released from SOS.
All right, well, let's not, maybe we don't need to get into a history lesson in the interest
Yeah,
of time.
but Gordon, that's going to be one of my questions at the end, particularly on the SOS stuff, because of the Andre's paper that he put out last year.
Right,
So that's a topic of discussion for me
That's
anyway,
right.
later on.
Okay, good enough.
So moving forward, maybe just for the folks coming up for presenting, since we've had this note on, hey, these numbers are important, we need to see them, we need to understand them. I would ask that those tables and things that have been submitted that we don't have access to, as you're referring to those numbers in your verbal presentation, I assume you have notes you've got beside you or something that you're using to guide your conversation that you're having with us. Maybe you can do as was just done and just share your screen and show us those tables from your own reports as you present verbally. So I'm just making that request now while Sean finishes up, so that the rest of the folks presenting today have a few minutes to pull those up and have them handy and show them to us while they're presenting. I realize it's a poor substitute for a formal PowerPoint and easy to read numbers and all of that, but it would be extremely helpful to help move us faster through the rest of the day. Thank you.
Can I also, if you're not prepared to do that, can I ask the committee members if you want to continue today or re-adjourn when the presenters can give a presentation, a PowerPoint a visual presentation for us? I just want to see how the committee members feel about whether you want to continue in this fashion, or if you want to adjourn.
I think if they can share their screen with whatever table they're referring to, then that would be a good compromise. We can not have to reschedule this again and get through the day, but in the future, I don't know if there's a way to get some kind of guidance, but it would be very helpful to see the table that people are talking about.
Can I ask the applicants then, are you able to do that? Are you able to share your screens and present the tables to us as you're talking?
Are we talking about the take calculation?
Talking about whatever you're talking about.
Okay,
Sorry.
so well, obviously I'm talking already, so you know, unless we're going to take a break, I'm not going to be able to pull the table up, but
no
the
problem.
tables that were just up have the take numbers for each facility. So if those could be put back on the screen when we get to the section on take, at least the take part, I can point you exactly at the numbers.
Yeah, and I think where I was getting lost, Sean, was as you started talking about your cats trapping and searching efforts and all of that, all the different, you know, how many nights a month you do that and how many hours they're out for and whatever. That's where I started getting a little bit lost, and that's not in any of the summary materials that we were provided. So but yes, I understand you're already presenting, you can't do it, but for the remainder of the presentations today, I would really like to, you've had to endure all of our questions and discussions, so but the remainder of the folks can pull those up, have them ready while they're talking. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, so shall I continue, or is the question still open on whether we're gonna finish this today?
Does the rest of the committee, are you okay with that? Or I'll assume silence is a yes.
Yes, let's continue.
Okay.
Okay,
I think we should continue as far as we can.
Yeah, all right.
I just had a specific question. Where this
Michelle.
all coming from? Has there been any birds that have been run over on the A&B properties?
No.
Thank you.
Michelle, did you have a comment?
Sorry, just a process comment. I just want to make sure that the permittees are all okay with this approach and are willing to share information as they come up for presentation. Or if Lindsay has that information handy, I'm happy to see it from Lindsay too. But I think what you're hearing is a clear request from ESRC to have some visual information presented at the time of your presentation.
I think William says yes. Reggie, are you able to do that?
I can do it for my first three, but not for my fourth one.
I see a thumbs up from Lisa. Reggie, is your fourth one Sheridan?
Yep.
And a thumbs up from Fred. Thank you, Fred.
We can do the best that we can with the information we have on hand.
Thank you, Greg. Okay. All right. Good plan. Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll continue then on just one more thing I wanted to mention about predator control. And I believe when we broke for that discussion, I was talking about cat colonies. So we do still have an offsite colony at Waipui. It is a belligerent operator, one who is not going to cooperate with us. And so we have no ability to control the cat colony off-site. And as a result, we did have, that is the facility where we have cats pretty much throughout the season. But they're primarily located in a corner of the facility where the colony, that the colony is feeding is located immediately adjacent to. So I think, I don't know whether this is a problem at everybody's facilities. I expect it is, but, it's something that has, that came up really when we were creating the KSHCP, is that, participants alone are not going to be able to control predators when, a blind eye is turned to these cat colony operators on our property in some cases, but certainly adjacent to our property. So if you want to control predators, KSHCP participants are only a piece of that strategy, and we'll do our best. But Waipui is an example of where our best is not going to succeed in reaching the goal of no cats, no matter what we do. So I'll move on to training and outreach. I don't have much to say there. We did pretty much the same training program this year as we did last year. Trained all the personnel that were involved in formal searches and most of the facility personnel that would be likely to encounter birds on the property if there were birds on the property. So there really wasn't any change to our training from last year. I do want to thank Andre for providing additional training to our folks at Port Allen at their request, because they're trying to get educated as much as they can on the science of seabirds. Sarah had requested both last year and this year that Andre come out and do a little session in addition to their normal training. And he did provide that in addition to their normal training, so I'll thank him for that. I think where our training program could have done a better job is if we had been able to integrate a more formal discussion of the searcher efficacy trials into our preseason training. I think that would have been extremely helpful for our searchers to recognize the importance of these toy birds that that they see on the property, and knowing, hey, you're supposed to be treating that the same as a real bird. That message did get conveyed, but not in the context of a formal training a program. And so I think it may have lost some of the emphasis that it could have had if we had incorporated that into our annual training. So unfortunately, just the timing of the trial and when the trial started, all that training had already been completed. And in retrospect, I would have held, I think I could have done more training after we became apprised of the trial and how it was going to be run and so forth. And perhaps we would have done better at Hokule if we had done that. So let's move on to take, and I don't know who put the tables up during the previous discussion, but if you could put them back up, then the numbers will be in front of everybody.
Lindsay, can you, I think that was you.
Yeah,
right?
give me one sec here.
Thank you.
So we, while she's doing that, I'll just say we found, our searchers found 2 birds on our facilities at Port Allen. Both were found alive and were released after being taken to SOS. In addition to the 2 birds that are listed there, we found two more birds, both Newell shearwaters, off of our property. So our searchers at Port Allen found birds that weren't even on our property. In both cases, they were in public roads. And in both cases, those birds were dead. We believe they hit power lines that were right above the location where they were found. And so those were reported as well, but they don't show up in table 11 because they weren't actually found at our facilities. They were found off-site. In the case of one of the birds, it was found near a street light, or not immediately under a street light, but there was a street light in the vicinity. Don't know if that street light contributed to where the bird came down, hit the power line, whatever happened. And then the other one, again, I think there was a street light maybe 60 feet away on Waialo Road. So those were the nearest lights to where these birds came down. So there were a total of 4 birds found, but only 2 birds found at our facilities. As far as the calculation goes, I think you can scroll down and that gets us to the calculated take, the table 13. Okay, so our lethal is listed as 2.24, our non-lethal is 1.76 in the table. So because we are using a 50% recovery rate, for every bird that we find, it's assumed that there is a dead bird that we didn't find. And so that's why we have 2 lethal take. In addition, applying the 12% mortality to the SOS recovery birds, for each bird that we find, there's 0.12 birds that are assumed to have died. So the 2.24 lethal take comes from those 2 numbers. We didn't find any dead birds. It's assumed that because we found 2 live birds, I'm sorry, we didn't find any dead birds on our facilities. But because we found 2 live birds, it's assumed that there are 2.24 dead birds that we didn't find. And then, of course, the 1.76 is the 88% of the 2 live birds that we found are considered non-lethal take. So I don't know if that adequately explains for everyone the calculation, but that's how you arrive at 2.24 and 1.76 as a calculated take for the A and B facilities. Any questions on that? Okay, the last little section of the presentation that we were asked is to talk about challenges and changes. Some of this I've talked about already, so I'll just cover it again really briefly. As I said, we have removed the Kikuyula development from our permits. Additionally, due to the sale of the Kikuyula development, we acquired sole ownership of a CPR unit that's immediately adjacent to the shops at Kikuyula. And within that property that was formerly owned by the Kikuyula development is an employee parking lot. And we're in discussions with the agencies about whether and how we can go about incorporating that property into the shops at Kikuyula as part of our permit. Currently, that property is not within our permit. Let's see. Challenges, we already talked about the need to improve our searcher performance, especially at Hokulea Villages. And the cat colony at Waipui is going to remain a challenge as long as it continues to exist. Certainly, we hope that our success at reducing off-site cat colonies at our other facilities can continue into future years. If it doesn't, then we'll implement measures similar to what we did in 2020, which is basically outreach to the colony operators and making sure they understand it's better if their cats are not going to be found and caught on our property. It's better for the cats. It's about all I have, unless there are any additional questions.
Sean, are the cat colony folks, the folks feeding the cat colonies, are they clear that if the cats are caught on the adjacent property that they will be euthanized? It seems like that would be a strong deterrent for folks having colonies on the edge of your properties. Just curious about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, the folks at Port Allen, I had a number of discussions with them in 2020, and when it became crystal clear to them that it was not in the best interest of the cats to have them congregating on our properties at Port Allen, that's when they moved the colonies. At some of our other properties, there's more fugitive feeding. In other words, someone will come onto the property and dump a bunch of cat food and then leave. And so certainly if we catch someone or caught someone feeding cats, we would convey to them that that's not allowed on the property. But you know, a lot of times you just find the cat food, you don't find the feeder. And we did notice a marked decrease in the amount of cat food deposited on the property this past year than the year before. So I think we probably had some success in discouraging cat feeding in general, whether or not we had, you know, the specific conversation that you just mentioned with individual cat feeders. At Waipui, that was not a pleasant conversation for the folks that confronted the colony operator there. And so I don't think any helpful messaging occurred in that particular case. And I don't think it would be helpful to provide that messaging to that particular operator.
I appreciate your efforts. Obviously, all of us don't like to see furry animals getting killed. And the best way to reduce the number that have to be killed is not to supplementally feed the colonies. So anyways, thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Sean, whose property is that cat colony on?
I don't know who owns the property off the top of my head, but it is private property.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions for Sean?
Sean, I'll just express my thanks for your efforts on predator control. I did have a chance to go through the detailed summary report and the information that you provided Fish and Wildlife Service. I have to say, I was very pleased with the level of detail and information that you provided, and for your efforts personally this season to get the predator control up and going and to engage in some of those hard conversations that I think, you know, naturally people sometimes shy away from having the hard conversations, but I think you really exemplify what can happen in terms of productive engagement when you spend the time on it. So thank you. I appreciate that. I think that the cat colony at Port Allen being moved as a direct result of your willingness to engage. So thanks.
Yeah, and I agree. And I agree with Michelle on all points. And just to add one more thing is again your innovation in terms of your focused searchers. I think that's something which definitely is something we all need to take a hard look at.
Thank you.
I just had one quick comment, Sean. You talked to, and just well done. Good effort and great results. That you mentioned it that in the predator surveys that you were surveying, like it sounded like, and maybe this is just how it was mentioned, but sounds like you were doing surveys at the beginning, middle, and end of the season. But really, like, what would be most effective would be to have like the before you start control, which is also meant to be prior to the start of the season, and then during, and so that way you get, how many were or an estimate of how many, what the prevalence of predators before you start control, then start the control prior to the season so that you can knock those numbers down even before the birds start coming down, and then continue on during the season.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that. The initial survey that was done by our predator control operator is a preseason survey.
Oh, perfect.
So,
okay.
So
yep.
that is being done before we start predator control efforts.
Yep.
And then again, the middle and the end, those are actually occurring during the season. Then of course the ones those are our snapshot surveys, and then the nightly accounts that we make by our searchers, that happens every single night, and those numbers are recorded as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're trying to really keep track of whether those numbers are going up or whether they're going down, and we'll try and improve that process as we go.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Okay.
One last thing, really appreciate your comments earlier. I feel like that was new information about the transition away from the security guards. I hadn't heard it before, but I think that makes a lot of sense given what you're seeing in terms of the data from Stephen's report. Is there any other major adaptive management that you foresee between now and the beginning of the 2022 fallout season?
One of the things we are keeping an eye on is, we have some vacancies at Waipui, and I don't know if this counts as adaptive management, but certainly, the food land is vacant there, and when a anchor tenant comes in, I expect they're going to want to do certain things to the building. So, we're going to want to keep a close eye on what their plans are and make sure that it's consistent with our lighting requirements. Similarly, there's an opening or a slab at Hokule that hasn't been developed yet. So those are two things. Again, I don't know whether they qualify, quote unquote, as adaptive management, but things where we'll make sure when those changes come along that, all of a sudden we don't have, searchlights in the sky or some weird thing that we hadn't anticipated.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, Sean.
All right, thank you.
If there's no other questions or comments from the committee, I'd like to move on to Kauai Coffee.
Delaney, aloha, I'm Fred Cowell. I'm the general manager at Kauai Coffee. If I can share with you, I'm going to bring up the preparation notes that we had getting ready for this meeting.
You have Co's permissions.
Everybody see that okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Hearing no objections, I'll proceed. So I'm going to follow the same format. It's going to be searches as well, followed by lighting, predator control, training and outreach. We'll talk about our take or lack thereof, and then move on to challenges and changes, which I think you're calling adaptive management. Right. So one of the things that came up very early in the discussion of the day is we were not able to align with our PIP search window. As a manager, I see how important that PIP window or that window is, let alone what's in our PIP. So that's going to be changing. We had extreme challenges to our staffing this year based on what was going on in the labor market. And we were approximately in the factory side about 14 to 15 bodies short, and then on the orchard team likewise somewhat short. We're hoping that that's not going to be the case coming up, but we'll see. So we are going to be changing our 2-a-day search windows to more closely align. On the orchard side, we've got a crew typically of 10 or so that are out in the field. We're not beaming lights into the skies. They are downward facing lights on the equipment facing down into foliage. So it's not like we're shining them on a blank parking lot. So the lights are fairly well dispersed. Similar to the comment that we heard about flushing the owls and discovering the owl nests, the team is scanning to see if any birds come down into their light pattern. So the light pattern is from about 8 feet in the air facing downward. We do have team members that are in vehicle on patrol, and they're searching at the end of each harvest shift as we go through the day. For reference, we're harvesting about 27 to 30 acres a day. So fairly large footprint. Regarding lighting and facilities, thank you, Stephen, for the comment on the nursery. We're always looking for good feedback on what we can be doing better. We are changing our lighting pattern at the cherry delivery dock before the next season. And this is the point where the fruit comes in out of the field and it's received at the factory itself. And our lighting has been under review ever since we began preparing our PIP, and hopefully we'll get better and better as we go. I'll move on to predator control. Stop me if there's something else you want to bring up. We also have contracted predator control. We began trapping and surveying early in the year and stepping it up as we moved through. The survey led us to believe that the predators were less common than we had seen in the previous year. We increased the trapping as we got closer to the bird season itself. Showed 2 predators, one inside the control zone and one outside. We found out that one was being fed by our security team, which we dealt with, which is an outside organization. It's also a contract. In October, November, we caught 4 predators each month. Most of the predators were observed outside our control zone. So as with many of our participants, we are near either residential or, in our case, camp housing. And we realized that it's made us realize we had a problem outside the boundaries, but also close to our setup. So it did bring a little bit of friction between some of the residents and our predator control, but we're again emphasizing that any predators that are in the area, whether or not they're inside the boundary, are at risk. And so hopefully we'll see less of that. And 1 predator in December, again, outside the control zone. Training and outreach. We had all of our searchers were trained on seabird awareness, monitoring protocol, identification response protocol, as well as reporting procedures. 21 of the staff were trained through PowerPoint presentation, 32 through educational handout. And that's our entire factory as well as our orchard team. We included a review of fact sheet, the Kauai Seabird habitat down wildlife protocol, incident documentation, as well as the reporting form itself. And we've also added additional posters, digital presentation on the web portal so that employees can access if they have computer access. And then we also have a digital presentation that comes up on our announcement boards, our digital announcement boards near the time clocks. Outreach materials included posters, leaflets, the digital presentations. We even came up with coloring book activities that are available for our visitors that come to the visitor center near our factory. Kids love it. Don't know if Lindsay needs to put the numbers back up. We reported 0. Calculations get real easy when you're multiplying by 0. I'd like to spend the most of my time here on this challenges and changes. We recognize that the increased predator control had a tremendous effect, and we want to begin surveying as well as trapping well early, and then increasing immediately prior to bird season, rather than right at the start. I mentioned the staffing difficulty that we had during our planned search time. That will be changing coming up. We're probably going to go, instead of a searcher or 2 within the company, we'll probably just go to a 15 to 20 minute downtime where
If anybody's been in the military, if you've ever done a FOD walk on a runway or an aircraft carrier, everybody goes and looks for a very concerted amount of time, and then we have much better coverage. 30 sets of eyeballs instead of 2 or 3. We will be increasing training through outside experts. I've already reached out to Mark Travers, who's nearby here, talk to us a little bit more about seabird behavior and certain signs to look for. Sean mentioned the searcher efficacy training. Based on what we've learned from Stephen's work, what can we be teaching our team based on that? So one of the things that I saw immediately, and something that I saw today on my way to get a sandwich at lunch, we do have a lot of equipment that we're saving in case we need for other uses, rebuilding and whatnot, but we're actually looking at how we clean around them, possibly elevate them so there are fewer places where birds can hide. One of the pictures that Sean showed was a collection of warehouse pallets. Doesn't need to be there. Those are gone. We have fewer places for the seabirds to hide. That concludes my presentation, unless there's any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Fred. I really appreciate your focus on increasing the predator control efforts. I was curious, and this is a bit of what sparked my interest in seeing visual things during Sean's presentation. The word survey, I mean, I spend most of my research life thinking about how to conduct effective surveys. And so the word survey is a really broad term that can mean I walked around for an hour, or it can mean I set up a camera trap, or it can, you know, those are kind of a couple of ends of the spectrum. Can you tell me a little bit more about what is meant when it says survey for cats?
Okay, so I'm going to back up a couple of slides here, see if I can. Yeah, so we actually had the Wildlife Control Company come and help us survey. So we figured they were probably better at understanding the density of predators and would help us understand what we needed to do. It's kind of like asking the salesman to tell us what we want to pay, but we felt that was the right way to do it. The other thing is when we're doing either preparation or training or even searches itself for our team, anytime we see an animal, we should be logging that, very similar to what Stephen said he has done with some of his. So that's an important. The other one that came up, we're saying predator here, but most of what this was dealing with the cats. We do have a trapping program for pigs because pigs cause damage to agricultural crops, and we do have data regarding our pig take, but I didn't necessarily associate that with predator control. So we'll also be including that as part of our program.
Okay, sorry. So that's helpful. And so I hear that you had the professional company help with the surveys. Do you know what the surveys consisted of?
I do not. I can get that information for you though.
Okay. Yeah, for us with ESRC, I mean, it's great that you contracted a professional company to do it. But like I said, there's a huge range of what survey means. And when you present to us, it would be really useful for us to understand that counterfactual of like, so many times folks just report the number of things they caught with the traps, and it doesn't tell you how many are left on the landscape. And what that does is that doesn't allow you to discern whether your numbers are going down because you're being really effective at removing cats, or whether they're going down because all the remaining cats are wary of them and they're having lots of babies and teaching them how to avoid them as well. And so we don't know which of those answers is unless you have an independent metric of how many are left on the landscape. And so across spaces, not just with you, but across all the different things that we do in the state, we're trying to essentially make sure that folks are thinking about what the data mean when you see, oh, we're going down in the numbers we're catching or whatever. And you can't do that without a counterfactual. So just want to bring that up in this context, not to pick on your numbers, but more broadly, because it's something that we all need to be thinking about. Thank you again for your presentation.
If I could give you one more example, Sean mentioned cat colonies or what do you call them? Fugitive feeders. We've had reports that there are cats being dumped, basically dropped off near our site. The only way we would know that is to have better survey or better tracking results for what's going on. Yeah, there are many times that I see other cats and I'm like, where'd that come from? How's that happen? So thank you for that, Melissa.
Thanks, Fred. I just had a, yeah, that was a great presentation. I just had a couple of comments on a couple of things that you mentioned. I was really glad to hear adjusting your search times. That's encouraging. I had a question about well, not a question, maybe a comment about the training, using PowerPoint presentations or brochures. I think it might be, you might want to think about like having a seabird biologist come out just, in person in the field. It could just be a short time, but like someone who's an expert in seabird behavior, go out with the searchers in the field and really show them, this is what we would expect seabirds to do, and that might be more really helpful. And then I'm not sure if you're doing it yet, but with your searcher, the actual searchers, if you have, like Sean mentioned, like a data sheet, and that having people fill things in, start time, finish time, routes, what they saw it really helps people focus on what they're looking for and not get distracted by other things, the things that that they might be doing and not really concentrating. So if you haven't got that kind of system, I would encourage you to create one.
No, we do have a log sheet, and if we go to a larger, I call it a massed search, because we do have the capability to say, okay, we're going to stop our operations at this time and do a more extensive search. I would need everybody to have it. The other thing is, to manage our work going forward, if we don't have that data, I'm basically fishing for what we're doing, and put a shout out to Drew Evans, who's joined my staff here recently and is really doing a great job and taking this personally and trying to make the program better. I'm not happy with the results that I got out of Stephen's study, and it's not necessarily because of Stephen's study, it's really more how we as a team approach the problem.
Okay, great. Thanks, Fred.
Fred, based on your comments, it sounds like we do need to provide some additional guidance on specifically what level of information and the type of information that's needed at our control programs, not just the implementation of the actual trapping methodology, but also the independent survey mechanism by which we're determining the effect of that predator control on predators at the site. Would additional guidance from the agencies? I realize that you are using an independent contractor. We would probably like to meet with you and that independent contractor together, and also provide some guidance just more broadly on what's needed there in order to meet the need.
I would welcome that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Was muted. Any other questions for Fred? No? Okay. The next one is Royal Sonesta, formerly Marriott.
Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for not having prepared a PowerPoint. Guess we got cross signals. As I think everybody on the committee knows, we were pretty well shut down in 20, but we did reopen for the seabird season last year. And we were running pretty busy, something around 80% occupancy during the season. So it was a busy place. As we have done in previous years, I went over, did a pre-season lighting audit. I think we had 3 or 4 lights that had gotten bumped by tree trimmers or something that were all realigned. We didn't actually replace any fixtures on this property. Sort of following everybody else's lead, our searches were conducted per the requirements in the KSHCP, but we did significantly more searches than that. And as soon as we found out from Stephen that we had not done well in finding the decoys, we really ramped that up. We did contact the agencies. We actually also put two of our senior managers basically 6 hours a day searching the site. So we did respond, but our results are still definitely not where we would like them to be. This year we had about 350 associates and other folks. As in previous years, everybody was trained. And additionally, our two senior managers went to every staff meeting. They have once a week to reiterate how important this is to us. And when we found out that we were not finding the decoys, we ramped that up and went back out to everybody and explained how important finding these were to the resort. And obviously, it goes without saying that we can definitely improve that, and we look forward to meeting with the agencies and getting some guidance and direction on that. We are disappointed. Predator control this season was.
Do you have the things to show as well as you go through this? I know, like specifically, we met, what was it, a month ago, and you were presenting on things, and I had asked something that I, wasn't thinking it had to do with this HCP instead of that HCP, and you essentially said, yeah, we'll have that for you under the Seabirds one, and so I was kind of looking forward to really seeing these numbers that you had to present. Do you have your tables associated and things that you submitted in your report that as you're talking you can have those shown?
Lisa, could you share your screen? So predator control, you raised an issue earlier, Melissa, on when ESRC visited that site many years ago, it seems, we did not have permits in place. Obviously, we had a fairly interesting cat situation. As soon as we got a permit, we got our predator control going. A year and a half ago, we switched contractors because we weren't super happy with them. And essentially, like others have said, we do a pre-season, a mid-season, and an end of season specific survey, as well as all of our staff and all of our first responder identified searchers are required to report any predators on the property. And essentially, we send the predator control company that information, and usually we actually can send them a photograph of the animal in question. And this season, we did remove both of those animals. And I believe that information has been shared with the agencies. We are in a bit of a unique situation here, and very fortunate in that we have a very long running massive predator control program on the adjacent property, which is Hokulea Timbers. So we're not quite getting the number of predators that you would ordinarily get. And we do not have a problem with cat colony and banded feeders as many other folks have had. So I think that's one thing we have done very well this past season. We did not have any take of listed species this past season. So of course our calculations are pretty easy to do.
Sorry,
obviously,
Reggie,
Yeah.
what can you explain what's been shown on the slide for us?
well, this is actually our annual report. So I'm not quite sure what you specifically want. There are a lot of these issues are addressed in our attachment A. Lisa, if you want to bring attachment.
It'd be great if you could show us talk about what is like, or show us what's being talked about. Yeah, thanks.
And what are we looking at? Is this the annual report that was given to DOFA but not shared with the ESRC?
That's correct.
Is there, for DOFA, is there a particular reason why this wasn't shared with us?
It's just been the typical way. We've tried to have all the key things summarized in the summary report, and then all the details can be presented by the individual participants when they talk to you, just to give you less to read.
I remember seeing individual reports last year, so I'm not sure. There seemed to be a lot of changes from what happened in the past and what happened this time, and it hasn't been helpful.
Maybe since the participants didn't prepare detailed PowerPoints this year, maybe could we have this shared with us? I know that a lot of us are used to looking through complex documents pretty fast and can probably, it would be helpful to have this available. If this is an easily emailable document, it would be helpful.
It's not large.
Yeah, I think DOFA shouldn't be making decisions on what they share with the ESRC. We should be getting all the information.
I don't think there's anything, I know that we had talked about certain sensitive information being limited to just the agencies, but I don't think there's anything in those annual reports that is in that category. So we could give you more information if you guys want to see the full reports.
And I'll say when the participants present the details in their presentations, it's probably a little bit less important, even though it would be nice to be able to review this information ahead of time. But when the participants choose not to present them in their PowerPoints, it just makes it really hard for us to do our job. So it would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Melissa, that was a miscommunication. You know, I've been before your committee many times, and usually you get a PowerPoint that is, your guys are ready to say, okay, Reg, we got it. So there was a miscommunication, and I think I speak for all of the permit holders. We basically thought we were told not to prepare one. So that was a mixed message that we got. Obviously, a lot of us have done a lot of this before, and we will in the future put together our usual PowerPoints so that you folks can do your job effectively. And
Reggie, I don't think that was the case. I think the in our individual meetings, we had requested the participants to provide their preferred presentation for the ESRC. And so everyone had agreed that they were going to present their own information. And based on that, I think Kate kind of left it up to the individual participants. So we can take a note for that for the agencies.
Yeah, we just got confused.
We discussed that for
we just got confused
coming forward.
Yeah, we got confused because we all had the same read, so it was not intentional. It's obviously a hell of a lot easier to present material off of PowerPoint with tables and stuff like that. So we will not do that in the future. And it was misunderstanding on all of the permit holders' part.
Seems surprising.
I'm surprised because Reg, you've been presenting before our committee, I don't know, more than a dozen years, and you've always presented PowerPoints. So I find it really strange that all of a sudden we don't get PowerPoints. It seems like there's some intention to confuse us, or I don't know what's going on, but this is very confusing and very difficult for us to make good decisions.
It certainly was not our intent for the 4 clients I represent. So we all misunderstood.
All right. You want to keep going, Reggie?
Okay. So we had no take this year. So obviously our calculations are straightforward. Obviously, from the challenges perspective, the Stevens survey clearly shows that we have some major changes to make, or we look forward to meeting with the agencies to get some additional guidance on how best to improve those numbers, because obviously they're not good.
Okay, Reggie, what numbers are you talking about? Please show us on the screen, or give us a table number in the report. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, basically that's Stevens' report, not ours.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I think, off the top of my head, I don't remember. I think we only found 2 of the decoys on the property.
Right, so I'm sorry. So what's your reaction to that?
Well, it's mixed. I mean, obviously this is not good news, and we have a fairly seasoned crew down there, so we've obviously got to kind of go back to the drawing board, because we spent a hell of a lot of hours out there and we're not finding the decoys.
Hey, Reg, if I can jump in just a second. I mean, one of the concerns is with such a low discovery rate, at least through the trial, whether that's reflected in your real-time situation. But it sort of begs the question in terms of, if you find 0 with low discovery rate, is that 0 real?
Well, we found 2 wedge-tail shearwaters, so it's not like we didn't find down seabirds. So I mean, obviously this is a topic that's come up with just about everybody today, and it's a question, and obviously this is going to require meetings very shortly with the agencies to figure out what the best way to address this is, and what in fact it really means in real time. It is an area that does not have a very large number of birds transiting, that I think, but who knows?
Yeah. It's a real challenge, and you get, another factor that comes in there too, and I think we'll have a general discussion at the end here, is, with the carcass removal trials. That's another factor that really doesn't come in, and with other projects such as our BAT projects that have come to the SRC table, not only do we have searcher efficiency, or efficacy as I like to call it, and carcass removal trials, but we also have a calculation for, is 0 really 0? And and that's part of that whole formulation, which is a different algorithm, I realize, than what's being used right here. But in a case like this, if you've got, if you truly have a low discovery rate, and I'm not saying you do, I'm just saying if what shows up is a truly low one, then there is some real question in terms of that 0. And then if you can add into there the carcass removal potential, again, it gets a little bit challenging in terms of how to really interpret what take really is.
Well, I completely agree, Jim. You're totally correct. I mean, I do carcass trials on the adjacent property.
Right.
We've never lost a carcass.
Okay, that's an important part. Yeah, and so that kind of information is really important to bring into that broader discussion. I realize you don't have mongoose there compared to Oahu, but or at least you don't have them abundant. Whatever that means.
You do not even want to know how much effort
I don't want to go there.
Wrapping that last one. Yeah. No, but no, I completely agree with everything you're saying, Jim. And the only info I have on ground is we do carcass trials on the adjacent property, and we've never lost a carcass.
So the results were for the Marriott Royal Sinester was 17%, which was certainly not the worst, but definitely not the best. Yeah, and you mentioned, talking to the agencies about improving that, which is great. But what we're here right now is to, get feedback from the committee. So, this is what we're here for today, on how to improve that.
So weren't these? It's hard for me to parse on my mind which HCP you're representing, Reggie, because you're doing so many. But maybe You were talking about dogs in the last one, and I don't know if maybe it was using dogs in hazing for nene or something. But my point is, it seems like the use of dogs is not an issue on those properties. So could we? Is it feasible to start using dogs in searches over there?
I honestly don't know, Kavika. Getting trained dogs and trained handlers is not something you do overnight. The work that is being done by Wildlife Service on the adjacent property, it took several years to get up and running, and a rather staggering amount of money. So yeah, I mean, it's obviously something that needs to be discussed, but it's not something realistically that's going to get done super fast, and we need to put our heads together and sort of see if there's a better way of what we're doing. And frankly, we're as chagrined as everybody else. This is not what we expected to see. We thought we were doing a pretty damn good job.
Yeah, I think, so, you know, you've given a very broad overview of, Lisa, you're training hundreds of people all the time. I think that's your problem. I think you've got to focus, you know, other places have talked about, you know, they have dedicated searches specifically, that's what they're doing. So instead of trying to because what you're doing is not working, obviously. So this is, the problem is obviously, you know, the people who you think of out there searching are not searching, they're not looking, they're not finding. So I think you need to, this is, you know, the kind of feedback, you know, try to have dedicated searchers whose job it is to search within the specified periods that are in the permit, and not try and claim that everyone is searching 100% of the time, because they're clearly not. Otherwise they would have found the decoys.
This is Loyal. So Reggie, for the canines, we just need them to be there for looking for birds, right? So I mean, I thought we had dogs that were working on existing already in the islands on seabird, down seabirds associated with the power, with not power lines, but with the windmills. So and we talked about this last year, and I know that there was some reason why that didn't happen last year, but I don't believe I recollect what that reason was. And this isn't directed so much at you, other than just saying I think that there's a pool out there. It's really more back towards DOFA and Fish and Wildlife Service as to what happened there.
I can speak slightly to that, and there is a group that's interested in training seabird searching dogs. What we were trying to do, because it was less expensive for the participants, was to validate whether the ESRC and the agencies could have confidence in the searcher discovery rate that they have. If they were doing an adequate job, there really isn't any need for them to pay any additional funds to have a dog assist with the searches. And we couldn't figure out a way to utilize dogs to actually test the human searchers. So we really, at this stage, we're just trying to test the efficacy of the human searches. So the dogs are another discussion and another layer of things, but we didn't discount it. It just wasn't part of our goal right now.
I see Michelle give you a note that she's signing off. Is there another Fish and Wildlife Service who's stepping into that seat to participate in the discussion?
Mika, Ginny is on and listening, as is Aaron from the YouTube channel, so they can answer any questions that you might have. I might still actually be listening from the car, but I probably won't be able to participate. So I'll be back as soon as I can. I just got to go pick up my kid. Sorry, everyone.
What's the question, Kavika? I'm sorry, I missed it.
No, somebody's Michelle's just put in the chat she's leaving, so I was wondering if she's subbing a rep in for Fish and Wildlife. Sounds like it's you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'll be here. So I'll try and answer the questions and explain them as well as Michelle can, but Aaron is here as well. Yeah, so if you need anything, just direct them to me.
Well, does Fish and Wildlife have an opinion on the incorporation of existing tool of dog searches to test efficacy, search efficacy, or improve search efficacy?
You know, I don't know about, oh, go Michelle.
Jenny, I'll let you answer that question too, but before I head out, I guess I would just say that it may vary from participant to participant as to whether or not they can have dogs, would want to include dogs in their searching, and how it would work. Again, each permit is individual, and so each permittee, it doesn't have to be one size fits all approach. That being said, I think several permittees need to significantly increase their ability to have detectability, and therefore dogs may well be an appropriate tool to be used, especially for really wide dispersed properties that are hard to search.
Can I jump in here? We tend to branch off into these broader discussions, which are very, very important discussions that really are covering all of the different permittees in this case here. And my recommendation is let's let Reggie, finish and then move on to the next and get through those presentations and come back and talk about these more general issues. Because I think that otherwise we're going to be sort of compromising the time of the other people doing their presentations. And I'd like to get through that to see where we are and then come back to these broader things.
Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Okay, I'm fine with that, but I would like to hear Reggie's current thinking on how they can adaptively improve their search efficacy.
Off the top of my head, the only thing I can think immediately would be for us to bring in another seabird person to help train, or for me to actually go spend a buttload of time in the field with these guys and show them how to do it. This kind of caught us by surprise, Kavika. This was not what I expected. Because we've been, doing the adjacent property and this has not been an issue. So yeah, we're a little gobsmacked by this. But we need to get on it right now because the season starts real soon, as we all know.
We look forward to seeing the plan of how, what changes that you're gonna make to increase the searcher efficiency and not just do what, was obviously not working. But yeah, I would reiterate, not just have everybody search while they're doing other jobs. That doesn't seem to be effective. Have dedicated searchers, and that's the only thing that they're doing is searching for the required times at the required night times, after, that's required in the permit. And, have the data sheets or an app or something that are logging, when they start, when they finish, what they're seeing, just like, it was mentioned in the other presentations. I think the approach that you're taking is that all the staff are just, while they're doing their jobs, they're also searching. I don't think that's working. I think you've got to take another approach.
I totally agree, but we also do have dedicated searchers, but they are security personnel. That's their primary responsibility, and it obviously is not working.
Yeah, exactly. And you said 6 hours, a director and assistant director searching 6 hours a day. Like, is that at nighttime or is that a day, or is that?
I have to get back to you on that. I honestly don't know the answer to that, Lainey.
Yeah. And I would think too that the director and assistant director of security have got better things to do than search for seabirds. Like that's not going to be their focus either. So I think you've got to have people that's their job. That's, during those specified times that they are searching for seabirds and not doing anything else.
Roger that.
Thanks.
Reggie, do your searchers have data sheets? So they log when they start, when they stop, what route they take?
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
I think it'd be good if we tried to make some basic parts of the data sheets consistent among all the properties. So it'd be easier to.
I think that's a great idea. I think we should all be using the same data sheet. It'll make it a lot easier for the agencies and for ESRC to actually see what the effort is and what's actually happening.
Okay.
So Reggie, before I'm not sure if you're done with this property.
I am.
Okay,
But go ahead.
I was curious because actually one of the other pieces of this HCP are the turtles, Honu. And in the report that we got, there is mention of what 26 hatchlings were detected, but no nest was detected.
Yeah, this was before the season started, and we are completely scratching our heads on that one. I mean, that beach is searched every day, and that was very, very strange. It was, I believe, off the top of my head, it was in June.
So the turtle season starts May 15th. I think we need to clarify that this turtle season and the seabird season are not the same. So it was before the seabird season starts, but all the turtle activities that all the beachfront properties are supposed to engage in are meant to start May 15th.
That's correct.
And as I understand it, there's the groundskeepers rake the beach and they're trained. So are they the ones searching for the nests and the?
They are, and we, obviously it's not our property, but we have I think it's an MOU with the county to maintain that beach, remove debris, and just keep it kind of neat and tidy. That one was really strange, but they do it every day. It's not a matter of not doing it. They did not search. And we absolutely do not understand this one. This one is bizarre.
Because as I recall from the past, were some of those turtles ending up in the pool or they
Yeah.
were?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did any of these hatchlings end up in the pool or they?
Off the top of my head, I believe they did. Our folks responded. They called DOFA, and DOFA indicated that we were supposed to take them to the beach and release them, which we did. And in earlier comments with the agencies during our permit review, we were told that we were contacting the wrong people at the state. So we have been given new instructions as to who to contact in future. And Donald Okami just reported to me that we only had one turtle in the pool, but we did follow DOFA's instructions, but we have been informed by Fish and the state that we should be calling a different set of people.
According to the HCP, all the participants with facilities adjacent to beachside properties are required to monitor for nesting during the turtle nesting season, which is different from the seabird nesting season. And they are to notify the agencies of any nests that are observed, and then any minimization measures or implementation to reduce the likelihood of hatchlings or adults being attracted to the lights at the facility properties. The beach is owned by the state. So while they are not participants of the KSHCP's properties, they're still required to minimize to the level that they avoid take. There's no take for turtles currently under the KSHCP. And so that's something that we have spoken to the facilities that have had turtle impacts. Last year, it wasn't this resort, it was the Sheraton. But this year it was this facility, the Sonesta. And while DOFA is one of the agencies that should be contacted, the state, Kate and Fish and Wildlife should also be notified. And so we're going to provide an update for other contacts for response. However, the agencies that are managing the HCP need to be notified as well.
Completely understood. And I just got a note from Donald saying the 2 nights before and the night that these animals showed up, it was really, pouring like crazy. So that's but no, we got loud and clear the message that how we're supposed to report, and pretty strange. I mean, you would have thought that on that beach, which is cleaned every day, that it would have been obvious that a turtle had gone someplace. And afterwards, there was no sign of a nest. And when a turtle nest hatches, you can usually see the depression. it does subside. So yeah, we're a bit of a loss on this one.
So Reggie.
Hey, Reggie. Sorry, this is. Go ahead, Loyal.
So, yeah, so the question is, are you looking at trying to add turtles into the HCP?
Obviously, we are not doing that currently. Obviously, that's going to be a discussion with the regulatory agencies.
And is there much risk from your raking of the beach? Because it's not this, that's your operation, not the state's. So does that put any turtles at risk?
I don't think so, because the raking is more along the shoreline where the debris gathers, because there's an outfall that comes out on what is the northwest side of the property, which when it rains deposits very large amount of debris on the beach and in the ocean, which then washes back up on the beach. And when we get a big rain event, there can be trees and you name it floating out there. So it's mainly the shoreline where we get all this junk showing up. So we're definitely gonna revisit that issue and come up with a better way of doing things if we need to change it. But we will be in discussion with the agencies. We've already spoken to them about this. So we're moving forward with that.
Thank you, Reggie.
Yes, sir.
Michelle, did you want to add anything?
Thanks, Lainey. Sorry, Reggie, I can't recall if it was this, whether it was this permittee or another one, but I do think that there was some confusion on the time of year where monitoring is required for sea turtles in order to ensure that no take is likely to occur. And I just want to put it out there for everyone that sea turtle monitoring needs to be for the entirety of the sea turtle season, which is different than the seabird fallout season.
Yeah, we will modify. Yeah, we'll modify our training for that. Definitely.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. And I particularly bring that up because the sea turtle season is coming up starting in May.
Yeah.
And so if there needs to be any training changes or personnel changes or anything like that for any of the permittees, now is the time to do it.
Got it.
Thanks, Reg.
Reggie, you didn't talk much about the predator surveys. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, basically, back in the day before we had a permit in place, when the SRC committee visited the site, there were a lot of cats. When we got our permit and we implemented predator control, we took out a fairly large number of animals.
Mm-hmm.
And last season, we only saw 2 predators on the site, and we have pictures of them, and both of them were eventually removed from the property.
Okay. How are you doing? What do your surveys look like? How are you doing them, and when are you doing them?
Well, they're done constantly. They're not, up to this point, they're not specific predator control surveys or predator surveys. So I guess we may need to look at whether we need to do that. What we find with cats in this kind of a locale that's a high traffic resort area, when they tend to show up, it's at night.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing with the adjacent property. That's when we tend to see them and when we tend to catch them.
Yeah. I think, yeah, opportunistic observations are good and definitely worthwhile continuing that. But I think you need, and I think it's required that you do, surveys at like prior to the season starting. And then
no, we did do that. No,
yeah.
We did do that, and mid-season at the end of the season. And at the beginning of the season, none were recorded. And we got 2 animals about halfway through this season, and then we did manage to catch both of those.
So what methods are you using for the surveys?
Well, it's just, basically all of our rounds that are first responder folks do. It's
So it's
not
not
a
a dedicated survey, it's just opportunistic observations.
correct.
Okay, maybe we need to look at that.
Yep.
And then I ask about also, can you talk a little bit about your searcher training? How do you, what's the searcher training, the Seabird searcher training?
Well, essentially, it's a PowerPoint presentation, and as we and others have found out, that may not be adequate.
Right. Yeah.
So I think we got to put our heads together and come up with a probably something more concrete on the ground.
Yeah.
Rather than just sort of saying, do this, do this, do that. So I think, yeah, we need to step up our game on that, definitely.
Yeah, I strongly encourage that. Same as what I just said to Fred, like in person on the ground, you know, PowerPoint presentation is obviously not working. So I would say, you know, field training, even trial, you know, test them, you know, use decoys and test them out, you know, do what you got to do. And then I think we would want to see, you know, more searcher efficiency trials to see, you know, if the rate has improved once you've implemented those changes.
Yeah, right. If I can jump in, I mean, I think it's really useful to have an independent search efficiency trial, you know, such as Stephen talked about. But at the same time, there's no reason why you can't use that internally too on your own, you know, just to augment it. And you know, I would still probably defer to the independent one in terms of trying to really calibrate, you know, where things are. But it's a great teaching tool and testing tool internally that you can use. And so I'd really encourage, you know, considering that, Reg.
Yeah, I mean, I do it on the adjacent property, and you know, it takes some, you know, one season to get it right. And I tell them, hey, if you don't find my carcasses, then guess what? I'm going to come back on the property and not tell you where it is and put them out again. And you guys are in trouble if you don't find them. So yeah, yeah, we definitely need to do that.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is as I'm sure you well know, is not everybody can search the same way, and there's some who are good and some who are just never going to get there, and so just having a mass of everybody doesn't necessarily work, because you know you may not be the most efficient way to do it.
Why does that remind me of forest bird surveys?
Yes. And you know the calibration that goes into that, and the secondary rating and the certificate that you finally get in the end, right?
I never got mine.
I didn't either, but that's all right. They've changed the rules now. But anyway, these are things I think really are some tangible changes that can be incorporated in. You know, plus I like also the idea in terms of bringing in, you know, real experts. I mean, like yourself, but I mean, you know, like Andre and his team and other folks to periodically come to the site and work with the folks. And that would be really useful, and even be participate in maybe as silent observers on an internal SEAF that you do. So anyway, those are some things, but we had to figure out ways to kick this discovery rate up.
Totally agreed.
One comment, you know, using forest bird surveys as a partial model. I mean, those surveys are carried out by people who are trained. Absolutely. And who are not site specific. They go from location to location, not all of them, but many of them. And so you have a core of people who are dedicated to that technical skill, and it is an acquired and learned and relearned skill. And then all that data goes into a central location where it undergoes quality control. So as a result, we have a pretty good record of what's happening. Over.
Yeah, totally agreed, Gordon. That's one of the people that did that.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but I think it's important for this group to think about you know, there are how many different applicants that are part of this collective endeavor, and right now they're largely acting as a confederation. And you know, it's certainly not for anyone on the ESRC to tell them how to do their individual business on their individual permits, but there might be some value in just thinking internally for that group about how they could hui up in the way that the watershed partnerships or other groups that have common interests do. Over.
So Gordon, we've actually started that. was, a suggestion from Kate Cullison when we were going through our annual reviews, and we have already started that process. Sharing information, sharing vendors, sharing tips and stuff like that. So we've got a lot of people. We got 9 permit holders, I think, or 8 or 9 permit holders, and we're all facing similar issues at different levels. So we have definitely begun that, and we are having meetings. So I think it's a way forward.
Yep. Good to hear. Thank you.
Just in the interest of time, I wanted to move things along. I just want to check back with the committee. Is there anyone else who has any questions or comments on the Sonesta?
Our next one's going to be quick.
Okay. All right. Hearing nothing. Yeah, go ahead with the next one.
Can you unshare your screen, Lisa? Okay, so next one up is Norwegian Cruise Line. It's a quick report because the vessel was actually docked in California for the entire year. And so we had no tape, and we are expecting to be back cruising Hawaiian waters this season. We don't know when yet. And we will follow our usual protocols with lighting audit and everything else like that. This one's obviously a little different from everybody else's. We don't have predators. It's a cruise ship, no animals allowed. So not an awful lot to say about this one for this past season.
I mean, this one obviously wasn't in Stephen's thing for 2 reasons. I wasn't here, and secondly is, well, I guess that was the main reason. But I would still encourage, when it does get active again, is to, make sure your observers are being tested, that you've got an internal SEAF program that's looking at, because there are a lot of places birds can hit and fall and hide on even a cruise ship.
Completely agreed.
All right, next.
Hey, Reggie, one question on NCL.
Yes, sir.
Has all the minimization that was written in the PIP officially taken place on the ship?
Yes,
it would be
ma'am.
nice to get that all taken care of before it becomes operational again.
Yes, it has.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Is there any more questions on NCL? Any comments? Nope. I had a question. There was some blue lights installed or something. Can you comment on that?
Yeah. Back in 2007, when this all came to our attention, we were getting down seabirds on the ship. I forget how many lights we changed out, but it was something ridiculous, like 1,500 lights. And one of the comments that we got actually from the federal prosecutor was, well, you've got the moons of Uranus on your ship here with all these ball lights. And we kind of went, so we have these bollard lights that are on one of the decks. And so we tried a whole pile of things with them. And finally, what we did is we painted the insides of them blue. And lo and behold, we haven't had a bird since then.
When were they changed?
Oh, I want to say 2010 or 11. I'd have to go back and look. Maybe 12. But yeah, essentially, essentially we just stopped having, we haven't had a take since the inception of the permit, and I don't think we had one at least for 3 or 4 years before that. So it worked. And who knows why. I think part of the reason probably is that where it's docked on Kauai is at the harbor. And so the harbor lights are brighter than ours, possibly. Yeah, I mean, actually, you weren't there, but when the ESRC was there a long time ago, the ship was there and they said, oh, when's the ship coming? And it's like, oh, it's over there. So it worked and we haven't had take. So
is that something that's been used? Like, is it in the literature that the blue lights that don't attract seabirds as much? Is that something that's?
Well, back in the day, about the only literature had to do with, I think it was sea ducks with oil platforms in the North Sea. And what they found out was the blue lights were most effective, at least for sea ducks. But obviously the big problem with blue lights is that's the spectrum that humans don't see well in. So they went to green. And I mean, that's an old paper now. But it was a off the cuff attempt to see if we could reduce take, and it, for whatever combination of reasons, it seemed to have worked on this vessel.
Okay, thank you.
There's a good paper. I think it's a series of papers by Hannah Moon, who, oh gosh, I can't recall if she was a grad student or a PhD student, but she actually did some wavelength studies on Newell shearwaters and Hawaiian petrels, looking to see whether there was any difference between the species, and then more broadly, how that could inform minimization measures for lights. I'll forward you the paper, or I can forward it to the whole ESRC, but it's pretty helpful.
Yes.
It's hard to tell a little bit on green lights and blue lights, but generally speaking, there is some good information in there about the wavelengths and lighting that would be helpful.
Thanks, Michelle.
And those studies are fantastic. And she was a rock star at Pacific Seabird Group 2 years in a row. It's beautifully done work and really nice papers.
All right. If there are no other questions on NCL, let's move on to Hanali.
Okay, this one's mine as well. So I think folks remember from last year, the property sold, and they decided that they were going to completely rebuild the hotel. It wasn't a little remodel, it was significant. The hotel was closed all year, last year. It's completely dark at night. There is no lighting on the property. I think you can see pictures in our annual report. And we actually do have 2 cameras that take pictures, live stream pictures all day and all night, because they're kind of monitoring the construction. But essentially it's totally dark, which has been advantageous. We are expecting that they will reopen sometime this year. We don't know when. So essentially what we will be doing is rolling out sort of the same program we had when it was the St. Regis, go back and do lighting audits and put that whole program back together. And the minute that they can actually electrify the place, I will be going over there to go through it with them. I did work extensively with the lighting engineers who designed the lighting for the new facility a couple of years ago, and so did impart the information I had based on things that we had done at the old property. So hopefully the hotel is going to be less attractive. They did a lot of things like painting the hotel darker and just a lot of things that sort of came up as potential issues. So, I mean, that's sort of the big deal right now. We're not honestly sure what's going to happen come this season. Building anything that big on Kauai is a challenge with schedules. Basically what we told the regulatory agencies is that the minute that we are at a point where we can actually go over there, look at what the final product's actually going to look like and what the lighting looks like, then we'll be able to put together a plan, submit it to the agencies. Hopefully by that time, possibly agency folks will be able to travel and as they have done in the past to that property. Basically start I mean, it's essentially for all practical purposes, it's a new facility. So we honestly, until we actually see it and get in it, we're not going to quite know quite what's going on. For the past season, it was under construction. We had large number of construction workers on the site. And the way construction works is essentially different trades come in, you know, some guy finishes the concrete work and then they bring in some guy that's going to put in the windows or whatever. So we've had a constant program of training all of those folks. It has been challenging searching that property at night because it's very dangerous and it's dark. But hopefully that will change, or it will change, obviously. So essentially, the other thing we're going to have to do is, because this is a completely new facility, we're going to have to come up with a new predator control plan. We did switch predator control vendors to the same company many others are using. We promised we would not tell who it is for obvious reasons. And they did an excellent job last year. They removed, I think they removed 9 predators.
Yep.
They're very good at what they do. And we were pretty impressed.
Will we be implementing a survey? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously we don't know when the opening will be. You don't have that information yet, but you know, when you do know that information, I'm assuming you'll be having a plan for predator control surveys and search, you know, training,
Right.
searches. You have all that.
Yeah, definitely. And because this is the same vendor that we have on, many others have on their property. They did a pre, mid, and postseason survey, and I frankly was surprised at the number of animals they removed, since there are no restaurants, there's no guests, there's no food. I think it's partially because it was very dark and areas around it are more lit and there's nobody there at night, and maybe it's a kind of a neat place to go hide. The entire site is fenced, locked up at night. So
The surveys, were they the same, the opportunistic surveys?
the ones for the predator control guys, that me and our vendor were not.
Okay.
The ones for our staff were.
Mhm.
And I think obviously we've all learned that we need to develop a more dedicated approach to things.
Yeah, and I'd encourage you to do, like, start the surveys prior to predator control, so you get that
Right.
before and after, before, during, and after.
Yeah, and I have a suspicion that when we take down all the fencing and all that kind of stuff, we have no idea what's going to happen. But we may have a challenge on our hands this year, because it would not surprise me to suddenly have more animals coming on property.
Yeah.
I think part of the reason that, I mean, I was surprised at the number of animals they took out, but I think partially that may be because the property is deserted for 12 hours a day and there's nobody else there except, you know, our few security guys.
Yeah, I think maybe we need to move on, just because this one is kind of on hold for now, and we don't know when it's opening. But I just want to check with the committee. Do you have any comments or questions for Reggie? Okay. All right, the next one is the Sheraton.
So I apologize. I do not have anything I can put up on the screen. So essentially what happened this past season is the resort had been closed previous year. The minute they reopened, they got really busy. I think they were running at something close to 90% during the Seabird season, which is pretty high. We did go over and do a lighting audit prior to the start of the Seabird season. We had a few lights that had gotten knocked about by tree trimmers and stuff like that. Those were redirected. So essentially, this property, we obviously have an issue with our searcher efficiency, since I believe we may have had the lowest rate or second lowest rate of any property.
5%.
Yeah. So essentially, we've got to rebuild that program. And I think everything that's been discussed for every other permit holder holds true for this one, and possibly more so. Predator control was increased this season, but we did not get the removal that I would have expected. So we need to work on that one as well.
What was the removal? Can you show us?
They actually did not remove a single cat. And when I went over to do a lighting audit, I saw 2 on the property. So yeah, we have a problem. And basically, we're going to have to retool the entire program. Is what it really comes down to.
Can I ask a process question? And forgive me that I'm not familiar with how this works, but with the numbers being this low, and sorry, Reggie, I'm not directing this question at you so much as Paul, Laney, those who might be familiar more with the HCP process. The searcher efficiency numbers were extremely low for these properties, and given that, I don't think, and like I said, these don't even account for predators, right? These are essentially visual tests of the searcher efficiency, because it doesn't seem that we can utilize the discovery rates that are in the HCP. What is the process for addressing that for the year 2021? Because I don't think the numbers are accurate. I don't think they can be trusted for the calculations on how much take actually occurred. I don't think we can trust that the take is as low and staying under the annual numbers given the discovery rates.
I can try to take that, like, as you know, I'm just jumping into this. I've been so what my understanding was the searcher efficiency trials came about because there was questions about whether the discovery rates were accurate, but they were intended to be used as a test, not so much to alter the discovery rates, but to look at where deficiencies might be and to use adaptive management to increase the discovery rate at where there might be issues. So I think that's the process we're in right now with some of the properties did pretty well, some of the properties did not. So that the idea was not so much to revisit the discovery rates, but to identify where the problems might be and try to then fix them and then test again. And if it is still low, then we might need to look at altering the HCPs and altering those discovery rates. It's my understanding.
When do you think another trial would be conducted then? Similar to what Stephen reported on.
I don't know that, but it's my understanding it's not going to be at expense of DOFA this time, but that it would need to be at the expense of the applicants. But it was obviously it would still need to be done by an independent researcher.
Yeah, I mean, based upon, if I could call it this, the preliminary study or the first year study that Stephen reported on, I hesitate to call it a pilot study because it was well thought out and well executed.
Yeah.
But it certainly does show some real concerns or potential concerns in terms of discovery rate.
Yeah.
And so I think this is really a very high priority, issue, because it really begs the question about how important are the estimated discovery rates that are being used right now, and really throwing question into them. So I think it's a real high priority, and particularly in terms of how do you calculate, even back calculate what take was for last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I think it will depend on, how confident we are with the changes that are made by the applicants. So we look forward to hearing, what those changes are. And we've been talking about all the suggestions, this is what we're here today to do, to get comments and feedback by the committee on how they can improve. So I appreciate everyone, making their observations and suggestions for the applicants. I believe we'll continue to work with them to, to implement those.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jim.
I was going to say is another factor that potentially should be brought into the algorithm to calculate is zero really a zero? And we've done that with the BAT calculation. And I think that's a really important thing. And we do have the tools to be able to do that because it's fueled by data such as the CEF, trials that Stephen reported on and other information. And so I think we are at the point where potentially considering, adding that component into the calculation also, particularly if we've got such low, and, with actually, I thought some of our bat discovery rates were really low, but they're much higher than this in some cases, which is surprising. And now that we have canine searches, I mean, they've gone really sky high. So I think this is something that we really need to consider very seriously and really as a very high priority on our timeline.
Yeah, I agree.
I was going to save this comment to the end, but I think I'll make it now in the context of these particularly low discovery rate numbers. I think the important thing to remember is that this HCP and the annual report is taking place not just as, oh, there's this new HCP and it's been implemented now for a couple of years and we're seeing how it's going, but this is running on a 25, 30-year history of 20 years of devastation of the seabirds, in which really no mitigation took place, followed by 10 years of, or nearly 10 years of getting the HCP in place, in which no mitigation took place. And people started adjusting the lights and started doing some of those things, as we saw in our site visit. But once this was in place, I think I really expected to see a lot of effort. There had been a 30-year running head start, and so I have pretty low patience, I'll say, on this HCP for slow adaptive management. I think it's very clear what needs to be done, and I think folks need to step up the plate and get it done.
Yeah, this is loyal. I also think that it should be a high priority to do proper CEF and care trials. Using the decoys was really innovative, and I think it provided, and again, good insights into certain things. But as Melissa more eloquently put it, this was a best case scenario. I mean, I've not done a lot of searching for newels, shearwaters that are down, but I've done a lot of down bird searching in my years, and they're hard to find, even when you see them go down. So, and if you listen to Andre talk 2 years ago when he was telling us how hard it is for those guys to find stuff, this is hard. And I think, frankly, the numbers that came back this year were far higher than I expected from a real detailed study. So your folks in many places did good who were out there searching, but it's tough. And I think for this to be a legitimate estimate of take and a legitimate process of doing offsetting mitigation, we need to really do a good CEF and SURF trial for these. And I do think we need to bring in dogs to at least help us figure out what we think the higher end portion of take is, to look at some of these sites, because I think they're so hard to find. We may be really underestimating the overall take. So yes, we should make it a priority for this coming year to try to validate the 50% numbers that people were using, or if they did higher, 75 or 90%, we should really try to validate that I'm not talking about compliance right now with what the folks did so far this year. That's great that they at least did the study that they did do, but it's important to step up and get this done right and to get it done this year.
I was going to make a comment quickly, if I may, that, Melissa, I think, articulated my feelings much better than I could express. But moving forward, thinking this is just a question. So Mr. Rossiter did this study, and he gave this great presentation this morning about putting out the birds, the decoy birds, or the fake birds, to test for searcher efficiency. And some of the pictures he showed, a bird was like deep in some alpaca, and other birds were sort of semi-hidden, and other birds were like in the middle of the parking lot waiting to get run over by people with pickup trucks. And so when I see that one out of how many birds was caught, where was that one bird found? And I mean, in a sense, some of those birds that, he put out, I mean, you'd have to be really crazy not to see that if there was any reasonable attempt at all. And so I guess I really share some of the other sentiments that this is not adequately executed. And I'm not sure why, and it's not really our purview as to why, but I think something significant has to change for us to have any confidence that the applicant is really following through with the spirit and the terms of the HCP. Over.
Yeah, I think this really shows, there's certain properties that are not doing well at all, and it's not just a matter of tweaking, it's a matter of just completely rethinking and starting from scratch with the training and the implementation, because it's especially this one, the one decoy was found next to the bell desk, which is like they must have fallen over it. It seems like not finding any of the other ones is really disappointing.
I'll just jump in and say that, like I said at the beginning of this, I do think that there's sort of two problems here. One is that in some cases, different participants are, not all of them, but some participants are not fully executing their PIPs as written. And then in other cases, there is clearly a need for significant adaptive management. And then in some cases, there's both. And we have to be willing to talk about all of those different components and really work with each other to find measures to fully execute the PIPs as written and to do adaptive management to make sure that the discovery rate is the level that was assigned in the PIP or higher. And especially for those participants that have a higher discovery rate than 50%, it's an even bigger onus to make sure that that discovery rate is as it was intended and permitted.
It's not the purview of the USGS to tell parties what to do. So I want to be very clear. I view our role in this committee is to provide scientific input along with many other experts on whether the approaches fulfill the conditions put forth by the regulatory agencies, right? I mean, that's what the regulatory agencies decide is not our kuleana. But I'm not a seabird expert. But boy, this seems like an audit that couldn't even be verified. I mean, we can't even tell what's going on because the data are so thin.
Mm-hmm.
Over.
I think, with, like Reggie said, we've talked about it throughout, but as well, I just wanted to reiterate, the specific recommendations that we have to increase the search, the discovery rate in this property in particular. Dedicated surveys, not just everybody's looking all the time. That's not working. Obviously, by the results, they were not looking. Maybe they were looking, but they weren't finding. You have to have searchers who are trained sufficiently, not just a PowerPoint presentation, but searching at the right times, not just say, oh, they're searching 24 hours a day. they're searching at the times that are specified in the permit. They know where to look. They understand seabird biology and the behavior of these birds and where they would be expected to find, and don't just, yeah. So I'd highly encourage, actual training in the field, and like Jim said, use decoys to test them every now and then. It's what we used to do in the brown tree snake surveys. We put out little rubber snakes for people to find to test people out. You could do the exact same thing. I wouldn't just don't continue this way, because it's not working.
And I just want to put in a note there that some of the participants have been proactively trying to figure out ways to improve their search efforts. And so the agencies have acknowledged that. And then there are other facilities that definitely need improvement. And that's, I mean, regardless of how well they do in the search efficiency trial, like everything can be improved. And like Kate mentioned, it's all a combination of the persistence on the landscape. So predator control, we need to have that information to have confidence that the predators are controlled to a level that they will persist in order for them to be found. And so that's something that we've been working with the participants. And some of them have been more responsive than others. And so that's something that we're encouraging across the board. And I guess I just want the ESRC to recognize that there are some that have made more efforts and others that still have a long way to go.
But these are individual permits, yes?
They are individual permits, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes, so we can assess each permittee based on their individual PIPs, the KSHCP guidelines, and what they're implementing from year to year. So we can assess them individually.
Yeah, but I think it's important to state that I think all the participants in the HCP are really trying to get things to work better, but they may not have the capacity to do that. They may not have the trainable staff or the facilities to be able to do that. And so, yeah, for those ones, we need to figure out how to help them get it up to the level where it's actually going to be working at the same level. But no, I mean, I think there's dedication to try and get this to work, but it's just, again, in some cases that the tools are not necessarily there, or the setting is not necessarily there. And it's not for lack of desire, it's more of a lack of being able to execute.
Yes, I agree, Jim. There are some, each facility is different. Each facility has their own complications and other factors that make it more difficult. However, we're still trying to be across the board sufficient in predator searching and predator removal so that we at least establish that standard.
I just wanted to bring it back to this specific property. Is there any, Reggie, do you have any more to cover about predator control, predator searches, sorry, predator surveys in particular?
I think realistically, we are in a mode of having to start over. I mean, our program is not working the way it should, and it's not because of want. It's we just got to retool it, and we got to get on it now, because it may take a while to get that organized. And as we all know, seabird season starts pretty soon. So this particular client has their work cut out for them. And we are looking forward to work with both of the agencies and try to get to be where we need to be.
Okay, well, we look forward to seeing something concrete on that.
Yep.
Has anyone else got any comments or questions on the Sheraton?
But just process-wise, how do we what's the next step? Does the Sheraton need to engage with staff at DOFA and Fish and Wildlife about amendments, or
Um,
the agency
Kate,
need to initiate something?
I mean, Kate or Paul, do you want to talk about that? Because I'm not sure. Where are they?
I just don't want to get in a situation where someone's, oh, I thought you're going to send me something, and then nothing ever happens.
Yeah.
Vika, I think you're right. Kate and I have been discussing that with some of the participants, and we're trying to help where needed. And I think all of the participants that are at a lower searcher efficiency rate or haven't provided information where they have to show the efficacy of the predator control program are planning on reaching out to the agencies and making sure that we are in approval and we are confident with the changes that they're planning to implement prior to the next season. So that's kind of the next steps after this ESRC meeting that we are moving forward with. Kate, I can let you speak to the state process if there's anything different, but that's kind of the path moving forward.
So just to clarify my understanding of what you just said, the ball is in the permittee's court to put something forward for review?
The agencies are going to provide a joint letter on their annual report and all of the specifics in their participant inclusion plans that they said they were going to implement, as well as what they actually did implement this year. So we will provide a letter. We will also provide comments to the annual report and see how we can make everything more better efficient, better results than previous years.
Okay, so just to be clear, every permittee of the KSHCP will be getting a letter, or just some of them?
All of them will be getting a letter this year, and we will provide those letters based on either the success of the program or some of the issues of the program that they had difficulty implementing, and then also whatever agency recommendations we have.
Okay, so what is, for when DOFA is contributing to the creation of these letters, how can ESRC contribute our opinions about what would be good?
What we had told the different participants at our annual meetings was that after we've gotten a chance to really thoroughly review the full reports and we have our agency comments, we would compile those with the ESRC comments, and that would form the basis of the letter that we're going to send to each applicant. So if you have specific comments that you want us to include for each participant, feel free to shoot those along and we will summarize those in our letter. It'd be good to capture that for the administrative record anyway. It's hard to go back through these 8-hour meetings and make sure we caught everybody's comments and wrote it down.
I just want to touch base. We've got a comment in the chat. Just want to point out this needs to be read out, because that's not in the, it won't appear in the YouTube. So Lisa, do you want to read out your comment?
Sure. I noticed that this meeting is informational, and so my note in the chat says, I note that Linda Chow is not present and object to the extent this meeting is moving beyond the Sunshine agenda.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a little
I guess so.
confused how, because we're just trying to get clarity on how to move forward. What's within agenda and what's outside of agenda, so I know which questions to ask.
And I think that's why you need your attorney to advise you.
Yeah,
yeah.
Go ahead, Gordon.
Maybe. All we're trying to do is understand how we are going to communicate effectively. So I don't think that needs to be an agenda item. Regardless. So just following up on Kavika's line of thought, which I really appreciate. Will we get final copies of the letters that are sent to the applicants after the agencies write them and presumably have an opportunity to provide input? I mean, at least before next year.
Well, I thought Laney said that she was going to ask for our input first before they compile their letters.
I heard that, but
We're getting,
yeah,
we're getting input now.
Yeah, right.
This is where we're getting input right here.
Sure. And then after you get that input, you're going to compile letters and send them to the applicants. I'm just wondering if we get to see those letters after they're sent to the applicants, or is that privilege? Is that privileged communication between the agencies and the applicants?
I'm not sure on that.
Okay,
Yeah, I
well,
think
fair enough.
I think you need I think you need to check with Linda on that, because
Yeah, that's fair enough.
The question is whether those letters would need to be sunshine.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, well, I leave that on the table for future resolution. Thank you.
And to Lisa Bales, good question. My thoughts have, or the way we've done in the past has been that if we're going to be making a vote or something like that, that's a decision thing that has to be stated on the agenda. For general discussions, I didn't think we had a constraint on our discussions as to what our recommendations might be as individuals on the, or individual committee members on the annual reports. If somebody has a different opinion on that, I should know about it.
To me, this is an informational meeting. It goes two ways, right? We're providing information to the applicants,
right,
so they can adjust, and we're also requesting information from DOFA about the process moving forward. This is all informational to me.
And we're providing recommendations to the applicants, but really to DOFA. That's who, DLNR is who convened us, right, in the state.
Yeah, and the agenda specifically says requesting comments from the ESRC, and that's what we're providing.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that so that we don't feel good or bad or whatever.
Okay, so are we POW on Sheraton? Any other comments? I think we can, well, we're at 3:10. I think we'll try to wrap up at 4, so we can continue on with the Hawaii Department of Transportation.
Yep.
All right.
Hi there, folks.
Thank you.
Committee members, staff, other participants, thanks for having us this afternoon. My name is Greg Spencer. I'm going to walk you through some of our 2021 implementation at HDOT KSHCP covered facilities on Kauai. I'm going to share my screen with you now. I do have a little bit of a PowerPoint that I can bring up. You guys, everybody see this?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm not going to be real lengthy. I'm going to talk about most of the things that we've been discussing today and hearing from the other participants on. Hopefully generate some discussion, but not get too bogged down, hopefully. So I'm going to talk about each of our facilities that are covered under HDOT's permits. I'm going to talk about Lihue Airport, which is broken up into 2 sections. Discuss the down seabird search efforts first. And for those of you, this may be a little bit of a review. Lihue Airport is broken up into 2 search areas. The AOA, which is the aircraft operations area, is a restricted portion of the airport that earlier Stephen referred to as a fenced area, but it is technically referred to as the AOA. It is restricted. Only authorized personnel are allowed to enter that area. And there's a bunch of issues associated with getting that clearance, but it's not open to everybody. USDA Wildlife Services covers all of the wildlife monitoring activities that occur within the AOA under their wildlife hazard management plan, which they implement year round. And so they work cooperatively with our team, HT Harvey, HDOT, HT Harvey and Associates. And I'll talk a little bit more about that relationship as we move through this short summary. The public portion of Lihue Airport is open to the public. It's accessible. There are no particular restrictions on access to that area. So the search area at the airport is broken into these two separate areas, and we've shared maps with you folks in past reports, in our annual report this last year and in 2020, that kind of just show how those search areas are laid out and how the search pattern is set up on the ground as well. In both of the areas, both within the AOA and within the public area, we conduct searches as per the protocol that's set up in the HCP and the PIPs. Each day, 7 days a week during the seabird season, starting September 15th and running through the 15th of December. Each night in the evening, 3 to 4 hours after sunset, and then again in the morning prior to sunrise within an hour of sunrise. So in 2021, that meant that within the AOA, there were 184 surveys, dedicated surveys performed by USDA. Multiple trained wildlife biologists conduct that surveillance work. And within the public area, the same thing, 184 surveys sequentially conducted by trained staff hired by H.T. Harvey and Associates. And there were 5 individuals that shared that workload in the evening and in the morning. At Nowili Harbor, we had 2 search teams. H.T. Harvey and Associates conducted the evening surveys, again, 3 to 4 hours after sunset, 92 consecutive search days. And there were 2 people trained to conduct those surveys at night. And then what we've done since 2020, and we did it again in 2021, is we train harbor security in how to conduct down seabird surveillance within the harbor. And they're very good at it. They conduct surveys of the entire facility roughly on an hourly basis around the clock. And so beginning in 29, well, we've been conducting monitoring at Nowili Harbor for about 5 years. In 2020, we really ratcheted it up and really formalized the training. And in 2021, that training increased even further. And we've had a super good coordinated success with them. They take a real vested interest in what's happening with the birds, and they report their observations to us, and they fill out the daily search logs, and they provide reports. They fill out preliminary information when they discover down seabirds in the KSHCP down wildlife documentation and reporting form. And we have good communication with them, and they've been a real strong asset. So they conduct the morning searches. They did 92 consecutive surveys as well at Nowili Harbor. And we had 3 principal security personnel that were the real focus during the morning. That included the main supervisor and then two other security guards. And at Port Allen, H.T. Harvey and Associates does the nighttime surveys and the morning surveys. So, and again, I'm falling back on this term survey and using it synonymous with searches. But yeah, so H.T. Harvey does the night searches and the early morning searches. And again, 184 searches were done twice a day for 92 consecutive days. Any questions on the searches? Search procedures or anything related to that at this point?
Do you have any comments on the report earlier about search or use efficiency?
Do I have any comments on it with respect to this particular summary, the search efforts? Or
Yeah,
just
well,
in general.
The airport was, I mean, pretty good, 47%, but the HCP says 75% efficiency.
Yeah, I can look. Why don't you let me talk a little bit more about that? And if we need to go back to this slide, we can.
All right,
but I do have some information to discuss about that. Screen share mode is a little bit different. Okay. So with predator control, we have been doing predator control since 2020 in a very concerted way. I'll talk about each facility. Lihue Airport, again, because we share monitoring activities at Lihue Airport, the way we have things set up there is that Wildlife Services performs all of the active trapping work there. They trap year round at the facility, and they increased the total number of traps that they deploy during the seabird season by about 30 or 40%. So they ran 24 total traps, both within the AOA and in the public area in 2021 for a little over 2,200 trap days. They removed 12 cats total, both within and out, within the AOA and outside. I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but for a 3-month period, that's what they removed. And I think that some notes that I had received from Wildlife Services back when we were preparing our reports was that they had, I think, from the time that they got authorization to begin trapping and removal activities again after the closure of the Humane Society, not the closure of the Humane Society, but since they had resolved the way that they were going to handle removal after Kauai Humane Society stopped accepting cats, I think they had removed 38 cats. So at Nuwili Harbor, it's a little bit different. The harbor actually deploys, harbor personnel deploy the traps, and then they have a private contractor on island who comes to the harbor when they're notified that cats have been captured, and then they remove them from the site. And that's the same arrangement at Port Allen. So they run 2 traps at Port Allen. And that seems to be sufficient. It certainly is consistent with the Pacific invasives guidance that Lindsay referred to earlier. It could change. We could add more traps if we felt like it was necessary. We felt like there were certain cats perhaps that were that we had been observing repeatedly that were not seeming to be catchable. So anyway, for now, that's what we ran in 2021. At Nuwili, there were 7 cats removed, and I think it was 6 of those were removed in the first 2 weeks. So even before the season had started. And I'll just backtrack a little bit by saying at Nuwili Harbor and at Port Allen Harbor, which don't operate a predator control program year round, they started trapping about 2 weeks before the season. So they had intercepted the majority of the cats that they were going to catch, practically even before the season had started at Nuwili. So that was great. And then there was only 1 cat even reported on site after the 21st of November, and I think that cat was captured. So there are 81 total cats reported on 50 survey days at Nuwili, but only 7 were removed, and there was probably just a lot of repeat observations of the same cats. At Port Allen, we didn't catch any cats in 2021, which led to Lindsay's recommendation that we evaluate the efficacy of the trapping program. And we've had an opportunity as a group to talk about some things that we might try. But overall, we had very low detections of cats there. And we're active on site twice a day, and our team is really well trained to detect cats. And so I think there were like roughly only 9 cats reported at Port Allen Harbor, which is really a huge difference from what we had seen in the pre-KSHC approval period, before there was any kind of predator control happening at all in the Port Allen community area. So like it's pretty significant. And I think that there probably is some work that we could do, not just at Port Allen Harbor, but with some of the adjacent participant teams to maybe try to characterize that a little bit differently, to say something about the relative change in density in that area. But for certain, on site, it's significantly reduced from what we've seen in the past. Any questions about predator control? Okay. This is just a couple of graphs that I put together. They're not too complicated. They're pretty simple. For Lihue Airport, this just kind of shows the change over the course of the season in terms of the number of cats that were being reported by surveyors. and like some of the other participants, we collect data on each of our search rounds on cats that are observed. So that's just what this is showing. A general decline, roughly, I guess roughly 50% in terms of the reports that were received from the beginning of the season towards the end, and just the general trend line. One of the things we don't have in 2021 for Lihue Airport is the actual number of daily observations of cats inside the AOA. So this is total number of cats observed for the public area only. So this is something that we can improve in terms of our coordination with USDA, is, you know, trying to nail down some of these metrics and just increase coordination on some of this data acquisition and the way that we can analyze it and process it later. And this is the general trend for New Willy Willy Harbor, but it shows the number of cats observed and then the number of cats removed as well. So you can see out here, I guess it was on the December 1st that this last cat was observed and taken out. So a decrease in the number of cats seen, a little bit more significant trend than at Lihue Airport. And then I don't know if the trend line really shows it for the removal, but you can see that most of the cats were actually removed that were catchable in the first couple of weeks.
Right. So blue is observed and yellow is removed.
That's right.
So, I mean, there was obviously still cats around that were not being observed because you've got, so it's not 100% reliable.
It's not 100% and it's not ever going to be, but it's, there are ingress points. And we just do the best that we can. You know, what we do with reporting, we try to not turn this into a situation where all we're collecting the data for so that we can report numbers. But what we actually do is we report to the operators of the traps on we try to make it as close to daily as possible. So as we receive reports from observers in the field, we turn that around and we report it. So in the case of harbors, we report it to the harbor superintendent or the assistant superintendent. He's the one who's then able to reposition traps, focus his attention on particular cats based on the descriptions that we give him. So we try to, in as close to real time, provide the information so they can direct their trapping effort accordingly.
Yeah.
And we do the same thing with wildlife services at the airport.
You don't have data for Port Allen?
We just, you know, there wasn't enough data to make it worthwhile to plot because there were only about 9 reports of cats seen over the course of 92 days. So it just wasn't significant enough. We did provide it in the worksheet, so it's in the report. The information's there, but we didn't plot it.
And no cats were caught at Port Allen, is that right?
That's right. Yep.
Why do you think that was?
I think that it's possible that they were probably pretty trap shy. They've been trapped like real intensively on adjacent properties. Habitat's changed a little bit. There's not as many places to hide anymore at Port Allen Harbor. There used to be a really big thick vegetation border between the upland property and the harbor, and that got thinned out. That was just real thick Christmas berry with a lot of nearby debris. So it provided a refuge for them, and that's not so much there anymore. So they've scattered, and as I said, they've been not only, you know, they've been trapped pretty heavily and pretty scattered. They're pretty shy. I think, you know, ultimately we could probably catch them. A couple of ways to do that might be to use body grip traps, which aren't as desirable for other reasons, but changing up the bait, you know, we'll probably try that.
I think that would be great. Yeah, mix it up. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things we have to remember is also one of the things that Mr. Rossiter earlier mentioned was just that whole idea of like trying to stay low key, recognizing that if the public detects what you're up to, folks who maybe don't agree with what you're doing could, they'll try to steal traps, stuff like that. So we try to keep the traps sort of out of view of the general public. That's one of the things about Port Allen Harbor that's unique, is that it's open to the public 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it's used by the public for recreation and for hanging out and loafing and, socializing and stuff like that. So, and there's a mixed, there's quite a diverse perception of seabird conservation on Kauai too. That's sort of evolved over the years. And so we try to be kind of cognizant of that. Is it okay if I move on to the training and the outreach that we do? No objections is.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, our training and our outreach program is, I think it's pretty well developed. It's pretty consistent with what some of the other participants do as well. So we have a seabird awareness response and reporting training that we do each year. We unveil this prior to the beginning of the fallout season, but close enough so that it's fairly fresh in people's minds. In 2020, due to COVID, we had to start launching it remotely. So we were doing PowerPoint presentations on Zoom. They're pretty lengthy. We try to make up for the fact that we can't be in person by providing a lot of information, but in a format that's easy for people to understand. And so, because we train management level folks, responsible, supervisors, facility supervisors, and then we also train a lot of folks who are just the on the ground people, who are handling, like at the airport, handling baggage, security guards, just people who conservation is not at the forefront for them. And so this is the opportunity we have each year to kind of bring it to the forefront. But prior to 2020, we were doing it all in person. So in 2021, it was kind of a hybrid approach. We were also doing quite a bit of remote, especially when it involved groups of people, particularly HDOT staff, because they still had some restrictions that were in effect that were sort of policy based. So, but with respect to the search teams, we did a combination. We did teams-based PowerPoint, just like we delivered to others, and then we also did in the field, both during the day and in the night, training on the ground. So sort of a hybrid approach, trying to get back into familiarizing people with the sites themselves and the techniques that we use. So we were able to reach out to about 38 individuals, just ourselves, at Airports Division, including HT Harvey staff and airport security. And we did all that, as I said before, September 15th. So we ran about 3 or 4 specific remote trainings that way. And then Wildlife Services also reached out to, I think it was anywhere from 40 to 50 folks in their training that they do twice a year. They try to schedule one, I think, that's just coming up on the seabird season, so that they can focus on seabird light attraction fallout as well. So collectively, we reach a lot of people at Lihue Airport. With Wildlife Services, they reach more because they get down sort of into the AOA team, because that's where they spend a lot of time. So they do quite a bit of outreach with like actual airlines folks and people that we can't always get in our trainings just because of logistics. So we rely on outreach to kind of, augment that. So we send out information, flyers, and we try to get the teams that we deliver to, the supervisory level folks, to distribute the training module that we deliver to them, to their staff, and make that available for them to view. And then the Willy Willy, with Harbors Division, we reached about 12 individuals, and that included Harbor Security and the HT Harvey search team. So elements of the training include an overview of the purpose of the training, a description of seabird fallout, what it is, why it happens, and how does it affect seabirds. We talk about the species themselves. We provide information that helps people to be able to identify the species that they may encounter, the habits of seabirds when they're grounded. We also introduced the regulatory framework, which is kind of why we're there in the first place, right? Why the KSHCP has been developed and what its objectives are. So we talk about the ESA and we talk about 195D and things like that. And we do site descriptions. We characterize the areas that are that exist at the different facilities, how we conduct searches and things like that. Some of the, so we have a very focused portion of the training that's very focused on conducting seabird light attraction search monitoring, right? So this is for the searchers who are going to be conducting the dedicated daily searches. And then we also include information in the training that's focused on people who are not going to be dedicated searchers, but they're going to be active at the facilities all the time. And it gives them insights into actually how to detect grounded seabirds in their work environment, right? So, and that's something we found to be useful because it means that people aren't sort of just being passive. And if they see one, but they're looking for them when they're working, and they recognize that they could be there. They could be in their work environment. They could find them at any time. And we also include what needs to be part of the seabird rescue kit. So we have a list of all the things that need to be contained within the dedicated seabird rescue kit, right? And then we have a list of site-specific points of contact, who to reach out to when you find a downed seabird, who to reach, for support. And at the airports, it's the first thing we have people do if they find a bird. The protocol is contact security dispatch, explain that you found a bird, and then security dispatch knows exactly what to do. They contact wildlife services. Wildlife services then dispatches to the point where the person who found the bird is staying with the bird until they get there to provide support. So we've got a really good system in place there. Similarly at the harbor, harbor security gets contacted. At the harbor, at Nowili Harbor anyway, there's a dedicated SOS aid station there at the harbor. So the birds can be then rescued, handled, and placed in the aid station receptacle, and then SOS gets contacted, and then they can come down and pick it up. And then we also provide the training modules and a seabird fallout fact sheet, and everybody gets those. We actually laminate those so that they can be kept in vehicles. They don't blow away. Get something spilled on them, you can clean them. They can get posted in areas where they're visible to the public and other staff. So this is just a rundown. We went through this earlier with Lindsay, and I just want to include it again here. I provided the sort of this stepwise different segments or elements of the observed and calculated estimates for take at Lihue Airport and Nowili. So at Lihue Airport in 2021, we observed 3 down mill shearwaters. Okay, and so we applied a 75% discovery rate to that. We came up with a total annual take of 4, and then we calculated because I guess it was 2 of these birds died in rehab. They were euthanized because they just weren't able to be released. So you can kind of see here the most important things I highlighted or bolded the most important variables. The number 1 is the number of birds found or observed, and then the observed lethal. I was wrong. Just 1 was lethal. So It basically calculates out to 2 lethal and 2 non-lethal in 2021. And I kind of want to take a step backwards, and this might be something we can talk about later, but the application of the 88% survival rate or 12% mortality rate that was estimated by Rain et al. I don't know that that's incorporated into the approved HCP, is it? Or is it?
Yes, it is.
It is. Okay. So I'll have to go back and look at whether or not the calculations that I ran take that specifically into consideration or not. And if they don't, we can recalculate them.
Yeah, Greg, just looking at this, I think that there's a calculation error in here, and I wouldn't try and presume to do it off the top of my head right now, but
Yep.
I do think there's something off in these numbers, and I would ask you to go back to the calculations and just make sure that we get this right.
I've done it several times, and I will do it again. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I wouldn't, unless you can point it out to me here. The only thing I think that might not be part of the calculation was that SOS release survival rate. But if you see it, Michelle, it's probably there.
So the observed take total was 3, right?
That's right. Birds found.
So for every observed take, there is automatically an A. Oh, right, because you have the 75%. I won't try and hazard a guess. Something seems a little off, but I'll try and figure it out behind the scenes.
Oh, okay, well, I mean, like if you apply a 75% discovery rate to 3 found birds, you have 4. Right? Found birds divided by the discovery rate. Yeah. Yeah. And then one of those was a lethal, right?
Yes, and then the unobserved is lethal.
Yep.
But then there is another percentage of the birds that are released through SOS that are still considered to be lethal. So it's a percentage.
I think what I need to do, because I didn't realize this hadn't come up at the end of 2020. Okay, so that's why I asked if it had been something that was within the approved HCP in May of 2020 or whatever, right? So I just need to go back and discuss that with my team and make sure that if it's not included now, that I understand why it wasn't and that it gets included so that we have an accurate estimate.
It seems like the agencies should provide the calculation sheet for that. I mean, Lindsay did it. It seemed like, but everybody needs to be on the same page on this one.
It's a super easy calculation.
I know,
yeah,
but obviously it's not working.
Yeah,
Well, no,
Lindsay has the accurate spreadsheet, so any applicant can put in the number of birds they found, the number of birds that later died, and their discovery rate, and it will spit out the correct take calculations.
This is taken directly from the HCP. So that's why I was asking if it had been, if that had been incorporated prior to approval.
The difference is the HCP was on a basis of the 88% survivability of birds that were downed, recovered, and turned into SOS and survive. And right now you have actual data that says from the SOS of 2021 that says you have 3 birds that at the airport, 2 were released, 1 was euthanized, right? So we need to sit down and discuss that because these numbers are not based on the years of data that the SOS had for survivability prior to when we were issuing the permit in 2020 of May. And also this is a rolling average for NESH over 5 years. So year-to-year data is gonna be different.
Yeah.
And so we're operating on the basis of averages. So that's something that the agencies can discuss, and we can prep prior to the next ESRC meeting. But I just wanted to throw that out there, that the actual resorts of 2021 is one was euthanized, two were released at the airport for
That's
next.
right. That's right. Yep. So,
But not taking in account for the calculation that is in the KSHCP of the 88% and then the 12% mortality of the recovered birds.
So Greg, I think it should be 2.24 mortality and 1.76 non-lethal.
Yes.
So more
Yep.
more to come, but
Yeah.
we do need to take that into account. And that's again with the 12%.
yeah, so we won't be waiting for that. We'll begin looking at that immediately. And then we'll just be prepared to have that conversation. But, you know, this is really, what's nice about it is it's not very difficult at all. And so it should be just a matter of going back and reviewing that and then running those calculations again. And I think we'll probably be we'll be on the same page with it. So that sounds great. Thank you. So that's for Lihui. Again, we use the same calculation for Nowili Willie, and so we're going to probably encounter the same situation there. But again, there were 2 Nesh, 1 Hawaiian petrel, and the annual lethal was a little over 2 for Newells and little over 1 for Hawaiian petrels. And unfortunately, we didn't come away with any non-lethal at Nowili Willie in 2021. So anybody have questions other than on those take variables about what we observed at these facilities in 2021?
This is Loyal.
Yes.
I have one question on the Nowili Willie. What was your searcher or discovery rate in the study that was just done from Stephen?
Stephen didn't extend his study to Nowili Willie Harbor.
Okay, thanks.
So we had done a study at Nowili Willie Harbor in 2017, and we arrived at 90%. So we applied that in the pit.
Thank you.
Yep.
Greg, I just want to express, I really appreciate both the preparation of the PowerPoint and your willingness to receive the feedback and address the comments. I think this is just as a broad comment, this really is helpful because it allows us to see, for example, you know, the calculation issue, fix it and move forward. And it really demonstrates a good faith effort in you've done your own work to say, here are the things that are working, here are the things that are not working, here's what we're doing to address that. And I think across the participants, that's what I would really like to see is, obviously you're seeing the numbers in real time. You know, you're seeing your sites, you're most familiar with them. We're getting a snapshot view of what's going on. And we just want to know that you're paying attention, following things, doing, you know, making a good faith effort to address things and make sure that each of these sites is not contributing to continued decline of seabirds. And so I just want to express appreciation for the work that went into preparing this and presenting the numbers so that we can take a look at it. And then we can have a discussion about, like, for example, at one of your sites compared to the decoy study that was done, you know, you're way above the estimated rate in the PIP. And in one of the other ones, you're way below the estimated rate in the PIP. And we can have a conversation about that and what to do with that, you know, and how to move forward on it. But it's so helpful to be able to just have a conversation about reality and fix it and move forward. So thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that you're pleased with that, Melissa. That's what we want. You know, what we want to do is get to a place, and I don't think we've deviated. We're not away from this place, but I think we want to work on a platform where we have that same degree of visibility on what it is we're talking about, right? So we have the same objectives for the most part. And we agree on process and that we're consistent and we're comfortable with the outcome. So we'll continue to strive for that. This might be a good point for me to circle back to Kavika's questions about Stephen's estimates relative to what we see. I will point out, I don't know how many of you know this already, but we ran our own trial in 2021 at Lihui Airport in the public area. At the same time, in 2021, Wildlife Services also ran their own independent trial to meet their requirements of their BO. So all of this came together in 2021 at the same time. We looked at it and said, before the season started, we said, hey, our permits, indicate that we need to run trials. We need to validate our discovery rates that we have in our approved PIPs. So there hadn't been any discussion really with the agencies, with DOFA or Fish and Wildlife Service of substance on this subject. So we figured that there would be, but in the meantime, we recognized that we needed to get moving with carcass procurement if we were going to actually be able to succeed. So we did. So we procured carcasses. We had permits. We got carcasses in hand. We laid out a study design and we implemented it in 2021. We had 14 specimens that we randomly distributed. We used a randomizer, and so we got a random distribution of the placement, locations, and dates over a 30-day window. And so we implemented that with wedge-tail shearwater carcasses in 2021. And much of that trial overlapped with Mr. Rossiter's trial and also with Wildlife Services trials. Long story short, 2 of our specimens went MIA. I mentioned, maybe I didn't mention it earlier. One of those was later found about 2 weeks later by Wildlife Services staff. Apparently it had been moved by a worker, by someone on the facility, and sort of discarded. And it was found later, unscavenged by Wildlife Services. But our overall discovery rate was 83%. So that differs than the 47% that Stephen Rossiter had reported, which is not a big deal. They were separate trials. There were separate assumptions. They were separate. They were different study designs. So I wanted to let you guys know that that's something that we want to be able to share with you and bring, to the table in our discussions and our coordination and our evaluation of overall site discovery rate. We have yet to really process Wildlife Services results. We have them. They fall sort of in midway in between what Stephen's estimates were and what ours were. So we have 3 different estimates, 3 probably slightly differing study designs. Ours is probably a little bit closer to what Wildlife Services did, and vice versa. But I think we'll be able to bring all this information to bear. It'll help inform how we evaluate site-specific discovery rate. So I just wanted to let everybody know that. I don't know if there's questions about that. Kavika, I hope that sheds some light on your question earlier.
Yeah, thank you. So just curious what your thought process is on moving forward with sharing those with, I guess, DOFA staff and then engaging in a conversation.
Is it okay if I stop sharing my screen just so I can see faces again?
I'm fine, yeah.
Cool. Stop share. Okay, good. Yeah, no, I think that that's what our ambition is, right? We didn't expect that we'd be in a situation, not so much our group, but we didn't really expect that the participant group would be in a position where they were struggling with the results of the contractor trial, the way that they are now. And I know, what we want is, to see a process unfold where this just helps to strengthen our coordination with the agencies, because this can't be a successful program if we don't have that good collaborative, relationship with DOFA and Fish and ESRC, right? we want to have that. And so, you know, I think we're confident that this information that we're going to, like, you know, add to the information that is going to inform this process is going to be useful, and we want to make it happen. So we're still in the process of evaluating some of the results of both those trials, but we want to bring it, you know, into the fold and use it effectively. So
okay, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
So I think when DOFA and Fish and Wildlife get together and talk about whatever lenders they're going to send all the permittees following up with this, maybe we can take that into account and engage with you in a conversation to look at the 3 studies and take it from there.
yeah, absolutely. You know, we also want to be sensitive to the fact that, you know, the case, you know, so wildlife services has, you know, they have their own role at the airport, right? And they have their own BO. They have their own mandate. They're implementing a program that's, you know, independent to them. And the work that we do with them on the KSHCP is, it's great that we have the relationship that we have with them, and we're always trying to strengthen and build it better. Our coordination with them is just, it couldn't be better. We want to keep it that way. So I can't speak for them. I can't speak right now in this forum. I can't speak on their behalf, but they've been very generous and open about sharing the results of their work with us, and we've tried to do the same. So I think that we'll you know, hopefully we'll be in a place where we can be pretty fluid with that exchange of information. So that's the goal.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
And Greg, no, that sounds really great. But it would be really important not to just get simply results from that study, but to really have a detailed picture of the study design and how it was conducted and all the details, just so we can do a credible evaluation of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, there's a big difference between putting, you know, even live or even just dead Newell's carcasses out randomly across the runway, for example, versus putting them in a place where they might be considered hidden if they were live birds that had gone into hiding.
Yeah, well, let me point something else out too. I wanted to bring this up, and I'm glad you brought that up, Loyal. So I went back and I looked at 5 years of data for Lihue Airport. Okay, and it actually turned out that, and this is information that's readily available. It should be either in the SOS database, or if it's not, it should be. But this is data that we've compiled over 5 years of monitoring. 50% of the down seabirds at Lihue Airport have been found after daybreak up until about 11 a.m. So that's a lot. Like, I didn't expect to see that. I didn't know that was going to be the case. And I only dug into it after I had conversations with wildlife services that suggested that some of these assumptions were just too conservative. So I went back and looked at the data, and that's what the data told me. And so you may want to also have a conversation with Reggie, because I think that he may have done some data review on his end too, and found some evidence to suggest that there was quite a proportion of birds in the SOS data that were recorded as being found in the morning hours, in the hours after sunrise. So I put it out there because of the fact that it's real, and I don't bring it up to challenge the results of an independent study, but it's important to consider in light of some of the underlying assumptions.
Well, did they also do a care trial? Because if they did a care trial and you had really good predator control,
yeah,
then you might expect that might happen. But if you had really lousy predator control, then you would expect you would not be finding very many live birds at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I think that they do. They run predator control year round. They don't want cats in the restricted area at all. And
but the question is, have they done care trials, to document that?
Yeah, no, I don't. You know what? I don't think that they have done those. And those would be easy enough to do. I will say that in the time that we've been there, we haven't seen any evidence of scavenging, which is kind of amazing. Actually, in 2017, I think we did find some remains on one occasion that suggested that well, we didn't suggest anything except that we just found some remains. But, you know, I know that this is a big deal for everybody. Care trials are important. I think that they would help to inform this sort of question mark as being, you know, it's kind of pervasive unknown right now, right? But we could talk more about that. I think
Thanks.
support.
Sorry, I need to leave. I'm gonna get kicked out where I am. I don't know. I know we've got another, I'm not sure if the committee still have questions for you. It sounds like they do. And then we have one more agenda item. So I wanted to check with the committee on what you want to do. You could keep going without me, I think. Or we could adjourn and postpone.
I don't know if we can, Lainey, without the chair. That would
So
probably
there's nothing in the statute that requires that as long as we have quorum. But
I mean, we've probably got at least another hour. You know, I think there's a couple of additional questions on HDOT. We still have to go through the county, which has numerous different properties. And then I know, Loyal, you had wanted to raise some bigger picture thoughts. And I think that we all do. I don't know. What do you guys think? Either we go, but we do it without Lainey, or we reschedule and find, you know, 1 to 2 hours, 2 hours, probably, maybe more, sometime in the next week or two.
I don't want to eat up William's time either. So
there's been some question as to whether, you know, to the extent to which we can discuss things, right?
You know, I understand that there's
so.
a question there, but, and I was sorry, everyone, I was in the car when that question came up. The role of the ESRC committee is to review and discuss this. This meeting is being held as the annual review for the KSHCP permittees. And in that role, it is our job to review the information about the permittees permit and assess compliance and adaptive management. I think it is reasonable for us to discuss that and to, you know, in the agenda and in our role, it clearly says provide recommendations.
I wouldn't disagree, but I just don't want to have things undone.
Understood.
We're providing comments. That's what this whole agenda item is about.
If people can get it out, then let's go.
Yeah, the choice on the table is to stay on, I'm understanding, potentially another hour for the last agenda item and whatever discussion we need to have, or to reschedule.
And part of that question is whether or not the county can even stay on that long. William, Mahia, I don't know if you're there and whether you are able to stay on any longer. Mahia says yes.
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, I also would need to switch to phone probably to go get my kids picked up from school. I'm already a bit late, but I can maintain presence for quorum. Just will have limited ability to contribute for about 20 minutes.
Lainey, can you jump back on again after you leave the building?
Maybe in about half an hour on the phone, but I'm going to have very poor reception where I'm going. It's going to be not great.
Can you tag another DOFA person in to fill your role?
I can't do that. So it's a deal in our seat, and it technically belongs to the chair, and she has officially delegated both Dave Smith and Lainey as potential representatives, and that's it. So
yeah, so
technically that seat would just be empty.
So technically we can't vote whether we want to continue or not, since that's not on the agenda. But I think DOFA can say we're going to continue, and then we can either participate or not. So
yeah, we can continue as long as we don't lose quorum, but it's up to the members to decide whether they have the time in their schedules to allow that.
Yeah, I can continue.
Okay.
Can anyone?
6 till 5.
Okay. Well, I will jump off and leave you to it, I think.
Does anybody have any more questions for me or the HDOT team?
No questions, Greg, but I guess I want to dig deeper at some point, probably offline, about the assertion that birds can be found that late in the day and kind of what that looks like. And I think Loyal's right. That is going to change dramatically given site-specific characteristics, particularly how effective and widespread the predator control programs are. So I hesitate on making blanket statements about birds being found later in the day, because I think it's very much a site-specific thing.
I agree. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just telling you about what we've seen at this particular site. So,
yeah.
And not all of them have been alive, right? So there's been some mortalities that they can't go anywhere. So, but I would like to have, I think it'll be important for us to have that conversation.
You send the agencies the data that you're referencing, because I don't think we've seen it. So all we have to go by is what SOS told us, which is that most recoveries occur at night and the very few, if any, occur during the day. So if you've got something different than what SOS is providing, it would be great to see it.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Vika, I think it looked like you had a couple of questions for Greg. Is that still, no? Are we ready to move to the county? Okay. Greg, thank you for your time and your effort to provide good information. We really appreciate it.
Sure thing. Thanks, everybody.
William, are you good to go? More or less.
I'm as good as can be at 4:06 p.m. So I'm trying to get my screen up. You guys see my screen?
We can, thank you.
Okay, sorry it's not as clean as I want it to be. Sharing on Zoom is still a challenge. Good afternoon or good evening, whatever the case may be. William Trujillo, County of Kauai. Thank you for everybody for your time. I'll try to get through this as smoothly and quickly as possible in interest of everybody's time. I think most of the topics have been up. If you guys can just let me go through, I only have like 5 or 6 slides. So let me just go through it and then I'll open it up for questions after. I think that'll make it probably smoother for everybody. The point, of course, of the presentation is the annual review. I just wanted to bring to light for everybody, so we're kind of start on the same page, is that County of Kauai is different than the other participants in the number of facilities for sure, and just the breadth of it. In summary, right? I found this on the web. In summary, we have over 182 covered facilities that we're talking about when we're talking about the County of Kauai. And as most of you guys know, we categorize that into 5 different categories depending on the light impact. Category 1 is unlit, we have 47. Category 2, 75, you can see the rest. Category 3 is the one that kind of focus on, because during the fledgling season, category 4 and 5s, all of the lights are off, especially the stadium lights, the ball field lights, those are off during the fledgling season. In 2021, no major facility changes for the county. We did most of ours in the previous 10 to 12 years. To get everything up to speed of what we needed to do. And according to our PIP, at most of the sites, monitoring is done by staff, county staff at the beginning of the shift, of their work shift, which is primarily early in the morning. Predator control for the county in this past year, 2021. We did 9 facilities that resulted in 165 cats removed. Number of cat nights for cat traps was 1528. Removed 35 pigs. We did find that was a case for one of our transfer stations in particular. There was a lot of pigs in the area, and then that was only in 4 trapping nights. They had 35 pigs. This is done by a contractor. I'll go a little bit more deeper into their contract in another slide. Training and outreach. All new staff are trained, receive the training within the first 10 days of hire. And those staff that are done or that do the monitoring that I mentioned on the previous slide, they receive staff training annually. This year we had 387 trainings done just on staff. Staff and other volunteers that may help us with monitoring. And then on an ongoing basis, the staff have access to online training. The training, they can always pick up on the policies, they can always pick up on the forms, as well as they can pull that up individually online, or they can always ask other staff. The county reported no takes this year. Improvements from year to year. We did increase our predator control. We doubled the number of sites. In 2020, we only did 4 sites. And in 2021, we did 9. 2021, we also did year-round predator control at the sites. Not all 9 sites did all year. We rotated between all of them depending on the, as counts went down or things happened, then we took it out of rotation and then we put it in with another site in the area. We did have problems in 2020 and beginning of 2021, just getting the predator control contract awarded. Having this was a little bit different in terms of the county and how to get this contract awarded. So it was a challenge at the beginning of 2021, and making sure the funding was all lined up with fiscal years. And so there was some stop-go places in the contract. However, starting this year, we do have a multi-term 3-year contract with the contractor. So hopefully that means a smooth, no breaks from now and through 2025 for predator control. Like I said, avoiding the pitfalls of contract stop goals. And also last week, the county passed an ordinance that prohibits feeding of cats at county properties and prohibits the abandonment of cats countywide. I know some of you guys helped support that. We appreciate it. It took a little bit of adventure, but we got it done. Some challenges for the county. Kind of what I mentioned, each covered facility is unique. We have over 180. It ranges everything from business buildings to fire and police stations to parks and a whole bunch of other items that we have. So no, it's a whole breadth of it. Predator control. At first, we didn't have baseline information to work off of, but that has been resolved that you see on the next one. And then a lot of it, I think, is also the funding and capacity. Of course, funding, everybody only has limited amount of funds. And then the other side of it, I don't think any of the other participants brought this up, but also just the capacity of predator controllers on island that are able to perform this service adequately, regularly throughout the island. Like I said, in our case in particular, our properties are island wide. We take into account the other participants. That's a lot of properties. I don't know. Talking to our contractor, we're not sure if there's even the capacity of at what point can we not do it anymore. And then another challenge for the predator control this past year was vandalism. Our contractor got harassed at sites by public, primarily people that were feeding colonies. they had their equipment, their cameras stolen, traps bashed, threats at the park. It did lead us to having to move around some traps and really strategize how to best use equipment, loss of equipment and the cost of that and the time to replace it and all that took into was unfortunate, but that is definitely was a big factor this past year. As we've been talking about, our searcher efficiency was only 4%. Obviously, the county has a lot to improve on. We do have to improve our monitor training. I will show that in the next one. And as we've talked about, really reviewing, okay, who are the best people to be doing the monitoring, as well as how that fits in with their regular duties. Some primarily, particularly on the park side, it's primarily frontline park maintenance people that are walking around. So making sure that it fits into their regular duties, time-wise, and that they take it seriously is something we come up with as a challenge. And then solutions moving forward. We definitely learned a lot from just sharing with the other participants on what's worked and what not worked. We are updating, the county is updating the monitor training that we're providing for the monitors, the staff that are identified as monitors. We really want to break down for them what they need to do, what the responsibilities are. Hopefully they understand what they need to do. And then from there, also break it down to each role, not just having a blanket monitor training, but having to meet with the park staff in particular to understand, okay, what kind of schedule do they have? What kind of needs do they have out there? What would help them make it better? As opposed to, for instance, the firemen that work every third day to make sure they're up to speed about their training and their requirements for the monitoring. Our predator controller is also helping with the monitoring in the evenings when they're checking traps and doing their the predator control in the evenings. So they're also helping us with those. Predator control, like I mentioned, we did a 3-year contract for them. The monitoring is included in that. They're collecting, they did collect baseline data that they can compare at our sites. Like I mentioned, it's year-round for us. It's not seasonal. And then we're continually working with them to evaluate and improve the process with them. We did add, we re-described Park's position to help with the duties here at the county. Previously, it was just myself. And so now we have somebody that can help primarily with the outreach and working with the staff to get them up to speed. And the next bullet of public awareness to education. This past 2 years, because of COVID, we have not, we did a few outreaches in 2020, but 2021, we did not do much public outreach of things. I think we're going to start, especially with the new cat ordinance out there. We are reviewing our signs that we're putting up in facilities and parks, increasing that. Also, now that we're pretty sure events and gatherings are going to start up again, really push that out to the outreach to the users. And also, currently in every parks permit already, there's a note of the KSHCP and what the county's responsibility is, regardless of when their permits are. We make sure every permittee is aware that during the fledgling season we have to be diligent about the lighting requirements. That's all I have to begin with. I have it all.
Thanks, William. I think we can jump into questions and comments. Does anyone want to go first? I can start. So So I appreciate you taking the time to kind of walk us through that and share a little bit about where you see the opportunities for improvement. I think you accurately captured those areas that are problematic and that we would be concerned about, and captured a lot of the adaptive management changes that reasonably are going to need to be implemented. I do have a couple of questions. If you wouldn't mind going back to that slide, the one, I think just one back.
This one?
We'll go down one more if you wouldn't mind. Okay, great, thank you. So if I recall correctly, the county is not required to do monitoring and predator control on all of their facilities. They're just required to do it on the ones that have lighting. Is that correct?
That is my
And so,
understanding. Yeah.
okay, and so for the 9 facilities that predator control did occur on in 2021, is that the full number of lighted facilities?
Okay, so remember that part, and then I'm going to skip over here. It would be the 37, this one.
Okay, so 37 is what should be receiving predator control and monitoring.
Yep.
And currently you're at 9.
Correct.
And is this a funding issue, or is this just a internal capacity issue? Just being able to get to all the sites.
So it started off as a funding, and we prioritized based on what the known predators were and some other factors. So we came up with a few. We worked with our contractor to say, okay, so how many sites can we do with this? And then right now we're at 9. We're pushing them to say, okay, so how much more money will you need to do more? And that's where we're getting into that capacity.
Yeah.
Okay, really not much more. You know what I mean? Just in terms of the capacity of that contractor. So I think we need to start looking at different options of what else we can do to push the envelope to get more, right? Can we hit all 30? Is it possible to monitor all 37 every season?
Okay. That multi-year contract that you referenced that you've just for the next 3 years, is that still just for the 9, or is that for a longer list of sites?
It's for the 9. However, we can expand it if, like I said, if the capacity and the funding is there, we can expand it up from there. We do need to sit down with the contractor and look at different options of how we can get further with what we have.
And that's for the predator control. For the monitoring, are you going to be able to get past 9? Are you going to get to a higher number than 9 in 2022? Do you think?
Right. So yes, for both. So the monitoring by the predator controller for the evening, they do the evening ones at the 9. We would require that for whatever other sites that we're doing for the predator controls. It's part of their scope. And then on top of that, staff do the morning ones, right? The morning monitoring. County staff, I mean.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is going to be one where we probably provide some recommendations for the county moving forward. You obviously have a really large scope of properties, and each one of them have very site-specific needs and complexities that, yeah, there's a lot going on here. And we may try and break down those recommendations by different types of sites or suites of sites to help you prioritize and think through the way in which we might be able to do this better. In general, I guess I'm a little bit concerned that, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that there was any documented take in 2021, but I don't know if we're even able to say what that means at all, given that so many of the sites that need to be monitored and have predator control are not getting any of it. And the ones that are maybe aren't getting it to the degree that you would like to see or that was identified in the PIP.
Agree. Yes, any input and guidance on this is Much appreciated.
It's a really big number of facilities. I mean, that's kind of an overwhelming number to think about, even 37, but compared to the 182 covered facilities, that's a really big number. And Michelle, I think I would especially appreciate that. I think it makes sense to, if it's possible, to use best data available to identify the ones that are most likely to be problematic. And I don't know how you would do that, but I think there are data that could help us sort through and prioritize which ones are likely to be the highest problem areas. And then maybe we focus on getting those up to compliance with the PIP first, and then essentially have a second tier that which I think is kind of what was aimed at with these categories. You know, with the high intensity stadium and field lighting, we know that that's a huge problem, and on down the list, right? So maybe that would help us to say, okay, we do a really good job of evaluating and doing a good job of the cat removal and all of that at the highest risk areas, and then we move on down the list. But it sounds like it needs further discussion, and as a question about process, like for some of these ones that there's a big gap between what is expected out of the PIP and where things are at this year. A year is a long time to go for ESRC to then, be able to provide additional feedback. Could we have a 6-month update or something like that we could kind of see how things are going and help provide guidance because this is an overwhelming task. You guys have a big job to do.
Yeah, one thing you might consider is I mean, obviously sites that are within flyways are going to be more vulnerable. And so that's one way to do it. And one way to see that is by looking at the power line interceptions and where those are. And so that may be a hint to, again, help you prioritize which sites might be, most important to work on first.
I hate to say this, but one of the options here is to really look at those ones that are lighted, but that you can't get to, and see if there's any way to turn it from a category 3 or 4 facility into a category 1 or 2 facility and minimize those lights or turn off those lights at night. Now, I know that sometimes that's not always an option, particularly with safety concerns, but it's worth looking at given this situation that the county is currently in. And I would encourage you to really look at it judiciously and see if there's any facilities in there that could be removed from that category 3 or 4 category.
Yeah, I should have mentioned that. That's one of the things I'm going to be working on really, really soon, is going back out to the staff, because these lists were made X years ago.
Right. Yeah.
And so to go back to them and say, hey, okay, is this how do we still need the lighting is one. And then if you're using the light, because some of these are like staff use, like they need light for the staff to do their work. And then I do want to go back and double check, is that task still being done at that time of night or that time of day that they still need the lighting, and then really evaluate and bring it back on whether or not, like you said, we're able to change categories.
We do very much appreciate the coordination that you have with both agencies related to the high intensity stadium and field lighting. I know that there was no games in 2021, but in general, the communication around those issues has been really robust, and we appreciate that. They are the highest risk, but it's certainly also one where we've seen a very good level of coordination and communication going back and forth about those games, the tailoring of those games, if they were to be held. We hope that continues into the future. So thanks for your work on that.
No, and it's been great support by the agencies on this. Our discussion with the agencies on that in the future. I think we came up with a few different ways to maybe even improve the efficiency of that process. Also, the reviewing of which games and the schedule and all that kind of stuff. So yes, I appreciate everybody's help on that. It's definitely one of those that everybody has an opinion on. So I appreciate it.
So Michelle, this is Loyal, and William as well. I mean, one of the things that, for example, if you had a K9 team, it will not be helpful for this coming season. But if you had K9s out specifically to look at those 37, the ones that you have very little information on, that might be in those high risk areas, as shown by the strikes on the neighboring power lines. you might be able to get dogs in to at least see whether or not it looks like they're finding very many birds in those areas. And that may help you prioritize for not this year, but next year.
Agree, Loyal. Not to totally switch topics, but just wanted to check in on turtle issues. In 2021, was the county able to search all the beach parks for turtle nests and just make sure that beach lighting wasn't affecting turtle nests? I haven't seen anything on it, and to be honest, I didn't look specifically in the reports for it, so I'm asking honestly.
Yeah, so for the ones that we're aware of that might be high risk, so pond, Wailua, yes, we keep track, make sure the lighting is not affecting them, and we didn't get any reports of anything either. Okay. But staff did go out and check the lightings at those sites.
I guess just same comment that I shared with Reggie when he was presenting some of the resort permits. You know, turtle season is coming up in May, and if there does need to be any adaptive management to that survey methodology or preparations, now's the time to get that ready.
Okay.
And I'll just end by saying congratulations on the county ordinance. That's been a long time coming, and I know that there was a lot going on to make that happen. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Mahea. Very grateful.
Thanks, you guys. Like I said, I know there's a lot of people in this room that made it happen, so I appreciate it also.
For the cats that are, I don't know if I want to ask this question quite this way. For the cats that are chipped, where do they go?
You mean the ones that are caught at properties?
Yes.
I believe if they are, if it's capable, they are brought to the Humane Society.
Okay. If it's not capable?
Like not capable meaning they're not friendly, I believe they may.
Yeah. Okay.
I believe they may be euthanized. That's it.
Does anyone know if the Humane Society's practice is still to return cats to owners?
I'm sorry, what was that? You broke up a little bit.
Does anyone know if the Humane Society's practice is still to return cats?
Colony cats specifically. They used to return them to whatever colony they came from. So the question is, if those colony cats are chipped, do they return them to the colony?
We can follow up on that outside the outside of this meeting, but I will just mention that it is a concern of mine, and I'd like to get a better sense of whether or not those cats are returning or not. Any other ESRC members, comments, questions for the county?
None from me.
Nor me. It's a big challenge you got.
Yeah, not me.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Mahea.
Thank you, everybody, for your feedback and support. I appreciate it.
So as far as process to request that we have maybe a 6-month update from some of the ones that have a difference between where they need to be and where the PIP is at. I know behind the scenes, or I should just a matter of process. I know folks will be following up on the searcher efficiency trials and things that need to happen for coordination, and appreciate that. But a year is a long time to go. Is it possible for us to do like a 6-month update?
I think that's up to the committee and we can request it. So in terms of timing and framing, I would say DOFA staff, if it would be okay, we'd like to schedule an update prior to the 2022 fallout season. And given the timing of things, probably mid to late July. Yep. So that in case there were any recommendations or thoughts that come out of that there was really time, hopefully, to meaningfully provide that input before permittees immediately go into the fallout season.
Yeah, I was going to suggest July as well.
Yep, I was too. And it's important to have it as an agenda item to really discuss, the adaptive management recommendations, and also that we on the SRC are allowed to not just receive information, but also provide recommendations, based upon our expertise. And that's what we're here for.
For the permittees, though, I would say that July is really late, particularly for training programs or staffing up or anything like that. I think, ideally, certainly the conversation that I'm going to be having with my team is that we need to get recommendations out by April in order for permittees to reasonably have a chance to look at them, think through them, decide what they are intending to implement, and staff up and get the resources in place in order to make those adaptive management changes in time for the fallout season to begin. But I would hope that in July we would, have the chance of looking at what those revised plans are, tweaking them as necessary, or providing recommendations to tweak them as necessary, that kind of thing. But July is too late to bring on new contractors.
I agree. And I think there are some changes to be made. I don't think a lot of the changes probably that are going to have a large effect will not happen until the next year. But at the same time, I think there are other issues such as how to rethink the monitoring program. Whether we incorporate in more SEAF trials and whether care comes in terms of those, those kinds of issues. And those are things that probably are going to be difficult to implement this year if they're going to be done independently. So I think, if we can do it sooner, that would be fine. If not, realize that probably the full implementation may be not until next season, the following season.
So Michelle, did you want to entertain our comments at this point, or when do you want to address that?
I feel guilty talking, given that Lainey is not here. In terms of process, I think we've got a little bit of time before we would bring the meeting to a close. So if we want to talk about overarching comments amongst the ESRC, then I think that that's appropriate. And we would leave, ultimately, those are recommendations for DOFA for them to include as part of their process in the letters or the information that they would be working with the permittees on.
Yep.
Agreed.
Okay, yes, let's go ahead. Loyal, do you want to begin?
Okay. So I have a number of comments. I won't go into great detail on them. So I do think we need to, first of all, get the care and SEAF information from Fish and Wildlife Service or Wildlife Services on what they did and see how that worked to help inform stuff as we go forward. I do think that just as we talked about before, we need to have a plan and strategy, see what the plan and strategy is for the upcoming season associated with these other comments that I have and whatever the state and Fish and Wildlife Service may also want to put in. So I am really concerned that there's not kind of what I would call more standard SEAF trials or more standard care trials because that's, I think, the only way you get a good handle on how well you are doing some of the basic background stuff to help decide what the actual take levels are. So I think that we're really deficient in that area, and we need to definitely look at the wind farm studies and look at as much as we can to do CFAN care trials that are somewhat comparable to those. I also really believe that we need to look at bringing in canines to help us figure out what the actual level or magnitude of take is at a number of sites. They just do so much better job with hiding birds than people do. So I think we need to really look at that and do that. And I'll be very disappointed if we can't pull something like that off. We've already had some discussion on that today, but I think we need to relook at the SOS benefits and the ratios that are in the HCP and look at whether there's any adaptive management issues that the agencies want to bring up to the participants on that. But based upon what Andre's publication, let me say that again, publication said last year after we did the HCP, and during the HCP, we said we would be revisiting those SOS benefits. We need to look at that and get that together on multiple different avenues. And so that needs to be really redone and probably and looked at, in my opinion, as a recommendation. And we need to, I would say, reconcile how we're dealing with the unsearchable areas or the areas we can't do SEEF trials in versus what's searchable or not searchable on the individual participant sites. And then the last one for me anyway is turtles. You know, and several people, myself included, expressed skepticism that turtles were not going to be affected.
Yeah, you can, but ask Julie about it. She knows about how to do it.
I'm not sure who that was, but it sounded more interesting than my talk. But anyway,
Linda Chow is back on. That was Linda Chow. She's back on.
Okay, but the turtles, we've already had 2 instances where we've had, I would say, potentially non-lethal take on those. And, how do we want to really address that? So let's try to maybe get that fixed. So those are kind of my big things. There may be some additional ones that, come up, but that's my initial thoughts from today. Thanks.
Thank you, Loyal. Members, does anyone else have any overarching comments?
I will say that I concur with Loyal.
Ditto.
Melissa, anything additional?
I think I've said my pieces throughout the day. So, yeah, I'll agree with what was said.
Lisa, anything you want to add?
Just agree with the sentiment that there needs to be a lot more standardization and clarity in procedures of how properties are being searched and how data is being taken.
Okay. Last call for any additional comments.
Maybe we could reiterate that we would hope to have PowerPoint presentations and annual reports in the letter.
And I think critically, not just that it should be a PowerPoint, but that as I described in the last or second to last presentation, I think it's really important that the presentations demonstrate how the participants are meeting the requirements, as well as where they recognize that there's room for improvement and what they're doing to address those. And I think those three things should be really clear. How'd it go? Where's the gap? What are they doing to address it?
Thanks, Melissa.
And I know there are extenuating circumstances on this particular one, but it is really helpful to get the take of the DOFA staff on the individual HCPs that are getting an annual review. And I know that was not really possible this time, but just for future stuff, that is always very helpful and always looked forward to by me.
Well, you're referring to a staff submittal.
Correct, I am.
Okay, we will definitely work on that for next time.
And maybe something in about relating to both the PowerPoint presentation, well, the reports and the associated PowerPoint presentations, if they could be clearly linked to HCP compliance, and instead of just numbers thrown at us. Thank you.
I saw Linda a moment ago. Is she back on? Maybe she's gone now again. Okay.
And we should also really make sure we do thank the applicants. I mean, I know we wanted more stuff from them than they were able to give us today, but they stuck with us and spent a lot of time. So I do appreciate that still.
All right, Linda got booted off, but she's back on now.
Just to follow up on Loyal's comment, for all of you that are here as a permittee or representing a permittee, thank you for a very long day and for really trying to provide good information on what is going on with these projects. We really appreciate it, and thank you for answering our questions to the best of your ability.
Yeah, definitely.
Linda, there was a couple of questions earlier while you were not on about sunshine rules relative to the ESRC being able to discuss recommendations, not voting. Is there anything that you want to share or any limitations that you would want the ESRC members to be aware of relative to their role to discuss and provide recommendations?
Sure. So the problem is when you put things on a sunshine agenda, OIP and the sunshine law requires that there be some degree of specificity as to what is going to be discussed so that a member of the public can will understand what will be talked about. And so if it just says discussion and recommendations, so the discussion part is fine because, that, obviously you're not going to make a commitment or make a vote on anything. When you start saying recommendations, then it starts sounding like it's an action that's being taken. So, if it's something that, like you were talking about earlier of, when people make a report, we'd want to see a little more standardization. We'd want them to have some kind of a presentation or a spreadsheet we could look at. So that I think would reasonably come under discussion. And so I think if you left the word off recommendations, you'd still accomplish the same thing, but your agenda would still be compliant with the sunshine law.
Linda, the way the agenda reads for this item here is request for committee comments.
Yeah.
So that seems to cover the kinds of things that we were bringing up today. So I don't think we've overstepped into outside of the umbrella.
No, I don't think you have. And again, they're comments. It wasn't like you were telling them they had to do anything or, anything like that. It's just, hey, next time we'd want to see this because it gives us the ability to have a fuller discussion, that kind of thing. So again, it totally fits, and I don't think it stepped outside the agenda.
If we have an agenda item, say for our next meeting, where the agencies, Fish and Wildlife and the state work with the permittees as far as potential changes, modifications through adaptive management and so forth, and then bring that back to the agenda there for discussion and I don't know what the word is, approval by by the SRC. That would make sense as long as it's on the agenda like that. Because
Yeah.
again, part of what we're trying to do is we're trying to find ways to get our input into not just the discussion, but also in terms of the direction that any changes to the requirements might have. And are all focusing only on the biological aspects of things. And so I think that's the key thing. We want to make sure we have that ability to do that.
Yeah, I think that'd be reasonable. And, again, as long as people know that that's what you're going to be doing, then that's fine.
Okay.
And Lisa, maybe if you don't mind, Lisa Bale, don't mind kind of telling us where you thought we strayed off, because Linda wasn't here and I'd like to understand where you thought we were going beyond the sunshine agenda.
Sure. And I agree with Linda. Discussion is fine, but I was hearing recommendations and action items that I had not seen on a sunshine agenda. And that's when I piped up. But I didn't want to give you more specific advice because Linda's not here and she's your attorney, not me. So you should not listen to me. But I'm happy to clarify the reason why I spoke up. I heard us straying into action items and actions. And when you have an action that's not an agenda, that's when I put my hand up.
Good. That's why we have Linda.
With Linda's consent, I mean, is it okay for us to request or request some follow-up with some of the applicants before the next annual meeting
Yeah.
as a result of what we've learned today?
Again, it's in terms of comments, it's, it would be good to see that, the agency and the applicants follow up on these certain issues. That would be fine. Again, as long as you're not saying we want to see this and we want this for the next, kind of thing. Helpful suggestions, I think, are within the realm of the agenda.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and before we end, I do want to also, again, thank Stephen Rossiter for your presentation this morning and the study that you conducted, because I think that's sort of stimulated an awful lot of the discussion that we've had, recognizing this is just a first time part of that study to look at that issue for this, but it was very useful, and again, it's much appreciated.
I just want to say thank you also for your time, and it's been very informative to see this in the process carrying out, and please, thank you for your work going forward. I appreciate this too.
And just to follow up on that also, Stephen, I presume that you're going to have a full report and methodologies and all that. So if you're not involved in it next year, at least we'll have the foundation to move it forward.
Yes, so my report was submitted to sort of Kate, who helped me organize all this. That went to her in January-ish. The participants saw it and commented, and I'm not quite sure what stage it's at now. I don't know. I think it was sent out a few days before this meeting, and I'm not sure if that's officially final form, but it's in good shape as far as I'm concerned. And I will have some recommendations for whoever does this job next year, and I can pass those through Kate or whoever is.
Great, thank you.
All right, I think that we are at the close. Many, many thanks to everyone who participated today and for your comments and engagement. Is there any final comments from the members before we adjourn?
Thank you for keeping us going after Lainey left.
Yeah, you and Lainey did a nice job.
Yep.
Thanks.
Do we have
Thanks,
a motion
everybody.
for adjournment, or do we? I don't know if
we can't vote. We can't vote. It's not.
We need a vote for adjournment.
You can vote to adjourn.
Now you tell us.
Second.
Perfect.
Can we attach a rider to that vote to adjourn?
It was lovely to see everyone today. Thank you so much for your time. We'll see you next time.
Thanks
Bye
a
now.
lot.
Everyone.
Take care. Everybody.
Aloha.
Bye.
Bye.